got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 wish you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey, I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do when you got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Woo. There's nothing I can do, baby. My hands are tied. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't try to fight it. How would you try?
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way, payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul, and the music factory stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light Biz Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, 'cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep. The choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take ready to go, so I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. I remember the time you said could things be harder, said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. It's week number 6, day number 4. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined by Orcs as we bring you two more banger games. It's 7 days a week here at the LPL, and we are still going strong. But Orcs, we're beyond the halfway mark. We're getting towards playoffs. It's only 3 and a bit weeks away, and I'm starting to get a little bit nervous, a little excited here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. For some teams, it is looking great, clean sailing. For some teams, it is very worrying how fast things are approaching. So depends whose perspective you're looking at.
And you know what? We've got teams from both of those categories coming up today. Let's look at what happened yesterday, though, to start ourselves off. As we had a couple of series that honestly were closer series than I necessarily anticipated coming in. I mean, LGD actually showing up pretty well yesterday. I was kind of impressed by LGD's play. Still losing out to BLG, who finally get themselves that third win on the board after many, many roster changes. Then EDG versus Ultra Prime. A win for EDG in the end, but again, closer games than that 2-0 represents.
Yeah, I think LGD Asma in particular has really looked solid. BLG, if you didn't catch it, they've been switching the roster around constantly, brought in 2 players from their academy roster. So still trying to find their footing, but that win a much needed one to come in.
Certainly was, and that puts us into our standings. That puts us into our standings. That doesn't make any sense. But here are our standings, ladies and gents. As we're starting to get to the point, as you said, where it's getting a little dicey for a few teams. That 8 is sort of the magic number here in the LPL. 8 wins you're in, 8 losses you might not be, depending on the rest of your schedule. And you can see that, you know, teams like BLG, teams like Ultra Prime, RA, LGD, 6 losses on the board. They've got to book up their ideas if they want to make that top 10.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like at this point, you know, just focus on one series at a time, getting those wins on the board, because there's a lot of work to be done. I will say one thing is that, like, you know, there's a lot of teams in that middle of the pack point. I remember LNG lost a game, and then they went from, like, 4th. They're now in 7th. So there's definitely a lot of movement possible, but it kind of just shows how important the wins can be. We've had playoffs where, like, one win has been the difference between you being in playoffs and not being in. So teams will be kicking themselves if they end up just missing out.
And, I mean, look, between RNG in 5th and BLG in 12th, there are 2 wins difference, right? So there's plenty of space to move up and down still. Let's look at the games coming today, though, because we've got that team all the way up in 1st place who are going to be playing later this afternoon, V5, 8-0, up against Rookie's old team as well at IG. But first, we jump into AL versus TT, and I think this, crazily enough, is one of the most exciting matchups in the LPL right now, where we're looking at the middle of the table. Anyone's Legend far outperforming expectations, but TT, I think, doing a similar job. Like, when we look at what people expected from these two teams coming into the split versus what we're currently getting, a lot of people looked at these two teams as like 16th, 17th place teams, but neither doing that. They are both under-promising and over-delivering coming into this split.
Yeah, I mean, TT were the last place team in spring. They were 17th place. They have already got as many series wins as they got in the entire spring season. So really huge for them, stepping up massively. In AL, as much as I had a bit better performance, I think a lot of people were looking at them super surprised. They're currently in 6th, but at one point they were in that 4th place spot. And I feel like it's not just like, oh, you know, sometimes teams have like an easier schedule and you're like, oh yeah, of course, they've played the weak teams. I actually feel like these teams have just stepped up drastically. AL even being able to take a game of V5, which only RNG have been the other team to be able to do so. And it's been fantastic for both organizations.
Yeah, and I feel like so much of that is down to the team fighting. We'll get into all of that. We'll get into the details of what's been working for them, because I want to start that conversation by talking about the mid lanes on either side, because I think it is fair to say for both of these players, it's been a huge glow up over the course of this year. When you look at them at the start of spring versus now, or for Forge, you can go even further back than that. I feel like both of these players have stepped up in a huge, huge way.
Yeah, and we have the big Swain coming in. I feel like this pick is quintessential, not just for Forge, but for AL and how they function in team fights. But you can kind of see that difference between them. You know, UCal, 6th in the league for kills and assists at 15 and kill participation at 15. Very active at getting things on the map, whereas Forge really shines in those team fights. You can see total kill participation and kills and assists 15 to 30 a lot higher. And, you know, UCal, even when he's playing these picks like the Azir, can be quite involved in these earlier plays, where I feel like Forge, you know, one of his big criticisms in the past was his laning. I think he's definitely showed up, but it's absolutely his team fighting that is his strength at the moment. And yeah, the Swain is the pick that really makes it work.
Yeah, the real question is, will teams start banning Swain away from Forge? We'll have to find out today. Let's look at some of the clips, though. We'll start with Anyone's Legend and with that famous Swain from Forge, because especially this clip, you just watch him go in the middle of 5 people after the Zhonya's. He's just completely invincible. He just drains so much HP.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a strong pick in the right scenario, and you know, there's counterplay to it, right? It's got a limited range. It can time out if you get it out of the distance of it, and he can't keep draining. But Forge just manages to position himself where he's not able to be bursted out, but then still able to do so much work. And I think this one is, you know, as I talked about, AL taking a game of V5, our #1 team, who've only dropped 2 games. And once again, it's the Swain being a massive factor. And you can watch this clip, how aggressively he is going in this one, flashing over the wall. And he's still just so healthy throughout. Even ends up diving the tower and making it work.
Yeah, it's really good to see him playing with such confidence as well, right? Because I think Forge, over the last couple of years, has been a player that has been a bit lackluster in the mid lane. I know Lyric was not a big fan of him back in 2020, but it feels like he has developed as a player. But then over to the other side, UCal as well. I mean, you and I especially, I feel like we had a few casts of UCal's Corki where we went a little hard on UCal, but this split he has leveled up big time.
Yeah, there's definitely been some, individual mistakes that were questionable, but I think the general level has been great. And, moments like this on the Azir, where he's able to find these opportunities, clean up kills for the team, and is a big reason why they've been performing well. And this is why I kind of love that we're highlighting these two players, just the fact that, haven't always been on top of their game, but really stepping up this split, and a big reason why the teams have been successful.
Yeah, definitely the case. And you can see in so many of these plays, well, UCal setting up as part of a pick tool, right? As part of a trio to find picks and to find a lead for the team, which is, it's good to see UCal being proactive in a positive way, right? And make things happen for the squad of TT. And that's one of the key things that we now need to talk about is that TT early game. And I feel like a few of the LPL commentators have talked about this already, but I want to visually show you guys that TT's early game is pretty incredible. We've got some statistics comparing AL and TT in the first 15 minutes, and TT are consistently actually one of the best teams in the entire league when it comes to the early game, believe it or not. First blood, second place, gold difference of 15, kills of 15, Baron, all in second and third place, right? But
Yeah,
their win rate with the lead of 15, 17. Something's going wrong there.
It's such a weird one because the win rate with deficit isn't even that bad, but it feels like, sometimes they lean on these early comps that have set up plays, but even I feel like the comps aren't necessarily just the failing. It's not like they only play comps that have to stomp. The fact that they have second in the lead for goal difference of 15. The only team with a better goal difference of 15 is V5, which isn't much of a surprise to anyone, but like those stats are so good, and yet it's translating it into a win that hasn't been as consistent is kind of let TT down. Whereas on the side of anyone's legend, their early stats aren't as good. It was their weakness in spring. They have picked up a bit in summer, but still not the best. But if you look, win rate with lead at 15, 100%. First for Barons as well. This team is a team who are so fantastic at fighting their way out when, in those team fights in the later stages, setting them up. And I'm gonna be real, Joe. I feel like between TT's early game and AL's late game and team fights, there was like a perfect team here if they were combined.
Yeah, if they could somehow amalgamate the two, and maybe that's what will happen over the course of this series. We've got some clips as well of some of the moments that have led to these situations, like TT finding these plays in the early game, playing with Fog of War to find themselves the early advantages, and like you say, these early comps with things like the Callista and the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and I just feel like, when they're setting up for these early objectives, like in this position around the Herald, not overstepping too much, but then always looking for these windows, these opportunities to pick out members and try and just amass a bigger lead. It's been really solid play, and it's just, hopefully then we're going to be able to maintain that momentum a bit more, but at least they are nailing this aspect of the game.
Yeah, they certainly are. And you can see that, once it gets to the team fighting, it's not necessarily as clean. This is where they start to struggle a little bit later on, and, IG managing to do some work during this one, and things fall apart. This has been the big issue for TT, right? Is, yes, they get the leads in the early game, but once they get to the team fighting, it doesn't look so good. Whereas AL, total opposite, right? AL jump into these team fights. They've got that Swain that we talked about. ZDZ having a pretty good split for himself, but Betty as well, on things like this center, has been popping off multiple times.
Yeah, this was an example of the game against BLG where they played a comp that was just leaning more into the scaling. They really managed to nullify BLG's ability to snowball. And despite the fact they were at a 5k gold deficit, yeah, take a look at the top screens, 5k gold deficit, they're finding their way to fight back into this through some fantastic execution. Betty in particular absolutely pops off on this one, and they did end up winning this game despite the fact that BLG completely dominated the early levels.
Really clean fight from Betty, like literally 1v3ing at the end there. Beautiful stuff. And it feels like that is a consistent theme for AL, is it's all down to the team fight outplays. It's all down to how they work as a unit, but also how they're able to use their champions once they've got a few items. Not so great in the laning phase, not so great at building the lead early on, but once they get later on, once they get a couple of items, they just level up.
Yeah, and it's why they're one of the most entertaining teams I feel to watch. I love watching AL because the game never feels over. There's some teams where, like, once they get a deficit, you're like, okay, you can probably just move on to the next one. Like that game I just showed you, the last clip against LNG, 10k goal deficit, and they're still finding fights. 10,000 gold down, and they're still finding it. And I just feel like it's not even just the fact that, they're able to find fights. They're willing to look. They are never just going to roll over and accept the fate of the game. And it just makes it such an entertaining team to end up watching.
Yeah, they are incredibly entertaining. Do you know what? They rebranded at the start of this year. Before, they were the Rogue Warriors. And Rogue Warriors had this reputation for just sheer mojo and just chaos. They would make every single game that they played entertaining. Whether they won or not, they would still give you a damn good show. And I feel like at the start of the year, they rebranded to the Panda Warriors, to Anyone's Legend. And it didn't really feel like it was there anymore. It didn't feel like they had that same pizzazz about them. We're 3/4 of a year through now, and it feels like that's back. It feels like the Rogue Warriors have returned, but this time they've returned with a vengeance, and this time they're positive in the standings, which is something that Rogue Warriors weren't able to say since Doom B was on the team, which is a long old time ago at this point. So it's kind of a crazy development that we've seen from this organization, and it's exciting to see what they can continue with that one. And on the other side, it's kind of a similar story, right, with DMO. It was a long time since DMO was successful, became Thunder Talk, had some really rough splits. Now maybe some shining lights after the recent performances.
And the fact that both of them, after a rough spring, could really make playoffs. I think the fact that RA isn't performing as well, BLG is struggling a bit, those two were in our last playoffs, it does free up some room. So I'm just hoping they continue the momentum. I hope we continue to see some good play. But this series will be really important because, if Thunder Talk can win, they will have a positive scoreline, help them gain some ground beyond that 4-win point. Whereas on the other side for AL, they will keep pushing up. Not even just the fact they'll be in the top 10. They're already firmly in the top 10. They can push up further and challenge for some of those more secure spots. So definitely an important one. I feel like when score lines are somewhat similar, there's a lot more emphasis just on the fact that if you win, you're not only gaining ground, you're also pulling them back towards you in the case of TT.
Yeah, I mean, for clarity on the standings as well for Anyone's Legend, if they can win 2-0 today, they'll have a better game difference than Edward Gaming, and they will snag 4th place in the standings. So, Anyone's Legend desperate for a win here against TT. Let's look at this draft, though, because straight off of the bat, Zeri, standard ban on that red side. We are still on 12-12. I know 12-13's live now, but still on 12-12 here. Renata taken off, denying that Renata-Kalista combo from Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, and the interesting ones to me are the Lucian and the Azir. Azir definitely targeted towards UCAL. We kind of highlighted that bit before, but definitely AL showing on blue side a bit more freedom to target those. But Lucian, a pick that we saw, basically permabanned MSI and a little bit after, but has really fallen off the radar. But TT not wanting to deal with that in the hands of Betty and Chocho.
Not wanting the aggressive bottom lanes. In fact, just going to be 3 straight up AD carry bans right at Betty. They do not want him to have any comfort down there.
You know what's been left open, by the way? There's a certain pick, but it looks like, I'm joking about the Swain. They don't even need it. And actually going towards the Silas, something that we have seen rise in priority. It's actually the 4th highest prio pick in the LPL on this patch. We saw it banned away from Knight in first rotation, but AL clearly confident on it.
Yeah, I'm kind of amazed to see them not opt into a Swain, right? That has been, as you say, a bit of a crutch for the team, but straight up first picking Silas. And it says a lot about the state of Silas right now and the amount of powerful ultimates in the meta currently. It's going to be answered by a Jinx for Kepler down in that bottom side. He's going to be wanting to play a slower game to start us off here, try and scale up through the bottom lane. And a Poppy locked in. We've not seen a blind Poppy in a little while.
Yeah, personally, I think that Poppy tends to fare a lot better when you sort of know what you're going up against, the dashes you're dealing with. But we've seen the prio rise a bit. We've seen in the LCK, I believe Gen G has been heavily early prio in it. And here, at least there's dashes on the Silas. That's some value from your W. We'll see what AL opt to respond with. And they're going to go for the Gangplank. So very quick locking on their solo laners. And then it looks like they might go for a jungler here as well. So despite the fact that TT have banned 380 carries and secured one themselves, AL seem to be unfazed.
Yeah, not too worried about the bottom lane right now, or AL. Going for the top 3, going for strong solo lanes, and arguably the strongest jungler on the patch. Viego's still open if H1 does want to answer in the jungle. Whether he wants to take the Viego into the Wukong is a different question.
Yeah, and interesting, Poppy is a pretty good matchup into the Wukong, so it kind of feels like TT picked that up, expecting the Wukong to come out in response. Now, for TT, they can respond to mid or top, but they can't do both. Alternatively, it could lean towards a different area, like pick up the support and ban those, but they do go for the top now. Gnar, obviously, pretty strong pick, very high presence on the patch. The downside is you're giving a fantastic ult over to that Sylas. I think Gnar ult's honestly one of the best. 150 AP, 150% AP ratio if you slam them into terrain. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah. And I did just want to quickly mention something while we wait for these next few bans to come on in. Down in the AD carry role, Kepler, he's played 2 series in a row now for TT. Kind of came in halfway through the split. So far on the Jinx, he's got 3 games and 100% win rate. This Jinx has really been working for TT. So I can understand why they're going, first picking that Jinx in and then locking in a lot of frontline to protect the Jinx there in the jungle and top rollers.
Yeah, and they've moved into targeting the Nautilus, something that's definitely could cause issue for the Jinx. Good setup on that one. Be interested to if they ban away Aphelios, who's something we've seen into the Jinx a ton in spring and is quite high priority. Definitely have an opportunity to really thin the pool out here and move it down to some of those lower prior AD carries. I'd expect that here. Whereas AL, they're just looking towards the mid laners, have banned away that Talia, which we've seen to pretty solid effect from a bunch of teams. It'll be interesting to see if they also go for something like maybe a Corki ban. They'll give a lot of power to the backline of TT. And TT actually banning Bard from Chocho, which he has played the split.
Yeah. He's played it twice, 100% win rate, 29 KDA on the Bard for Chocho. It's not necessarily a bad I was expecting coming in today, but I understand the respect going towards Chocho. And Chocho, I bet he's got a smile on his face after that, because there's not many players that historically can pull a Bard ban, and he's now entered that category.
And well deserved. After, I have to admit, the performance he had before, constantly setting up those ganks, making it happen, particularly in a mobile AD carry like a Jinx, really threatened by the ultimate for setup. Now, we do see that Corki ban come through, and now it's up to you, Cal, to see what he's going to pick in the situation. Ari being toyed with as an option, but obviously Sylas does have a good matchup. Was one of those things we saw picked into it initially. We'll see what they opt to go for. It does look like they might just be leaving the support for counter pick, though.
I love Anyone's Legend so much. Like, you are sick of Corki Azir meta? Well, Anyone's Legend are too, banning both of them away. It's answered by this Victor in the end versus Sylas in the mid lane. Now over to Anyone's Legend's bot lane, who Ezreal's available, Misfortune is available, both of which Anyone's Legend have 100% win rate on. And Betty averaging a 29 KDA between those 2 picks, but instead they go towards this Senna instead. We saw the Senna clip earlier on. We've seen that Betty knows what he's doing on this pick.
Yeah, and I really like it in this situation. Long range, which I think is necessary when you're playing into Jinx Victor. You have a lot of dive potential with your team. And so if you can scale up, you can fire your ult across the top when Wukong connects, can put you in a good position. But I love this from TT as an adaptation. This is the power of the counter pick for support, because AL committed to the Senna and the Tom. You know that you can pick an enchanter into it quite comfortably. So now I was talking about the dive potential, the backline threat. What better pick than a Lulu to try and mitigate that and lock it down?
Yeah, exactly. Protection for Kepler, but also kind of bolstering Kepler, right? Giving some movement speed, make sure that he can take over in the team fights. And it definitely feels like TT are saying, look, we need late game prowess. We talked about how TT exceptionally good in the early game, not so much later on. It's interesting to see them drafting very much for the later stages of the game here, with a Jinx and a Victor as the crux of their composition.
Yeah, a lot of scaling elements, but in fairness, I feel like AL also have a decent amount on their side. I really feel like if either team can get a lead, it's obviously going to make things a lot easier, and TT have been the team known to do so. So maybe this is the adaptation that makes well. If you're confident that you'll be able to get a lead against AL, which based on what we've seen so far should be the case, why not invest into some carries that will pay dividends when you get to that point?
Yeah, definitely the case. I'm kind of curious about these lady faces, because we've got scaling on both sides, as you say, but TT have typically gone for advantages in the early game. They've been aggressive regardless of what the lock-ins are. Like, we've seen this Jinx from Kepler. It's not necessarily slowed TT down, so we'll have to wait and see if they do still keep that aggression up. But over on the side of AL, I feel like they definitely have a harder composition to pull off here, right? There's a lot more moving pieces, like things like the Gangplank and the Sylas can be quite difficult for some teams to pull off.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that with AL, a lot of it's going to rely on Xiaohao getting on the back line, not being disrupted by the Poppy, by the Lulu. Forge as well. As much as Silas is, incredibly effective, incredibly high prior right now, if you get caught in a polymorph, you can get bursted, can get blown up. So I feel like in team fights, they have, as you said, higher beard of execution. But given what we've seen so far, I think they kind of will flourish with that.
Well, we're on to the map here, and straight out of the bat, straight out of the gates, straight out of the bat. I don't think you can get inside the bat, but anyone's legend trying to make some plays on the top side. Hoya not going to fall for it. He's just going to be chilling in the tri-brush. So we end up with a standard level 1. And the only vision that I can see right now is defensive vision coming out from AL just around that pixel brush.
And it looks like we might just have both teams leaning into, standard clear. See what you can make happen on the map. I think expectation, bot lane, the fact that you have the Lulu and the Jinx should be quite comfortable for Kepler and Yaya. We often see Jinx get the early prio. But the fact you have double range should make it easier. And particularly for the Tom Kench, you have to walk up to get that CS. And every time you do, you're going to get harassed. You're going to get poked out. It is going to be not the most enjoyable laning experience for Betty and Chocho.
Yeah, I mean, such is the nature of Senator Tom Kench as well, right? Like, you're not really locking this one in to dominate the laning phase. I do want to quickly talk about kind of TT in the picture of this split so far, though, Orcs, because when you look at the schedule so far for TT, it has been a fairly tough one, right? They start the whole split having to face V5, but they've already faced LNG, JDG, EDG, some of these really big names. And then when they've gone against teams like IG, teams like BLG, teams like WE that are towards the lower end of the standings, they've actually pulled out wins. I'm cautiously optimistic for what we might see from TT today. And as we said before, the early game statistics speak for themselves. Hoya, though, not having a good time of it to start this laning phase up against ZDZ.
Yeah, this is one of the issues with having the Nart into the Gangplank is the fact that, you're so short range to that mini Nart early, you can just get harassed. The Gangplank can keep parlaying you with those grass procs. So not as fun for now, but obviously later on when you get access to your abilities, when you can threaten Mega, it does get a bit easier. You can see, though, mid lane, Yucal trading heavily into Forge and bot lane. As expected, Kepler and Yaya with complete control over the lane as of now.
It feels like bot definitely going to be winning for TT so far. You can see mid lane, Yucal with that range advantage. Silas, for the first couple of levels, doesn't have many good matchups. Like, until you get your full kit available to you, can be a little bit tough. So Yucal feeling the benefit of that for the time being, but this is somewhat to be expected, right? That AL, it's not the insane laning phase that we're necessarily expecting them to bring out. So then the question comes, Orcs, like, at what point do we anticipate AL really start to get on the board? When is it that they start to really kick the game off?
I feel like it's normally like in the mid to late game team fights that they start to flourish. Those big ones when you're talking about like dragons leaning towards third, fourth, and the soul and stuff. Even with a deficit, that feels like when they're like, okay, we know how to approach this, we know how to find it. And I think there's a lot of times where, as you said, this comp a bit tricky to execute in the team fights. They've managed to find the windows to make it happen. Now we can take a look at how the junglers sort of panned out so far. You can see Xiaohao not really going to be able to find anything in the top lane, but he's just making sure ZDZ has support and isn't punished. Whereas with Bayshon on the bot side, he's given some cover over towards Yucal. He even slammed a ward down on the Raptors of Xiaohao for when they respawn. You can actually see, if you look at the bot side of the map, the bot river, quite a bit of vision established for TT. One ward did just time out, but definitely doing a good job protecting their pushing lanes.
Yeah, and interestingly, Baytron not going for the reset like Xiaohao did. You can see Xiaohao with a couple of longswords there. Baytron returning to his jungle, picking up his Raptors as they spawn. You can see his Wolves and his Gromp available as well. So he's basically just going straight into his second clear and skipping the reset entirely.
Yeah, and picking up those Raptors because obviously he started on them, so they have the early respawn. And now in a position where he can just clear up those camps in his blue side jungle. Both junglers got a Scuttler piece, so no real advantage gain there. But you can see in the top lane, some heavy trading actually came out before, and Hoya managing to force TP from ZDZ. Both mid laners TPing as well, but nothing too crazy has happened. And honestly, I feel like it's kind of tricky for ganks to happen earlier on unless someone's like massively overextended or out of position. So just expect this passage to play to follow. We do eventually see Bayshon going for that reset, looking to pick up some items.
I mean, when you think of Poppy and Wukong as well, it's not like these are champions that you think, okay, early ganking constantly. Oh, Hoya's in trouble in the top side. Massive damage coming out from ZDZ. Flash available, as well as that passive for ZDZ. Hoya, I think, will be safe. He's about to turn Mega Gnar, so just needs to play it A little further away, but just walks up and takes a cue to the face. So I guess he's not bothered. It doesn't even get the melee minion. Oh, it's a disaster for Hoya, and he's just having a terrible time of it in the top side.
Yeah, it's weird because we've seen back and forth trades, but ZDZ resets and gets the Sheen, which gives him the advantage in that 1v1, and then Hoya holds his TP. He has to TP back though now. The wave is pushing away from him. He needs the items. You see he picks up some plated steel caps just for that extra defensive stats against those parlays, and now should be able to try and push this wave. And it does mean if Xiaohao wants to go top and make his life hell, he could look for it, but it appears that won't be the case. In the meantime, TT gonna try and pick up the dragon, but we do see actually AL moving to respond here.
I'm kind of surprised, honestly. They had Prio in bot and mid. This felt safe for TT, but AL will deny it. They move in, and TT responding kind, moving away, accepting that this ain't their Drake. So AL, I feel like pulling that one out. I'm kind of amazed, honestly, that they managed to grab that Drake for themselves.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with it is it's a Cloud Dragon, which obviously does a ton of damage. And also, Baishon, because he started it early and didn't get help until later, he ended up really low on HP. You can see he was at like 30% at that point. And it just meant AL could walk in. TT instantly knew if they stayed around, Baishon would get blown up and then the rest of them would follow. Remember, as much as the laning has been going good, in those skirmishes, Silas is going to outvalue a Victor. Tahm Kench is quite bulky, quite powerful in the early fights. And so I think TT kind of win that mindset. If we have Prio, we can do what we want, and AL willing to call them out on it.
Yeah, that's good to see as well, especially against a team that typically has had exceptionally good early game stats. TT, really strong focus on finding a lead early, but so far this game, that's not happening. And just take a look at the gold right now. It's 1,000 in favor of AL, despite the fact that there are no kills so far. AL just outvaluing across the map.
Yeah, we see big gap in the jungle. I remember Baishon invested a lot of time clearing that dragon and also delayed his reset quite heavily. So whereas Wukong picked up those early long swords, was able to get clear in the jungle, Baishon has fallen behind in the matchup in top lane. We saw the heavy trading before, ZDZ finding an advantage there. And the fact that both these teams have scaling elements, if one of them manages to get that extra goal come online sooner, it's going to make all the difference.
Yeah, he certainly will. We'll see which team's going to be able to find that significant advantage. But first Drake taken by AL. First Herald, however, up in 7 seconds. We're not seeing any of those customary bottom lane resets, though, to try and swap up for an 8-minute Herald. Looks like it'll be a little bit slower than that one today, or perhaps just going to be, you could see Xiaohao and ZDZ moving towards that. A couple of pings did come down, but there is a ward just outside the Baron Pit from, I assume, Hoya there. So,
Well, we'll get spotted. Oh, it does.
Whew. I thought that was going to be disaster for Xiao there for a second, but he spots the vision, he clears it, and Beichuan sees the opportunity for a cross map.
Yeah, and you see at this point, actually, AL's bot lane doing a lot better in the 2v2. You feel like at this point, the sustain kind of kicks in from the Tahm Kench, from the Senna, and the harass from a double range bot lane just isn't enough. And Ahoya trying to do what he can to slow this down, but we'll see if they actually make it happen here. Remember, we have now the ultimate from the Wukong, and Forge grabs the Nara ultimate. I would not want to mess with that.
No, but it's a 2v3 because Beitron just sends one flying away. It wasn't the jungler, though, so Xiaohao grabs himself that Herald. It was a little tense. I wasn't sure if we were going to get a 3v3 up on the top side there, but TT, once again, end up conceding the objective. That's 2 objectives in a row now that TT, attend the play, but don't commit to fighting.
Yeah, for a team who we praise for their early dominance, not looking too hot so far. I think essentially the reason why they couldn't really contest that one is Hoya was nowhere near Mega Gnar, and obviously that's the power of the Silas, is that you can steal the ultimate and have it whenever. And also the Victor, as much as he's had a decent time in the laning phase, still not really that impactful in the skirmishes compared to these other picks going around. So TT don't opt into it. And now there's just this, as you said, second objective. They've just stared down and had to give up.
Yeah, not ideal for TT. And, when you think about teams like TT and Anyone's Legend, like historically in the LPL, you'd see this in the standings or you'd see this in the schedule and you think, okay, it's going to be an absolute fiesta. It's going to be a bloodbath. But this split is different because this is such an important game. This is such an important series for both of these teams as Kepler narrowly dodges the route, takes a big old trade from Betty there. Not ideal in the 2v1 there. But you can see that this matters so much. Both teams in with a shot of playoffs. AL in with a shot of a reasonable standing in playoffs. They need to prove it in matchups like this. The recall from ZDZ looks like it'll be cancelled, and immediately Cannon Barrage onto the wave. ZDZ wants to survive, but dive, flashes, Naro lands, but the Dawning Shadow shields him. ZDZ still alive. Hoya under the tower, one more shot, will not go through. TT pull off the dive.
And Yukal stops the teleport from Forge. It could have been an absolute disaster if he was able to make it in. But TT playing with fire, but managed to secure it. But now AL looking for the counterplay on the bot side.
Xiaohao knows he needs to make this happen. Damage across two of them. There's a TP coming in. One down already, though, as Chocho saves his jungler. And the TP cancelled. We get a match in the mid lane as Betty now looks for Yao Yao. I don't think they'll find any more, but they will find an opportunity to herald down in this bot lane for Resena of all champions.
I just find it so hilarious. We saw the back-to-back cancels coming out. Here's the first one. Victor's ult does stop channels here, so able to cancel it. And I believe Forge actually stole away Yukal's ult to do the same in reverse, because Yukal was teleporting under his tower. And, you know, Forge grabbed the Victor ult and did the same to him, which is honestly just hilarious package of play.
What are the odds? What are the odds that that passage of play occurs? It is going to mean that there's a small window for a dragon here. Is it the ult steal as the TP comes in? He did. I thought he was going to E forwards there. I thought those chains were the E. No, it was the hijack. So denies it the exact same way. So the mid laners kind of eyeing each other up across the rift right now.
Yeah, and honestly, a good call to steal the ult and go for that. I think if you eat on the tower, not entirely sure he would have made it out again. Definitely probably would have to burn flash at least. But either way, both mid laners shut down for the TPs. It could have really allowed those plays to backfire that had gone through. The end result is TT get what they want in the top lane, but AL gets significantly more in the bot lane because of that earlier Herald, able to slam it down. And something to mention is that because of the Senna being so much lower in gold, because it is that fasting Senna, getting plates for her is absolutely fantastic and really allows you to just be more relevant into the mid game.
I mean, any lethality user, right, can get massive value out of the plates just because their items are so cheap. And like you say, Senna gets so much gold from her passive as well that getting those plates on top kind of accelerates that and makes up for the lack of CS, as you're saying. So really nice for AL to get that opportunity and set Betty up, because we talked about Betty Senna. It's a bit of a powerhouse. We've seen some serious late game team fighting come out from this Senna. And I will say, you know, when we talked about these two teams at the start of the day and our expectations of how they play, this is not the pace of game that I was necessarily anticipating. But when you look at the drafts coming in, it makes a lot of sense that we're going a little slow. But as I say that, TT all pile into the top side. ZDZ respects it, though. He'll be okay. He'll walk away with his life.
Yeah, just have the ult, just as I say, able to clear out the wave with that. And actually just able to walk up, because obviously with the wave gone, no real threat of a dive, and so won't miss too much, able to defend. And I think ultimately, as much as compositionally, I don't think TT are too worried about taking this later. I still feel like just AL's excellence in team fights does give me some cause for concern, especially since, you know, AL got that first dragon. Soul stacking is going to be delayed for TT. They have the gold lead right now. And you can see with a minute till the next Herald, AL are looking to set up on that side of the map. Bear in mind, they've taken that bot lane tier 1. You can see Kepler picking up the wave from where he is. They can easily just send down ZDZ to the bot side to answer the wave and then put their bot lane in the place they want to play for around this second Herald.
And you can see Xiaohao now using that sweeper to make sure vision control belongs to AL before the Herald even spawns. Betty, Chocho shoving this wave in the top side, and actually won't really be answered. They might just be able to grab a tower for themselves.
Yeah, I don't think there's really a position to defend. You can see TT look like they might just be making a cross-map play onto this bot side. ZDZ, no ult available or flash, so I think it might just be too late.
Yeah, this is a tough one for ZDZ. Knocked up slightly there. There's a rocket coming in from Kepler. I mean, that's clean. That's clean from TT. You like to see it, but now a play in the mid lane as well. Hoya slammed against the wall of the Dawning Shadow. The Gnar has been out-Gnarred in the mid lane.
Beautiful play coming out, and Betty really sharp again with that ultimate. And a big thing to note is they got the kill on ZDZ, but there was no wave left. So new wave has now come in. They finally get the tower, but they lose 2 on the top side. And it just feels like AL are getting the edge in all these trades. TT, the team who at 15 minutes are second in the lead for goal difference, are 3,000 gold down.
I will say, they're also third in the league. The wins went behind 15. Let's take another look at the mid lane play. I feel like AL just winning across the map.
Yeah, and Forge, it looks close, but he just manages to connect onto the corner of the wall, gets a 50% increased damage, benefiting from the 150% AP ratio, and yeah, just deletes the Gnar, and the support from Betty, really fantastic. So now, 3,000 gold lead, as was said, a dragon in a minute, and I think AL at this point, you feel confident just to lean into sweeping up all those objectives as you can.
Certainly do, and that next one going to be up in 50 seconds as well. So we are starting to get some items in across the board, right? Kraken Slayer there for Kepler. You can see the crown as well in the mid lane for UCal. But I feel like, especially on the side of TT with the Jinx and the Victor, you need a lot more than just an item apiece before you're going to start firing on all cylinders. Whereas Silas, I feel like with an Everfrost, he's already starting to hit pretty hard. I might have to pause this conversation though as Baytron moves up towards his top side. I think Forge will be fine.
Yeah, I do like the fact we have the crown for the Victor. Obviously, the threat onto TT's backline is going to be these dives. And that's how I expect the team fights to play out. You know, you have Jinx and Victor. You want them to stay safe. You have this big tanky front line. And it really comes down to AL to find angles, find avenues to approach. 10 seconds until that dragon. Mid prior is being contested. And that's going to be my question. How did AL approach this fight? Because despite the lead, they still want to find a fight where they're getting onto these pivotal carries.
Moving forwards, tanking quite a bit of damage from Kepler here, but he takes a return from Betty. In goes the Herald, will be taken down, but ultimately got its charge off. The tower surviving, but check out ZDZ on the back. He's just hammering away on the second tier 2 of the game for AL, if he's able to finish that tower off. And by the looks of things, he will be with that Demolish proccing. That's 2 tier 2s taken by AL in 17 minutes, and now positioning on the Drake as well.
Yeah, importantly, the ones that give all the gold now. We do see ZDZ on a flank angle. Shahar looking at it as well.
Hoya's about to turn Mega Gnar, though. This could be good for TT if he can find a big ulti. Dawning Shadow across the team. But Hoya, abandoned by his squad, forced to try and flash away to get over the wall. But batter up, baby. Baytron denies any kills on his teammates.
Yeah, and it just felt like Hoya was so split from the team. AL making a great call to lean towards him. And as much as they don't get a kill, they secure what they want, which is the dragon. And on top of that, the fact they got that tier 2 in the bot lane, really everything going in favor of AL now. Forge still has that Gnar ultimate. It looks like TT will respect it and just give him some space.
And one of the crucial things as well is that, you know, getting those side towers, especially the tier 2s, makes it so much more difficult to defend the mid lane towers as well. Because now it's so easy for AL to gain access into the jungle of TT. It's so easy to start flanking that mid tier 1 tower. And at that point, it becomes real difficult for lone victors to defend. So the work is cut out for TT over the next few minutes. And we are starting to get into the territory where it's much more AL's strengths than TT's, right? We talked about TT's early game, not their mid game. Their mid and late, a lot of issues.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a game where they have to shine there and find the avenue for a comeback. And how they approach the team fights, how they approach the setup of these objectives will be the big thing. You know, you talked about how they can sort of push into those side lanes and lean into mid. That should be the goal for AL from this point. Looking to take down that tier 1 turret mid that will open up the map further and allow them to really set up deep vision for these objectives. And the thing is, they have 2 strong solo laners. That's what makes it really easy to play through. The fact that Forge is going to be able to find Prior on the side lane. ZDZ as well can just cut through the waves and cause some issues. Now, we did see Kepler had to burn his heal just in the bottom right corner off your screen.
Yeah, that heal going to be used, but I did just want to quickly talk about, you know, you're mentioning this composition and how it works from the side of AL. I want to go back to the point that Forge bringing this Silas out once again. You know, he's played it 3 times so far this split, but this team heavily leaning on that Swain. I feel like the Swain has been a huge crux of the success AL have found this split. Baytron, though, finding a flank in the mid lane. Betty trying to get towards his teammate. Chocho gobbles him up, but in comes the monkey spinning on around. TP's galore, and it's a great little fight for AL. There'll only be 1 pick, but maybe with a Dawning Shadow, maybe more. Gnar into the wall, and Baytron flees for his life. That mid tower down into the ground as well, and AL in complete control.
Great turnaround from AL. They instantly dive in, and Forge with the stolen Gnar ultimate slams you into wall. They are looking towards the Baron. Baytron has Smite and actually Hex Flash available, so they want to make sure he can't get towards the pit and try and go for a steal here.
Can Baytron make it happen? Chocho says, I don't think so, buddy. He's playing bouncer outside of the pit. And Baytron, he's had too many drinks to come in here. It's going to be a rocket, though. Oh, that was a little too close for comfort. But AL will grab themselves that Baron. Now, utter control. And look at how much the gold lead has skyrocketed. 7,000 gold lead at the 20-minute mark now for AL.
Yeah, and it feels like AL hit their power point. The fact that they won the early game just makes it even better. And bear in mind, this is a team who has not lost a game when they have a lead at 15 minutes. And we're going to replay the team fight. The problem here is, you know, Baytron stuns Chocho to try and focus Betty, but the eat still comes out. And suddenly your bot lane isn't protected. Instantly we see Kepler blown up, and then the follow-up is there. The TPs from ZDZ and Forge in sync as a response. And ultimately, this isn't how TT want to be team fighting. They want to be protecting their backline, not having the poppy dive forwards. But you can see they're starting to feel desperate, and that desperation gave AL a window. There's now a 7,000 gold lead, and that's before they start making use of this Baron.
Yeah, and Drake coming up in about 90 seconds as well, as AL can start to really grasp control of this game. One thing I will say, Forge up in the top lane right now, trying to use the Baron in all 3 lanes. He doesn't have TP available. So maybe TT could find a small window of opportunity while Forge is away from the home.
Potentially an option if someone does overstep. I just feel like the problem with this TT composition is you're better at kiting backwards, and you don't have the best tools to punish. You know, Nara's reliant on being mega. Poppy needs someone to be against a wall. You don't have like your typical LPL engaged supports like a Nautilus or Leona. And so it's harder to find windows, especially with the Tom Kench there. This Tom Kench really suffocating opportunities. And now they'll start pushing into the tower. The ult from the Poppy does knock not just Betty, but the whole wave as well.
I mean, look, it doesn't really achieve all of that much because the Baron's still going for another minute. We can keep this a full day on the side of AL, but it is fun to watch. Every single time Poppy just knocks a bunch of stuff away, it is entertaining. But, you know, Betty and Jojo can keep this push up all day long. Forge just moved over to help out as well. As you see now, Hoya gets an opportunity to push that top wave out. Maybe gets a tier 1 for his trouble, but it is going to be the mid-tier 2 now taken. This is the flank that we talked about, the pressure in the side lanes, meaning ZDZ can flank that mid lane. And now, potentially a dive from AL. They want this tower badly, and I think they might just get it taken down immediately. And TT left wondering what on earth went wrong this game. They're going to trade a tier 1 in the top side, and they'll get a bounty off of it. But I'm not sure that's worth an inhibitor.
Yeah, not exactly the best trade by any means, but at least they get something, I guess, as a value. But AL, you saw how focused they were on getting that inhibitor because they know against the Jinx, against the Victor, a lot of wave clear if you don't have the Baron. They wanted to crack the base and at least put some threat onto TT. They'll pick up that 3rd dragon for themselves, and now things look really painful. It's 7,000 gold lead still. Thanks to objective bounty, TT keep the lead there, but actually ZDZ might be caught out.
ZDZ could be in trouble here. Chaos Storm ticking away, but he'll flash out. He'll be safe. And the rest of TT, the Rocket gonna go out. I mean, ZDZ's fine. He's fine. They get the Drake. They get the mid in here. They already had the side lane towers. Everything going the way of AL. The TT, not a crumb. Not a single crumb. They are Oliver Twist right now. They're asking for more. And they're being sent to their room with no supper.
And they need to work it out how they're going to respond to AL. They have 4 minutes because all I can say is if you get the Hextech Soul on picks like a Senna with that super long range, it's just done. There is no way you're making it back into the game after that. So they need to find an opportunity, a way to make it into the river, have contested vision, have your backline set up and safe, and then take the fight. And AL will be doing everything in their power to stop it. You can see, at least if you look at the bot side of the map, towards the jungle, there is a few control wards there. There is some vision for now, but I have no doubt that AL, when the dragon approaches, they'll start to lean towards that setup. But for now, the time being, they're still looking to push, still looking to apply pressure.
Yeah, I mean, for the time being, there's no... Oh, no, Hoya. You're on the wrong side of the map, buddy. ZDZ's going to chase it. How did he get here? How do we get to the... It's like record scratch. You're probably wondering how I got here. Hoya, slowly but surely being whittled down by ZDZ, who's playing for time because he knew Xiaohao was on the way. Hoya gonna go... I mean, look, he's trying to cause a ruckus. He's looking for a minion wave. He'll find most of it, but at the end of the day, that's just another pick for AL.
Yao Yao?
Pretending to be a statue. Yao Yao thought he was safe. He was very, very wrong. Forge stealing the wild growth. Everfrost on in and takes the kill. Now Baytron next on the chopping block. as the Dawning Shadow finds 2 once more, and ZDZ arrives on the scene, forces the flash from Kepler. I mean, AL, they look indomitable.
Yeah, they have a super minion as well. They might honestly just try and push in an end here. Yukal is there to try and defend. He has to clear the wave as soon as possible.
He's going to try. Chaos Storm going to be used here. Supers have gone down. So now AL tanking the towers. But if they just kill the towers, they don't have to tank. And they can kill Kepler as well with the knockback to page 1. And Yukal desperately doing whatever he can. But I'm not sure there's anything left in the tank here. AL hammering away on the towers, but maybe having to back away. They've got a minion wave on in, but Hoya arrives, moves forward. The not denied by Forge. Great flash there from Hoya. And I think TT will hold on for now. Denying vision, denying wards, and keeping their base alive.
Keeping the base alive for the time being, but they don't manage to take down any of the members of AL, and they will just back away, able to reset and set up for the Dragon in 2 minutes. I want you to take a look at the summoners, Joe. Well, we'll do that after the replay. Everything burnt, essentially, but Yao Yao tries to check the brush with the Glitter Lance, and just doesn't connect with where Forge is. And then Forge goes in. Something mentioned as well, it's not just a knockup from the Wild Growth, it applies a slow on you when you're in range, so very hard for Yaya to escape with the Everfrost as well. And AL are just able to chase him down, and now TT actually starting the Baron. AL gonna respond, so they have to back off. I kind of like the play. I feel like when you're in this position, you have to go for these things.
Yeah, you do, but it doesn't stop it looking funny when you get caught out and everyone just dips immediately. They know that this is not a fight they can take anymore. Chocho knows that he can as he just dives into the enemy team. Everybody get a flee. Beitron charges up the ult, cancels it in the end, so we'll still have that available for the next fight.
Yeah, and a minute 15 to the Dragon. I think AL could just play for it, but they are leaning towards that Baron. No hesitation here. TT have to try and approach this one, going down fairly quickly.
At the end of the day, AL have 68% of the Barons taken in all of their games. That's the first in the league. That's higher than even V5's Baron control. And you can see it in this series, right? That's 2 Barons now on the board for AL. And Orcs, I've got a feeling this second Baron is going to be enough for them to dot the I's and cross the T's.
Yeah, I mean, with 45 seconds till the Dragon, they should open up the map, head over to that Dragon area, get control, sweep out TT, take the Dragon, and then look to end on the back of the Baron, get that extra bonus from the Soul. And TT, I'm not sure what you can do in this situation. No summoners available across the board, none of the flashes at least. Kepler and Yukal without their flash, I just don't see a team fight being feasible, so I guess you just have to try and go for the base defense, which is rough. I'm just going to say it's rough. Not the easiest task to achieve.
Definitely not. And it's feeling very positive for AL as that next Drake is going to come online. And I just want to quickly go back to, like, how good of a split this feels for AL, right? They are looking fantastic in this game. They've been looking fantastic across the split. And when you look at some of the names on the roster, it feels good to see them having a good split, right? Players like Chocho, who started off on top esports, didn't really manage to mesh on that team. And, you know, alongside Betty, a player who's been in a few teams now at this point, but never quite felt like the player that's going to be the big carry. Forge, this short-range mid laner who feels like he's found this select pool of champions that really work for him. I feel like this roster is almost a redemption story across the board.
It feels like a team who are greater than the sum of their parts. It really feels like, you know, it's not just about we have like the strongest individuals, like a team like Top Esports, for example. It's about the team play, working together as a unit, and as you said, that redemption. But now with the Baron and the Soul, yeah, this is pretty much what I expect. Good luck, TT. Give it a go.
God bless TT. Here we go. Last fight comes on in Dawning Shadow for the shields here. And I mean, AL don't even need to fight this one. They can just whittle away at the tower.
All the souls.
I know. This is a Senna's wet dream right here. Isn't the go Hoya? Gets an ult onto Forge. He just turns gold and keeps himself safe. Down goes Kepler. Down goes Yao Yao. Down goes Hoya. And Yukal, you might be next on the chopping block, my friend. Gets back onto the fountain. And AL grab an exceptionally clean win against TT.
And, you know, I said that with AL, you never feel like the game is over because they'll always be willing to fight back from a deficit. I was wrong. The game is over if they get a lead, as we saw there. Still maintaining that 100% win rate when they have a lead at 15. And it kind of shows why you have to shut this team down early. And it feels like TT didn't have the agency in the early game, didn't get things rolling soon enough, and they fell behind, just never had a look in.
And I feel like this is such a weird game to me because we talked about TT having this aggressive early game, right? Being able to build leads for themselves, then kind of losing track of those leads later on, losing when it came to the team fights. But when you look at the draft, like banning so many aggressive AD carries, banning so many ways to have priority in the bottom side, to have proactivity in the early game, and then drafting this Victor and Jinx. Like, I like the idea of trying to diversify your style moving forwards, but when you're as far down the standings as TT are, I feel like double down on the things that have worked for you and try and find wins that way.
Yeah, I feel like you should lean into your strengths rather than trying to like. I mean, I understand you want to have some late game insurance, but even then, I feel like the other comps where they had the strong early still had some late game insurance. I know you're worried about going up against AL because you think, oh, you know, if we do go late, it's probably rough, but this inactivity just isn't going to work out, isn't going to end up favoring you too well. And we saw it just panned out in that manner. And, you know, we were talking a bit before about the goal difference of 15 for TT, how it was second in the league. That loss, because there was like a 3,000 deficit at 15, that just shaved about 160 off their stat. Just that game alone probably dropped them down a few places.
Yeah, that's a rough one for TT. That's going to drop them a couple of places on the ladder as well. So, unfortunate loss there for TT. And I have to say, it was kind of sad to see the early ones where you saw TT, like the first strike of the game. They started off, they're all grouped up, they got priority in mid and bot lane. They see that the fight's coming and they just leg it, right? And then they move 3 people up towards Herald. They even get a Poppy ult onto someone and have a 3v2, but they back away and don't opt into the fight. And I feel like it's one of these things where, look, I get it. You've drafted scaling, but then if that's the case, don't commit to that play. Play opposite, right? Play on the other side of the map to your opponent. Don't just turn up to these objectives, but then not try and get them.
Yeah, I think the problem as well is that with scaling is people sometimes have this conception that scaling is always like Kale. Like you do nothing and then late game you're strong. But there's a ton of picks, and honestly, these are often the best picks are the ones where, yes, they scale exceptionally, but they are also good in the rest of the game as well. That's when those picks tend to be broken. I think this is a problem, is that for TT, their picks were inactive. Their picks were leaning into the late stages. They didn't have a lane to play through. You know, they had some early bot and mid prio, and that was kind of it. Top didn't go well. Mid, you know, UCAL wasn't really able to do something. We've seen before UCAL being super proactive on things like the Twisted Fate. That didn't really come out. The Poppy as well definitely felt like a more defensive one. So just, I think it doesn't need to completely change. I think still having some scaling insurance is fine. But pick a lane that you're going to play through early and get that lead on. Otherwise, we'll just have a repeat of this one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping for a big old change from TT. I want to see early aggression. I want to see them fighting early on in game number 2. We'll have to wait and see, though. We're going to jump into a break and see what AL have for game number 2 right after.
跋涉，迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远，尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声。也不过是雨点，勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹了过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，将光之间。懒得摸鱼 总有一天会被看见，想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结，被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延，一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇，每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do when you got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come on.
阿木我觉得是这个版本最强的辅助了，因为他那个 Q 技能耗蓝非常低，而且可以二段 Q，然后开团能力也很强，所以我还是挺喜欢用这种英雄的。我们这个赛季最大的改变可能就是整体的选人啊，或者说是队伍的凝聚力啊，都是到那种我们想要的地步了，就不会再选那些可能版本强势，但是我们玩的可能没那么擅长的英雄，我们更多会选我们自己比较擅长的英雄。
Great little interview there from Chocho, actually giving some insight to feeling like they changed everything this split, right? Not going for meta champions, going for things that work for them. And I love that Amumu is his favorite support. I feel like that is the most Chocho thing that I've ever heard. He just wants to go in. He just wants to go in. I'm much joined by Orcs as we head towards game number 2 here between AL and TT. Let's look straight at our MVP as well. Xiao Hao starting things off beautifully with this Wukong, consistently being the engage tool and being the flanking tool as well for AL.
Yeah, I mean, managed to secure those early objectives. I feel like it was definitely team play, a big aspect of it, but then when it came to the fights as well, getting onto the back line, that was the thing we're questioning. How would AL approach the team fight, something they're typically very good at when they have to deal with these backliners? And I feel like they didn't even make it look difficult, didn't even break a sweat.
No, certainly not. They made it look easy in this one. And like so many of these plays, for example, this one, Xiao Hao sliding in off the back of TT's engage. They were the ones to start this fight. But Xiao Hao turns it around for his team. And the follow-up from the rest of AL. Like Chocho was saying, the cohesion is really there.
Yeah, and I think Xiao Hao has been a big reason why the early games have been better this split. That was the, I mean, it still is. I feel like the early game is their weaker point, but Spring in particular, falling behind early was one of the biggest problems. Xiao Hao, I think, has improved drastically and often been able to, put them in a position of strength, or at least a position that they can come back from.
Yeah, really, really great improvement from the player and from the entire team of AL. And, going into this one, I'll say it again. We've said it a few times in game number 1. We expect a TT to come in aggressive, try and find a lead early. That is not what we saw in AL. Over the moon about that fact. Happy to play the early game out slowly. Happy to find incremental advantages. Happy to get themselves game number 1 on the board. Which means now we need to see what happens for game number 2. We're going to be swapping sides. TT will be going over to the blue side. Orcs, what do you want to see from TT in this draft? Like, how do they change things up? We're talking about giving them more proactivity. What is it that they need?
Just pick a lane, right? Pick a lane to give a good matchup that you can play through. Ideally, a jungler who's more proactive. I feel like the Poppy, it didn't really shut down the Wukong and you couldn't really do as much yourself. So an active jungler and a lane that you can play through to get ahead. I don't mind if your other lanes lean into the scaling. As long as like mid has priority, you should be in a decent spot. And hopefully that'll be enough to at least give them the momentum that they so dearly need in the early game against AL.
Well, anyone's legend. Winning with that Wukong, not wanting to go up against it in game number 2 here. Now they're over on the red side. And TT sticking with some of those bans with that Lucian still being banned. Banning away ZDZ's Gangplank after game number 1 as well. We'll see if anyone's legend will respect ban that Zeri, like we saw from TT in game number 1, and it will be taken off of the board. So a lot of those priorities removed. Wukong can't be first pick this time around. Silas, though, okay, both teams just won it.
Yeah, and this actually kind of makes things a little bit tricky because one of the problems is that Swainel is fantastic for Silas to steal. Even before the rework, it was one of his best because it gives you that increased durability. Obviously, he's a melee champion. Having Silas Swain's ultimate is fantastic. So them picking Silas might make it more difficult for Forge to take Swain themselves. But in the meantime, it just feels like AL are looking towards that Kalista. They could take the Kalista and the Amumu if they wanted, but instead gonna just go back with that Senna that Betty had a good game on. Now, I do feel like here, if you pick the Tahm Kench now, you give up more opportunity to be countered. You could leave it till that 3rd pick and then look to take something else. It looks like they're just going to lock in the bot lane. And TT, that means they know exactly the bot lane they're dealing with and can look to bring out some responses. The Jinx and the Lulu didn't really quite cut it last time.
No, certainly didn't. Wanting to be more aggressive against this Senna, Tahm Kench from Betty and Chocho. I am curious about that mid lane as well. Something like the Talia still open for Forge if he does want to go in that direction. And it looks like Kalista will be followed up with an Amumu. Chocho gonna have to go up against his very favorite champion, but no shot on that Talia. It's going to be a Forge classic with that Akali in the mid lane. We talked about Forge loving those melee mid laners. Akali, very much his bread and butter.
And something we've often seen into the Silas, used to be quite a skill matchup, with obviously both of them having the same ultimate when it's stolen, and being able to see who finds the edge in that one. So should be a hypey one. But we do go to the second rotation without any jungler being picked from either side. So bans start to come through. Wukong's already gone. Viego has followed. And the pool is going to get clamped down a little bit. Obviously, is still a bunch of junglers available, but you kind of move off that top tier where Wukong, Viego, and I guess Lee Sin have been for the LPL.
Yeah, and I want to just quickly, while we're going through these bans, talk about that Forge pick a little more, because we saw his Silas game number 1, fantastic pick, works really well for him. His second most played is that Akali. He has a 64% win rate on the Akali. Now that, it sounds fairly impressive in of itself, but when you consider the fact that Forge has not been on that many great teams over the years either, having that good of a win rate over 36 games is definitely an accolade and a half. Be afraid of that Akali in the mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. And absolute opportunity to carry in this situation. Now, we do see them ban away the Gnar here, which makes a lot of sense. You don't really want to pick it yourself and give over the free ultimate to Yukal. And you obviously don't want the opponents to get it. I would expect a jungler here, and then you leave counter pick for last pick. And I was talking about that upper echelon of junglers, Viego, Wukong, and Lee Sin being the top 3 right now. And AL are like, well, to a band, we'll just take the third.
Yeah, going to go for that Lee Sin. So still a lot of proactivity here for anyone's legend, right? With an Akali and a Lee Sin, they want to scrap. Gragas locked in on the side of TT. I can hear you chuckling away there, Orcs.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, how I was like, not sure about the Poppy. This would actually probably be a pretty good place for a Poppy, right? You're into an Akali and a Lee Sin, both very dash heavy. It could actually honestly work in this situation. I just find it funny that like game 1 they blinded the Poppy, and then game 2 it feels like a much better scenario for it. But it looks like they're not going to go towards it. They want a bit more of that early skirmishing power with this Zhao. But they have that Gragas as well. So a lot of team fighting power, a lot of AoE tools. And it will be ZZ going for the Aatrox, in fact, at the end of everything.
Yeah, up against, I assume, the Gragas in the top side. I'd be surprised if it's out top. So we'll have to see a lot of AP on the side of TT, but also a lot of early presence with that Silas, that Kalista, that Amumu. I feel like these guys are going to want to scrap over every objective, which is what we expected coming into this series.
And, I'm going to say, as much as sometimes, like, the thing is with TT, people talk about, like, damage profile. They have decent AD, but I love that they have, like, 2 strong AP solo laners when you have an Amumu, because if you pop that ultimate, 10% extra true damage on any magic damage dealt to them, that's just a fantastic combo. Like, if you Amumu ult into the Gragas cask, it will do so much damage. So I feel like in this one, TT have a good composition to lean into team fights, right? We said that one of the concerns would be going late against AL. I think that the composition does function well there, but so much more early agency to contest. I feel like they have more comfortable lanes. They even have one that they can apply a lot of pressure with bot, and a jungler who's ready and down to fight.
Yeah, this feels like a much better composition for TT in game number 2. And I'm hoping that we get to see it the same. Like, I feel like in game number 1, we saw TT posturing for those objectives like they had a comp like this one, right? And then kind of realizing, wait a second, we actually can't teamfight right now, and backing away in the end. This time around, they can teamfight. This time around, they can go for those fights. But it's not going to be simple, right? Aatrox, Lee Sin, Akali, these are all picks that want to scrap as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like AL are still going to lean into the fights and be comfortable, although I think it might get a bit trickier if like Forge falls behind, so ZDZ falls behind, just as a result of the fact that like these 2 picks, you want to be strong, you want to be diving in and causing issues. Especially, I really love the Gragas pick here, because into Lee Sin, Aatrox, and Akali, Gragas is just fantastic into melees because you can check them, right? Every time they come towards you, body slam, if you connect it, the cooldown's reduced by 3 seconds. And the current Gragas build is that really heavy ability haste one with the buff Night Harvester and the Seraphs, allowing you to get really short cooldowns and just pim a body slam anyone up close. So I'm gonna be real, I feel like here TT, I kind of favor their comp. I think they got everything they want, and it's up to AL to kind of mitigate it and see if they can find enough of an advantage, probably on their solo laners, to find success in this game.
I'm really curious about that top side as well, right? You mentioned the Gragas later on with the cooldown reduction will get a lot of chance to just spam his abilities, but ZDZ opting into this lane, opting into the Aatrox. And, you can see that it will give a bit of front line for the team fight later on for AL, but how do you anticipate that lane matchup going between the Aatrox and the Gragas?
I feel like Gragas is just such a good neutralizer. It's like if ZDZ ever lands chains on you, I might... Oh, no, he got spotted.
No pings? I don't know if he...
No, there's a
I
warning
didn't see
ping.
any pings
I
coming
saw a
out.
warning ping. I saw a warning
Okay.
ping on the map. Oh, this could be so bad.
Well, I don't think it matters. Chocho taking a bit of damage. Kepler moves in. Okay, Batron walks in. Betty drops the emote. It's a disaster for TT as they start with a little bit of cheese, but look at Xiaohao already in the
Yeah,
enemy jungle.
he's
He knows
feasting.
what's going on here.
Yeah, and I mean, at least it's not as bad because Baytron is going to be able to move through and grab Xiaohao's blue side jungle, but just really unfortunate. Like, you saw the concept there. The idea was good, but just slightly caught out on the ward. The execution wasn't quite there, but I like the idea.
And look at this freeze from AL. Just going to be able to hold this wave here, make sure that Kepler and Yao Yao can't all in because, you know, Amumu is one of these supports, kind of like a Nautilus, right? Where when you go, you really go. There's no way out again. And if you do that underneath the tower, Amumu with Glacial Augment is not going to last long.
Yeah, and that's the main thing is Glacial Augment is really powerful in the fact that like it reduces the effectiveness of things like Cleanse, the AoE slow, very easy to proc with the Amumu. But yeah, as you said, surprisingly squishy, I feel like, especially into Tom Kench. Tom Kench is another champion who I was kind of talking about how like Gragas is really good in the melee champions. Tom Kench, if you get up close to him, he will just beat you up. And Bayshon, just something to note there, does the kind of sleazy move of leaving one of the wolves up, whereas Xiaohao's been a good guy and cleared everything from Bayshon's jungle. It's like
I
when
feel like-
someone eats some food at your house and just leaves like the remains of it out.
Yeah, they pull the cheese and the tomato out of the sandwich, leave the ham in, and then just leave the cheese and tomato and a tissue on the side. It's like, come on, man, have some manners. I will say, it's in mentality as well, though, because I've heard junglers talk about this and say, look, I want to clear the whole camp because I need it to be a higher level next time that I take it because I ain't letting them take their camps.
Yeah, I mean, that's a factor as well. If you're going to repeat invade, by clearing the full camp, you get the timer. You know when it's been done, obviously, and it's going to reset. And then as long as you're re-invading, it has more value. So it's a perfectly valid argument. And we'll get to track and see who it ends up favoring as we go on. But ultimately, despite Bayshron not getting that early gank off, he's still holding up all right. You can see he's a little bit behind in terms of clear compared to Xiaohao, but not too much to be concerned about. And yeah, this is the kind of thing with this top lane matchup. We didn't get to talk about it before. You know, a lot of Aatrox threat comes from either connecting sweet spots or connecting the W, the tether. It's very hard to do either to Gragas because you can kind of just sit back and clear with his Q. And should you ever connect the tether, for some champions that can be a pain. For Gragas, he just uses his E to get out. So pretty safe. And that's why he's often picked as a neutralizer, someone who's, which is why in this game, you know, taken as a blind. And clearly ZDZ is hoping he gets more value in the team fights in comparison.
So now it's down to AL to try and look juicy in this bottom side. The wave is pushing towards them, but it looks like Xiaohao deciding against it in the end. Just going to go for a clear, deciding this isn't a play in the bottom lane that's going to happen for now. Drake onto the map, as you saw in the bottom left of your screen there. It's a Hex Drake to start us off. But ZDZ, pretty far pushed up this lane. Baytron will walk over a ward, clears that one out, so ZDZ knows what's going on here. He'll be safe and just immediately rewarded that one. He knows he ain't messing about with this.
Yeah, especially with the position of the wave. He wants to be able to crash this in, back off. But I think the thing is Hoya's so low on health and so low on mana. Just wasn't really the potential for the setup. But now Baytron, he's done some helping out the top lane. He's going to come mid and help Yukal push the wave in. Yukal actually does hit that level 6 as well. And Xiaohao's here, so maybe something could go on. But I think TT aren't really interested.
No, not for the time being. Baytron just going to continue pathing down towards the bottom side, but with them backing away in the mid lane, I think that's Xiaohao saying, look, we've got a massive wave pushing in the bottom side. Your mid lane is resetting. Time for me to go for the Drake. This time around, it's, it's red side starting the first Drake both games. This time, it's Xiaohao on that Drake. I don't think he's going to retreat.
Yeah, but once again, he's low HP. Remember, Hextech Dragon, another one that's a lot of damage, so TT are gone.
Oh, maybe he should have retreated as Yao Yao did. Find the engage. Oh, my days. What a bandage. Just goes halfway across the map. The retreat should have come out on that one. Yao Yao will fall to trade it, though. Betty now against Kepler will just run away with his life. The Drake taken by TT and a 1-for-1.
And I think the lesson here, Joe, is don't start the first Drake
Yeah.
in this series, because we saw the same thing on the other side where whoever started it ends up low, ends up being contested, and Hoya should be fine here, but won't be able to pick up that scuttle he was going for there, and Xiaohao should be able to come over and secure that.
Yeah, ZDZ gonna start it off, be DPSing it. I wonder if ZDZ's just gonna take that one for himself instead. Taking another look. I said that he won't retreat. I was right, but maybe not the right call not to retreat.
Yeah, maybe should have gone for it. And yeah, fantastic job here. Gets not only the first bandage toss, but the second as well. And they did make a change on a Mumu. This was one of the reasons he actually came into support, is that his Q does follow someone when they dash. Obviously, before, it would have just gone to where Lee Sin was originally. Much better now. Maybe in the last situation, to be honest, because he ended up dying for it. But, you know, generally, C does an upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, he guaranteed the kill onto Xiaohao. I think he's happy with that one. Most of Mumu supports are willing to die for the cause because, let's be honest, you die a lot on a Mumu support. You are, as we mentioned before, very, very squishy. You can see that in his boots, right? Not going for mobility, not going for armor or MR, going for cooldown so he can do it over and over again. ZDZ flashes away Will, and immediately Beitron chasing him though. Knocked back at ZDZ in this 2v1. He's got sustain as Aatrox. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not, is the answer. Hoya holding on to that E to deny the final Q.
Yeah, really nice cast coming out from Hoya. The setup is there, and TT, you know, I'm just going to say already, despite the fact, obviously we saw a little bit of a slower game pre-6, finding some momentum, and just with how slow the early game was in that game 1, definitely a positive to see.
Yeah, definitely. Feels really good for TT to get themselves an early lead this time. Or actually, I say that, they are slightly behind in gold currently as Yukan and Forge sparring a little bit in the mid lane. Has been Forge with the advantage in this lane so far this game. You can see pretty sizable CS lead so far, just consistently crashing waves there. But I am curious to see what TT's next move is, because I feel like they need to start snowballing. And that Herald now onto the map feels like it could be the ticket.
Yeah, and especially because both supports have level 6 now. We could see a play up towards that Herald, and the fact that you have the Amumu ultimate, it's so powerful. It's so powerful in this game. The AoE lockdown. TT are already on this side of the map trying to make things happen, but if you look bot, priority was achieved by AL, and Betty is walking over. So it looks like AL setting up for the play on this. They have mid-prior already. We talked about before how Forge is winning out in that matchup, and it looks like that'll be the play. Yao Yao's running up to respond and should be here in time.
This feels like a bit of a moment of truth here for TT. They need to get this Herald. They need to maintain control of the early game. They can't afford to fall behind, because when they fall behind, it's pretty much curtains, generally speaking. As the Herald pulled out of the pit here, but look at this. Both teams moving on up. Orcs, I think we might have a 5v5 on our hands here.
Yeah, I think we're looking for it. Yukal steals away the Akali ultimate. Both teams posturing to get a look in here, and I feel like we have to track Yao Yao. A Curse of the Sad Mummy could be massive.
Keeping our eyes on the Sad Mummy. Yao Yao wants to find that big 5-man ulti. Forge a little mispositioned here, but dives over the wall, keeps himself safe. AL gonna force mid-priority instead, but TT just group up and try and take this Herald down. Herald is really difficult to rush, though. It's so tanky. And now AL return to the scene of the crime. There's Kiss the Sad Mummy on 3. The cask across the team as well, but the shields are powerful. The sustain is there for AL. 1 for 1, 2 for 1, 3 for 1 with a double for Xiaohao. And now the chase down from Forge. The slow is there. The Shuriken comes in, and the sweet spots can land. Forge follows over the wall as well with a flash. Can they actually finish Hoya off, though? He's damn tanky, and he's slippery as well. There's a flash from Xiaohao to finish the job.
And AL get everything they want and more. The Curse of the Sad Mummy just didn't quite do enough. The members to connect onto wasn't significant. And I feel like when the fight broke out after that, the cleanup was there. The execution for AL really on point. They don't get the Herald is a big thing to note, but all those kills definitely worth more.
Yeah, I mean, AL, look at the gold difference, right? 1,500 in their favor. We need to see a massive Herald come out from TT if they're going to even that gold up once again. And as you say, Yao Yao starting this fight off, 3-man ulti, but it's on the wrong targets.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Chocho is the one knocked in as the Tom Kench, like they even try and focus him down, but it's a Tom Kench, so he doesn't even actually end up dying until so much later in the fight. and then AL are able to just clean up off there. The fact that they invested so much into, as I said, the Tom, meant that they didn't have any gas in the tank for the extended fight, and this chase down potential, at least in and Akali, are so hard to escape from.
Yeah, I mean, you can never get away with that one, can you? It's a tough one for TT, and it felt like that was their fight. It felt like that was their moment to start taking over the game. Oh, good little dodge from Chocho on the bandage toss. Second one available, but deep water dive. Gonna pull Chocho out to safety. Now having to go 2v3 right here. Herald comes down in the mid lane as Forge will just be clearing this wave for himself. And he's not backing away because he knows Xiaohao is nearby. Does not want to concede any kind of control, but in the meantime, ZDZ matches that Herald.
Yeah, and TT might be able to pick up the dragon here, but at the end of the day, a dragon is only going to really benefit you if you can cash it in, whereas the gold achieved is a lot bigger. But actually, he might even struggle.
Chocho has just walked into the middle of everyone, flashes over the wall, somehow actually lives this one. In goes Baitron, but the sustain from Betty! The Tom Kench is invincible, and AL will not be out team for. They find themselves two.
And I feel like TT didn't learn from that first fight. Tom Kench is not the target you should be looking for. Able to buy so much time. And that was a situation where ZDZ is doing his own thing on the top side, picking up plates for days. So now you have this mega fed Aatrox to deal with as well. 3k gold again. I mean, look at the scoreline. Xiaohao on the Lee Sin, super far ahead. Forge on the Akali as well, one of his signature picks. Kind of seeing why that win rate is so high.
Yeah, absolutely insane stuff coming out from AL. A 4,000 gold lead almost off the back of that. Yeah, TT, you've got two Drakes, but does it matter when you've fallen this far behind? Let's take another look, because it looked dire for Chocho to start off, but he was just looking juicy for his team.
That's the thing, is that like they burn through his health bar, but then the great health comes out, and then he flashes over here, and they're like, well, it's actually a kick that gets the follow-up. The thing is, he gets sustained every time you connect Tongue Lash. You get healing based on your missing health. There's sustain from Betty as well. And let's be real, even if they kill Chocho, that wouldn't be a good play. And now they're looking for this dive, but Tom has the gobble.
Yeah, Chocho saves Betty's life here, kicks him out towards the rest of the team as Xiaohao's arrived, but Xiaohao in trouble himself. Chocho on the front line where he needs to be. Oh, the turret shot finishes off Kepler. Yao Yao forced away, and once again, AL are finding opportunities. Yucal gets one there at the end. But ultimately, still positive for AL. They just can't lose a fight, Orcs.
I will say they got the shutdown from Xiaohao. That's pretty nice, but as you said, it feels hard to pull off. And one of the buffs we saw for Tom Kench not too long ago was the shield on his ultimate. I believe it's 650 at rank 1. And it's like the game plan was kill Betty. He gets gobbled by Chocho, and then like he gets spit out. And we'll just see in the replay. It's really ridiculous. Like, so yeah, trying to focus
like
some damage.
Barriers or something crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, and it lasts so long. So watch this and just track Betty here. Look how big that shield is. Still there, still there, still there. And then finally times out. And it's like, yeah, you just... there's no way you're killing him.
Yeah, Kepler tagging the tower there as well. Not ideal. Immediately punished by Xiaohao. And while all of this is going on, right, we have to revisit the fact that top lane, ZDZ has taken 4 tower plays for himself. He's 40 CS up at the top side. Has a gold trigger, has boots, almost finished a cull as well. Like, he is going to be monstrous in the next fight that he's a part of.
Yeah, just actually got a gold bounty appear there from that advantage. Now, they might look for Forge here.
Forge locked up. Big damage available. The Shroud going to try and keep himself alive. And the perfect execution. Okay. I think that might have been the last play for TT. I think that was that's the ticket now.
You know, I was saying you shouldn't go for the Tom Kench. And TT, last fight, they went for the Senna. This time they go for the Akali. I just don't think you go for anyone at this point. It's just not working. It feels like every time someone has an escape, they have a dash, they're too tanky, there's a Tom Kench cheat them. It just feels like TT are at least trying with the plays, but it is not working out for them.
Yeah, not so far. Forge still has Flash available as another 3-man play in the mid lane. In the meantime, a dive on the bottom side. Hoya's in trouble, but Chocho, I don't know how tanky you really are, goes down to the tower. This was a little too much from AL, I fear, as now a mid lane tower for TT. Herald just spawning on the map as well. Perhaps a window to get some gold.
Yeah, at least found something there in the end. But obviously the first tower actually going over to TT there. So the fact they get the first tower and they're going to get this Herald. They traded 1 for 1 because Hoya was able to CC Chocho. A little bit of a flub from AL, and it does get quickly punished by TT. There's still definitely a deficit. This might be enough of a tool to find them a way back in. Now, I want to draw your attention to the Dragon in 50 seconds. It would be TT's third if they can secure it, but obviously since they have two already, they're not under huge pressure to try and keep it.
Let's see how this went down. I mean, they just went for it. There was... Oh, okay. Okay, they get knocked under. So Betty saved. And then they just recommit to the dive, I guess.
Yeah, Chocho still has aggro. Like, there's minions there. He could have reset and stepped out, but he didn't. And then look how much it ramped. So Chocho doesn't seem to be doing that much damage because he's tanky. But one of those ramped hits Betty. You're like, oh, that's why Chocho got killed by the tower.
Yeah, that's a bit brutal. But AL, I mean, I felt like that was their mistake. And a good punish from Hoya as well to knock Betty under the tower in the first place. Hoya actually been doing fairly well on the Gragas so far this game. Drake up on the map, and, you know, we talked about TT getting the first two Drakes of the game. They're not even going to get close. They are not getting access to this next Drake. This one is all Xiao Hao's, and that'll start the stacking on an Infernal Soul as well. That's not one that you want to have to go up against. Chocho could be a little too far up here. ZDZ trying to clear the Herald in the meantime, but Beitron can't really get onto Chocho, and it means the Herald will just be cleared.
Yeah, the concept was actually really good from TT. Don't contest the Dragon. You've got two already. You're not going to win a fight right now. Go top and make a play. But Chocho showing up, it's like, okay, well, we can't dive ZDZ because Chocho will gobble him. We have to stop Chocho from getting there. But then by chasing Chocho, ZDZ can just clear up the Herald. So they don't even get a tower for it. Not exactly ideal in that situation. It's still sitting at a big deficit right now. Yeah, it's definitely a rough spot to be in for TT. That being said, you know, I talked about the power of their composition earlier. If they do manage to find like a big Amumu combo into like the cask with Kepler getting Ren stacked on multiple people, I can see it. It's just they're struggling right now. And I think particularly the fact that these solo laners are so strong, no one can comfortably hold ZDZ.
No. I mean, we talked about it before, right? He got all those plates for himself, but now a 60 CS lead up in that top side. A similar lead, honestly, in the mid lane for Forge. It feels very difficult, regardless of which way around you put these solo laners in Hoya and Yukal. I'm not sure either is going to be able to win their matchup, regardless of their opponent. So a really tough one for the side of TT when it comes to the side lanes. But oh, I just nearly died on my own saliva there. But then when you talk about the team fights as well, I mean, Betty, 1-0 and 9, right? Already has that Umbral Glaive, getting close to a second item as well. Feels like it's not going to be an easy one for you, Gal, either.
Yeah, man. It feels difficult because they're losing on the side lane, but I think the team fights, that's why I expect them to shine. But I think they're going to be difficult as well, just because of the deficit. And I feel like TT, you know, previous game, you had the Victor and the Jinx. Like, there was a lot of scaling elements that I felt like you could lean towards. But, like, your bot lane is going to get outscaled. I feel like the Akali in the late game becomes a bit of a monster. I don't feel like they necessarily win by going late. So they just need a window. They need an opportunity. They need someone to misstep. And, I mean, at least they have multiple engage tools that they can throw in. That is at least one aspect that is a positive.
Okay, well, look out for the big engaged tools. Beichuan may be the engaged tool of Xiaohao right now. The Q over his head, but looks like he'll walk away with his life. And Hoya just trying to dodge the all-in from ZDZ in the side lane. But look at this, AL, it's 20 minutes on the clock, and they are fighting for Baron control. They have complete and utter vision dominance in this top side right here as Kepler tries to find Chocho, but instead finds a final embrace. And will have to just back away. Yukal moving over to the rest of his team. This might be a 5v5. We don't even have a significant objective here. It's just over a mid-tier 1, but in comes Xiaohao, misses the Q though.
Kind of felt like, you know, they were forcing TT to respond here and defend on the mid-tier 1. They are applying the pressure eventually. And, you know, if TT are forced to group here, you'll end up sacrificing waves on the side, or eventually someone has to go answer it, and then AL would get that tier 1 tower. That is the goal. Take that tier 1 tower down. Then you can push a bit deeper in the jungle. You can see that control ward next to Kepler. Xiaohao was hesitant about clearing it because, you know, there were so many people hanging around under the tower, and they can just stay there safely. And that's kind of the thing that's blocking you from expanding further. I think once they get the tower, I expect AL to be able to really push their control and start to take over this game.
And it feels so good to see this kind of controlled gameplay from AL as well. I feel like this is the big thing that Rogue Warriors were always missing. We talked about the similarities between Rogue Warriors and AL, towards the start of today, that chaos. But I feel like AL still do have that chaos in a lot of games. But, you know, they have a lead, they have a scaling composition, and they're like, no, we will not just flip it. We will not just dive this tower. We'll play it slow and steady. We'll push out our sides, flank the mid lane, try and force pressure onto TT. And now, with a minute until Drake comes up, they're playing for vision in the river.
Yeah, and TT do have the mid prior, it's going to force AL to respond, and this gives a window for them to sweep through. This is kind of the difference, the advantage having the enemy mid tier 1 has here. But in the meantime, look at the side lanes. ZZ doing a great job of setting up this top lane to push. We can see Forge doing the same. And with 40 seconds to go, TT either have to respond to those, or they're just losing gold on the map for free in this situation. So AL doing their homework when setting up this objective.
Have been. Xiaohao, though, gets a kick, tries to get out to safety. Saved by Chocho, but kicked back into the fray once more. AL still surviving, though. Xiaohao still alive. He's invincible. And Forge, in the meantime, causing a ruckus in the backline. Yao Yao forced to flash. TT surviving for now. As Forge misses the shuriken flip, and now he's alone. Now he has to back away, try and get to the rest of his team. Flashing away and will survive. Yao Yao still going. Nobody will die. Yao Yao turns golden to buy seconds and finally will fall. Chocho flashes out to safety. ZDZ completely untouchable in the middle of the fray. And AL just blend TT alive. It's a triple for the Aatrox. In fact, it's a triple for Xiaohao. Wait, I'm sure I saw a triple for the Aatrox. My brain is broken. But AL win out the game.
Managed to find the fight, and at first, it's very back and forth. TT managed to hold on far longer than is expected. They go for that initial pick onto the Lee Sin. Unfortunately, though, the flash and then the gobble. I feel like if maybe Yao Yao was sooner on the ultimate, they would have found it. But regardless, we get this extended play. Forge is looking for Baishron, but the flash ends up meaning he doesn't get connection onto the target. And then it starts to feel like TT are getting corralled in here. And the problem is when they end up in the choke and they're up against ZDZ on the Aatrox, despite the fact that it was the triple for Xiaohao, ZDZ does so much here because TT on the wrong side of the map. And when they get grouped up together, this is where Aatrox thrives.
I mean, he just is able to churn through everybody, throws down flail. That little knock up onto Kepler is all massive to set up for the triple kill for this in there. So Xiaohao finishing these kills off. And now AL grabbed themselves that Baron. Once again, AL best Baron control in the entire league, which is kind of crazy to think about. They are maintaining it.
Look at that Gragas damage, by the way. Hoya did a lot. And I mean, this is kind of the thing. Functions very well in these fights, but still not enough to take anyone down from TT. And now TT will finally get the mid tier one they were struggling on. Remember we talked about before, the side laners of AL so strong. ZDZ just hit level 16, by the way. He's 3 levels above anyone on TT. And this is really where it becomes difficult. The wave clear is going to struggle against the Baron minions. And, you know, before I said no one could hold ZDZ, that is even more so true now. So I think TT might just look for a fight instead.
Try and find it. Whether or not they actually find it is a different question. Betty saved by Chocho. They might find some picks here. Xiaohao's golden, but he's surely going to go down. Shields come out from Betty here. Deep Woods dive interrupted. Chocho will fall. Betty will fall. TT finding a chance. But Forge in the back line. Can he go for the 1v4? ZDZ is here. AL solo laners are 2v5ing. The Shuriken flip goes out, but it's wide. ZDZ now 1v3. Does not have the sustain. And TT finally get themselves on the board.
AL were overconfident. We have the Baron. We're in control. We're ahead. And then TT end up finding a great engage window to make the fight happen despite the safety nets there. The big thing was Forge not having TP join so late. And then Forge deciding, hey, we'll just try and take the fight despite a numbers disadvantage. And as much as they trade up at the end, they still lose so much here. And Yao Yao doesn't connect initially, but TT just commit regardless. They know side lanes are doomed. Let's make it happen. And here the ult hits both, and Chocho, he can only gobble the center. He can't save the Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, Chocho saves the center to start it off, and it looks dire. And then ZDZ and Forge come flying into this play to try and turn things around. And I have to say, it was looking a little bit like Forge was going to get a pentakill for part of that.
Yeah, I think the problem was cooldowns unavailable meant the entry for the fight for the Akali was really going to be the issue. But then Hoya Gets a body slam back, and you can see how short the cooldown is when he's connecting them. And in the extended fights, it's the Callista, it's the Silas who can really thrive. So TT got a lot of gold there. Shutdowns included. There was, I think it was like a 800 gold total from the kill on the Lee Sin that went to Yukal. So definitely a big positive. They're still behind though, but more of that is needed to get them into this game.
And crucially, I think one of the big things that fight has done is stopped the Baron, right? It's not just about the gold that you got from the kills, it's also about denying the gold that AL would have got from the Baron sieges. So really crucial fight for TT. And I just want to point out a statistic quickly, Orgs. And that's the AL, we talked about it before, have a 100% win rate when they're ahead at 15 minutes. For TT, this is no longer just about getting a win on the board. If they can win this game, they will destroy that statistic for AL. They will remove them from the first place tie.
That's the goal, taking that opportunity. And sure, there is two other teams. I believe it's V5 and JDG who still have that, but AL is kind of a mark of pride for them. But one thing to note that is still very relevant is the 505 Akali. As you said, joining the last fight was a big problem. And I feel like if Forge is at a fight on time, TT have to find a way of containing him. The Aatrox as well with 13,000 gold, both problematic. And Hoya, I think he's the big piece of the puzzle. We saw that fight where he did the most damage, but if he can just continually land CC, buy time, keep these melee champions at bay, that is really the window where I think they'll be able to find as much favor as possible. Now we have Dragon in 20 seconds. This would be the third for either side who can secure it. So a lot more pressure, but I think from how we see the map playing out, TT are just focused on picking up as much gold as possible with these objective bounties.
Yeah, and I don't blame them, honestly, because they're still, what, 5,500 gold down. They do need every single penny that they can get. Drake going to be up. It is going to be taken by anyone's legend, as you say. TT just trying to trade that. They did get the bounty for the tier 1 that Yukao just grabbed for himself, so it will be a small boon. But it does mean, Orcs, in 5 minutes' time, TT are going to have to fight for their lives. That Infernal Soul, especially against things like an Akali, things like a Senna, you can't afford to let an Infernal Soul go over.
That being said, something I just noticed, so Yukao just grabbed a Rabadons, and you know how Yukao was the one who got the shutdown for the Lee Sin? He's only like 300, 400 gold down on Forge. Forge, who's 505 with 280 CS, isn't actually that far ahead of the Silas in terms of gold. That is how much that catch-up has made a difference. And Hoya's actually looking now, and there's a TP coming too.
Forge could be in big trouble, but it's answered by ZDZ here. Big damage onto Hoya. Forge is just going for it. Turns golden. ZDZ arrives on the scene. Yukal trying to finish things off with the Shuriken Flip. Denied! Yukal with 1,000 gold shut down. Winning the mid lane matchup after all. ZDZ, he's got sustain, but not 1v5 sustain. And pings towards the Baron come out from TT.
And, you know, we saw the solo laners of AL try and 2v5 before. I don't think the other three can go for 3v5 on this one. They're going to take the scuttle. Maybe they try for a steal, but TT are beelining straight for this Baron. Oh, no, they're going for Betty.
Betty's in trouble. He's going to be locked up. Curse the Sad Mummy is there. And Curse the Sad Panda is going to be coming through in a second because TT have taken over. Now into the Baron pit they go. Xiao Hao needs to prove his mojo here. Needs to find some kind of miracle, but he ain't going to find it today.
And TT are just doing a fantastic job of finding these windows. Hoya in particular. Oh no, he's going.
Wait a second. Xiao Hao has been caught. Couldn't even get the recall. In fact, he'll get himself a kill. Xiao Hao 2v1ing right now. Knocked back by the cast though. Ward hop over the wall. Chocho moving in. No way does this turn positive for AL. Xiao Hao knocked into his GA. Surely will just fall here. Hoya has the knock up and we'll just finish the kill off in the end. I'm not sure Xiao Hao should have got a kill out of that one, but ultimately he's taken down.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the Amumu dying, not that big of a deal, but you get the GA and a kill onto this Lee Sin, so pretty massive. And look at the replay, and this is just honestly fantastic reads from TT. The fact they're looking for Forge here, he uses all his abilities. Shroud down, Shuriken Flip down on the wave, and so doesn't have the same tools that normally give so much freedom to the Akali. And it's this Gragas again from Hoya, just permanently body slamming, belly booping, and not letting Forge play the game.
Yeah, I mean, ZDC as well does not, like, Aatrox has so much sustain, but only if you can, like, auto attack and cast abilities. If you just CC'd up the entire fight like that, you can't do anything. And you know, I jokingly talked about the win rate stat for AL when they're ahead. at 15 minutes. I jokingly said TT are going to be challenging that, but man, maybe I was right. Maybe they are going to be challenging that statistic because they have almost closed that goal gap entirely. It's just 1,000 in favor of AL now. It's 1,000 away from TT finding themselves a lead from the jaws of defeat.
And I feel like we went into this series being like, look, TT, the early game teams, they get early leads, and AL are the ones who are so good at closing out the game. I feel like the script is being flipped here because both games, AL have been pretty significantly ahead, like the 50-minute marks. And sure, there wasn't a comeback in game 1 for TT, but they are making the comeback in this game too. They are doing what AL has done to so many others. And now they're in a position where minute 30 until that dragon, which, you know, they need to try and deny that soul from and stop AL from securing that, because that might be enough to push the game back into AL's control.
And once again, when we were talking about AL earlier, we talked about redemption stories for each of these players. Well, it's kind of a similar story on TT, especially for UCal in that mid lane. After last split, had a really, really tough time of it. I feel like this game didn't have the greatest start to the game, but now getting that shutdown, he's almost full build, and he is showing up in these fights.
Yeah, with the Rabadons and a Void Staff in pocket, so much damage from the Silas. His AP ratios are honestly kind of nuts, and you see them set up now. Has the Banshee, so not exactly an easy target to go for. AL are posturing, going for that mid prio, but in the meantime, look towards the bot side of the map. TT are like, look, it's still 45 seconds till Dragon. We don't even need to be there for a while.
Yeah, just go for a tier 2. Take that 200 gold for each player, pretty much. That's not too shabby. And hey, why not just keep going, they reckon? Go for that bot in hip tower. TT out macroing right now against AL. They find 2 towers. Do they get away with it? TP comes out from Hoya to join the rest of his squad. That'll be enough for AL to cancel their engage. Xiaohao over the wall onto the Wolves. This might be a little overzealous from him. Will survive.
And it's not just the towers and the gold they got there. They forced AL back, so now they are the ones with posture on the river, and AL had to try and push in and approach. And you can see things like the Gragas barrel on the ground, hard to walk through. Betty manages to avoid the damage, and now we're set up for a big fight.
We need to keep our eyes on Betty here. This Senna has to pay dividends. In they go. Yao Yao, big ult onto everyone. Chocho tanking up. Betty, half his HP gone, but Chocho saves him. No, he's in the meat grinder. He's taken down. ZDZ falls, and TT are doing it. TT mauling AL alive. A double comes through for Kepler as Baitron. He'll chase out Xiaohao and make sure no resets can come on through because the rest of the team is headed for the base.
And with that, TT should just be able to end. We'll see who wins out the eventual 1v1.
Hey,
just find it.
Styling on it.
Well, at least he gets something, but the win, the comeback from TT with the huge deficit earlier in this game, 7,000 at one point, and they will be able to close it out and take this to a game 3 with some fantastic team fighting.
I said at the start to fear the Akali. I didn't realize it was going to be UCal's Akali Ultimate that we had to fear. TT with a comeback win against the Comeback Kings themselves. Managing to find that one after a rough early game and managing to prove our expectations wrong coming into this series.
Yeah, and I mean, I just feel like the engage potential, the lockdown potential, the tools they had worked so beautifully, and it kind of felt like they'd taken notes at AL's book. Like the execution was there. Coming in that team fight, we saw Yao Yao get the fantastic ult that hit Betty, and then Betty gets gobbled up. And it was actually funny because I was trying to look, okay, where's Betty going to come out? And then Betty got, I think he just died with...
Yeah, Chocho just died.
Chocho.
I think,
yeah, Chocho died, and then Betty just like didn't disappeared, like got deleted as well in the same combo. Yeah, really fun one to watch. And I'm so glad because after that game 1, I was a bit concerned because I was like, if AL are winning early, I'm not sure TT are the team to be able to bring it back. And I was like, I wanted this to be a close series. I wanted it to be a battle. This game really was. And now going in that game 3, both teams have kind of had lessons from their losses. I'm hoping that it ends up being another big fight.
Yeah, I really hope that both teams now decide that they need to play for aggressive early styles, and we just get a scrap for the entire game for game number 3, because I feel like we've proven now that both teams can win in the later stages, which is not something I expected to say coming into today. That was not a statement I thought we would be able to make about TT, but they've proven us wrong. And that has just been the story of their split, hasn't it? whatever we expect from TT, they'll prove it wrong. They've come in expecting to be essentially a 17th place team. They've proven that wrong time and time again so far this split. Now we say they're an early game team only. Well, they've proven that wrong too. So we'll have to see what more they have up their sleeves. I'm just excited now. I'm excited about both of these rosters, and I'm excited that we're getting this kind of shuffle up in the LPL. It was getting to a point where some of these teams, you just expect them to fail in the split, but not anymore. Hoya with mega damage on the Gragas as well.
I mean, this Gragas pick, I feel like was just so good here. The fact that you're into 4 melee champions, he managed to get so much damage, Pimley just slamming into everyone. Kind of crazy, and we're seeing really the value of what the pick can do when it gets just maximum output. So, fantastic. What I just love as well is that the meta we're getting in this series, like game 1 maybe less so, but game 2, Silas into a Kali. We're getting things like the Aatrox, the Amumu, Lee Sin and Zhao, all those exciting picks that we love to see in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, such a fun game, such an exciting one, such a big comeback for TT, and such a positive moment for TT fans. You know, Kelsey and her viewers, I think, may be the only English-speaking TT fans, but they are all over the moon right now. And it means we're going to 3 games. And it means we might just have a bit of a banger to round out our first series of the day. And our second series is looking to be a good one as well. So there is plenty more action coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll jump into a break, then we'll find out how this one ends.
Disorder, mayhem, and chaos. These are the many ways the LPL has been described throughout the years.
Flandre's the next target. The help comes down, the smite as well. It's over on Invictus Gaming as Wink cashes in again. Jer being stolen as that's actually Shun or a fake one. Wink now the next target is EDG and made this a successful turn. The skirmish into a big fight and EDG silencing the early game once again.
Time and time again, the world has attempted to combat the madness.
With the package on top, Scouts to finish off the scene.
And time again, the LPL has unleashed chaos upon Summoner's Rift.
The LPL are kings again.
Oh. You have no flash here, Von. You're dead, and there's not really a lot else you can do about it. The seismic shove does enough, and that's going to be Knight just finally making his presence known around the map.
For Top Esports and Edward Gaming, chaos is their game. They were born in it, molded by it, and now they've nearly perfected it. Scout, Flandre, Jackie Love, Knight. When these behemoths go head to head, the world can do nothing but watch in awe.
Oh, he gets caught with a completely missed Wayward's ultimate. SOFM needs to completely disengage. The kick is going on to Angel. Hostile takeover. It's fantastic. Catches out everybody. It's a double kill coming in for Knight. They get 3 more. The Weaver's wall says, you are not leaving here. You are trapped, and you shall have to commit every bit of resources that you thought you had to get away.
Because the LPL is where chaos reigns.
He flashes in with a great Moonlight Vigil, gets himself 2. Knight, though, with a cleanse. Maybe enough heroes. On flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Will he be able to fight this one back? It's so close.
He does!
It's
Knight!
He's doing it! Knight, you're a god! Unbelievable there from Knight. That was absurd, and it keeps the game close.
That was a 4v5!
저희 팀은 예, 소통이 제일 중요한 것 같아서 그게 중요한 것 같아요. 중국인 선수들을 좀 꽤 만났는데 다들 되게 잘하시는 것 같아서 저도 네, 열심히 준비해야 될 것 같아요.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third game of the day. It's AL and TT, and they've gone 2-3 with TT making a miraculous comeback that, I'll be honest, Orcs, I don't think either of us were expecting.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the team fighting power. I wasn't sure they were going to be able to pull it off, but they just knew, right, we're so far behind, we have to find these engages, and they made it work. So huge credit to them. An area where typically, we expect TT to come ahead early and not be as sharp as they are in the late game. They showed they can team fight. They can bring it to them.
Yeah, and, speaking of those engages, we can talk about our MVP as well because, coming into this one, finding those opportune moments and popping off was Yao Yao on this Amumu consistently. I mean, there was the one play in River where he just went so deep off of the back of the Kalista ultimate, flashing forwards to get the kiss, the sad mummy, finding those opportunities and setting up for massive damage from Hoya with his passive as well.
And I think one thing with some supports when they play with Kalista is it means you can go super deep because you have a safety net to get out again. But for Yao Yao, it's like, I have a Kalista, therefore I can go super deep and then be thrown in again to go even deeper. It felt like that was the play for him. And he made it work time and time again. This was the big one. This was the comeback fight with a 10k gold deficit, able to find the engage that got them into the game.
And denying Chocho his escape as well so he can protect Betty. Just so well played by Yao Yao. And I feel like the Amumu was such a good pick into this comp as well, right? When you have so many melee players on the side of AL, Amumu can get so much value out of that ultimate every single time.
And I kind of want to watch this again and see actually what happened to Betty here. Because Betty gets eaten and then just gets obliterated. Even with the Tom Kent shield. Even with that huge Tom Kent shield. Just doesn't even survive. And yeah, I mean, they managed to find it. Just fantastic game from TT. But I feel like this just built up the hype for this game 3. Both teams have claimed one of those games. With TT, they've had the early leads this series, but not able to close out in this last one. I feel like there's a lot of learnings coming from that.
Yeah, and now we need to start thinking about this draft as well, because the draft will be up any second now, and we have to figure out what on earth TT are going to do coming into this next one, because I feel like the Kalista Amumu especially working really, really well. I wouldn't be too surprised to see AL banning one of those two, whether it's the Kalista, they banned the Renata in game 1, if I'm not mistaken, but the Renata doesn't seem to be the problem. It's the all-in from Yao Yao.
Yeah, I feel like Renata's kind of been that for both games. It's been a blue side ban. I think maybe because I believe TT on red side again. I feel like maybe they would end up banning the Silas, honestly, because the Silas seems really relevant. It has been blue side first pick both games, and they will opt to ban it. Now, this does mean that AL can't get the hand on that pick, but one of the reasons I feel like we weren't seeing the Swain was simply because the Silas is such a good matchup into it. And now AL can pick the Kalista early if they want, and they will still have the opportunity to grab the Swain later if they so choose. So might make things difficult for TT.
Okay, so crucially, a totally different look from Betty and Chocho here in game number 3. We saw an interview with Chocho earlier today, and he said, my favorite pick right now is the Amumu. Well, it's not been banned. The Kalista has been locked in. I feel like Chocho gets to do a Yao Yao here in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, you're into the Aphelios as well. Probably will take cleanse, but you're not really bothered. You just can set up those plays and make it happen. And Aphelios has been the standard answer to that Kalista. So it makes sense for that to come out. Now, my question is, do we see the Swain on 3? Because I think if you're going to pick it, now is the time. If Forge is going to feel confident, because I don't think he'll get through the second ban phase. Alternatively, you could look to prioritize jungler here, something like the Lee Sin, because that will probably take the fall in the second rotation of bans otherwise. But we are going to get Forge's Swain, and the bonus is you have the AoE lockdown of the Amumu ult, and you're going to get that bonus magic damage onto everyone as well. So I think AL are more than happy with how this has gone.
Yeah, pretty nice start to this one for them, as the Gnar is going to be locked in. I wouldn't have been surprised to see Hoya go for the Gragas again, honestly, just to try and deny some of the engage that's coming through from the side of anyone's legend right now with that Amumu. Let's see, though, as we head towards our second round of bans, Jack's taking off the board away from ZDC.
Yeah, talking to some of the top laners, I think Lee Sin is probably going to be the next ban for TT. For AL, I think they'll look at supports. They could look at mids as well, I guess. But for supports, there's things like the Nautilus is still open. Braum could even be a problem. Into the Amumu, right? Having a lockup can also block the Rend application. But we'll see what direction they opt to go there. For now, they have taken away that Talia.
I feel like, so we see the Gangplank ban. This Gnar blind feels particularly rough against specifically ZDZ because his top 2 picks are Gangplank and Camille, both which are very, very good into that Gnar. So Hoya, I feel like he's going to end up against a Camille here and he's not going to have fun time with it.
Yeah, now TT toying with the support options. Obviously, they know the matchups. They can leave mid to late until they see more of the comp. Alistair has that point and click aspect into Kalista, and they will opt for that instead of the Braum. So another really powerful thing is, like, remember the ultimate for Swain? You need to stay in range to make it work. Alistair doesn't have to combo. You can just headbutt you. Just yeet you away from the fight and let that time out. Now, the expectation is we're going to see the Lee Sin for Xiaohao again. No reason not to. Had a fantastic game on it, even though they did lose. And now comes the top lane pick. You even set it up. There's the Camille.
Yep, it's been a classic for ZDZ this split. He's got a 60% win rate over 5 games on that Camille. And he will lock it in to take up against the Gnar. Then we have a Seraphine locked in for the mid lane here for UCal. Not a pick that we've seen in the mid lane, I think, at all this split, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't think we've only really seen it with fasting center lanes.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to be real. There is much higher priority on Seraphine in Europe, for example. I know in the ERLs, it's like a first rotation ban. Not just for its pairing with Seraphine, but like as a solo AP bot laner. You could also play at mid. She did get some buffs on 12-12. She even got hotfix because of her too much. Her E, slow, root, or stun duration is higher. And essentially, you know, in a composition like this, you have so much buff potential that you can give over to that Aphelios. You can kind of mitigate a lot of Swain's damage, because one thing to bear in mind is that Swain doesn't have the highest damage output. The reason he's strong is because he has so much sustain, and it's the constant long fights where he gets value. If you're into a Seraphine, then it's like, okay, you're doing, you know, AoE damage, and you're just going to get that healing and shielding in return to really mitigate that.
Yeah, it feels like Swain will struggle to get through the shields and through that healing, as you say, but it's going to be a lot down to how the rest of the team is going to operate in this one as well. I'm curious about ZDC. I feel like ZDC has been one of these top laners that's kind of flown under the radar a little bit because the top lane pool is just completely stacked this year. But I feel like ZDC has been quietly really performing up on that top side. Did get outplayed quite a lot last game against Hoya's Gragas, but did an amazing job early on. Now, has a positive lane matchup with the Camille versus the Gnar. We'll see what kind of impact he can have in this game.
I feel like the Camille is something that he's really done well on. I remember in spring, there's this team fight I love when they were up against CDG. He was on the Camille and he found such a beautiful flank in it. This is kind of the expectation. We get to those team fights in this one. It's going to be on AL to be creative, find those windows. And TT, about playing balance, it's about protecting Kepler. And I think, you know, with that being how the team fight plays out, it's also worth emphasizing that TT really want Kepler to be strong, right? You have a jungler reliant on resets. You have a mid laner who doesn't have the highest damage output. A top laner who's reliant on Mega. You need this Aphelios to be strong if you're going to come out ahead in this game. So I think the focal point should be bought, at least to an extent.
Yeah, and especially for Betty, if they can get this Kalista ahead, you know, that's going to be fantastic for them. But like you say, the Aphelios, if he can survive that early game, will become a nightmare later on into the game. But now, looking at the junglers here, you can see both are going to focus on the top side to start things off. And it could mean we get a bit of an early scrap. I wouldn't necessarily anticipate that with a Seraphine and Aphelios on the side of TT. With a Kalista, with a Swain, there is a lot of setup for plays from AL.
Oh, actually, see, just in the bottom right, this is the ward that, remember, there was that early strategy. It was actually from TT, but there's a similar ward placement that caused issue with that level 1. Regardless, we got things starting off. ZDZ doing a lot to try and pressure Hoya early. I feel like ZDZ really has had the edge in the series so far. Game 1, it was that Gangplank where he gave a lot of trouble to Hoya. Game 2, despite the fact Hoya really scaled up and was fantastic in team fights, there was still such a huge deficit in the 1v1. So hoping that Hoya can just step up in this one and not fall so far behind.
We'll have to see. Did very well in the team fights, but struggling in the 1v1 across the course of this series. And we'll have to see. UCal, Gonna have to show us his stuff on this Seraphine. He was, in my opinion, one of the biggest players in that second game of the series. His Silas looking fantastic, and especially after last split, feels good to see him performing well. It's a very different style of champion to Silas, though. UCal has to play a much more defensive style, and certainly in the early game won't have the same level of presence.
Yeah, but a lot of power. And the thing is, when they're grouped up, when they're clumped up, you get all the notes value. The ultimate, though, is such a fantastic tool, especially since you can like ult into your E and your E will stun. When teams are diving you, Seraphine is just so good anti-dive. So I like the fact it comes out. It's a very hard lane to punish on the Seraphine unless you get ganked, just because of the fact that she has so much wave clear and obviously a decent amount of sustain as well. It's hard to harass you out. It's hard to really provide pressure because you can just burst out the wave should the enemy team either want to try and freeze on you or have push. You see some combos coming out there for now. Xiaohao looking for this scuttle and should just be able to secure it before Baseron even gets a look in.
We'll secure the scuttle and might look for a little more as well. Does land the Sonic Wave onto Baseron, pushes him all the way back. Trying to contest this blue buff. His bottom lane moving over, but it looks like Betty and Chocho will return to that bottom side in the end. Xiaohao deciding this is a little bit too much for game number 3. Remember, we're 3 games into this best of 3. And AL started things off extremely strong, right? One game number 1 out, looked like the better team. Game number 2 started with a big lead for themselves, but then TT were able to clutch back a victory. And I feel like Xiaohao deciding against that invade kind of shows the way that this series has gone. You don't want to be too confident going into game number 3 when it's been such a dicey situation. Wait, you can Black Spear while they recall? That's so OP.
I didn't actually know that, but I do know that lots of teams, they won't do it level 1 because if you're trying to like defend, set up, it can really delay that and make it a little bit of a pain. So often in like solo queue, people just do it level 1 in competitive. It's quite rare, and that was a pretty good timing for them to do it, obviously on the recall, so not much missed, and Chocho going to be able to get back on the map. Now, Xiaohao did go up to the top side and get that second scuttle. I feel like he's had more agency with the early push in the lanes, but now we see this big wave bouncing back bot, and Baseron has moved to cover. But here's the problem, is we have the same situation at top lane. Both sides dealing with big waves, but Hoya should be able to get out and just evade that gank.
Yep, he'll be fine, and it's one of the natures of Gnar as well. Your boomerang's so long range, you don't have mana issues, so you can just mash that boomerang out to CS from a distance. He'll be okay. While we saw Xiaohao spotted on the top side, it does mean Drake is started here from Beige One.
But Joe, this might be it. This might be the window where a jungler starts the first Drake and doesn't get contested and have it stolen.
It's finally time. Beige One gonna get the first Drake of the game without dying. What a moment in this series. For context, for anyone who missed game 1 and 2, we saw whoever was red side started Drake 1 and died for it both times.
Yeah, and lost a Drake as well to make matters worse. So the fact Beige One can get in on this, get it early. Really nice to see, especially since they have these scaling picks like the Seraphine, like the Aphelios on the boss side of the map. Being able to secure that dragon and not be punished for it, definitely a positive. We see here Forge going to try and just establish and vision the top side. Next objective will be that Herald in a couple of minutes, but for now, Xiaohao on the bot, and it's been a relatively quiet early game. The only real thing I know is ZDZ really has found an advantage on that top side. There is a big wave going to crash into Hoya. I don't think it's going to be enough to pick up the CS discrepancy that we are seeing.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to try and reduce that once again. You can see some statistics on your screen. I can't read Chinese, so I don't know what they say, but they look pretty cool. Yeah, it's the mid laners that we compared at the start of the day as well. 2 players that, at the end of the day, have had massive splits for themselves compared with their reputations. We were just talking about UCal earlier. Forge, this player that's been around for, what, 4 years in the LPL, I think, at this point, and has been fairly underwhelming, but known for those melee mid laners, known for the Akali, the Silas. These are the kind of the picks that you know him for. But this Swain, this split, really has been his bread and butter. It's been denied or kind of declined by AL across the course of this series so far. Now we finally get to see his Swain on the stage once again.
I feel like it's such a good meta for him. You know, they were talking earlier, there was a little interview about how AL are just leaning into that comfort picks, you know, not necessarily adhering to everyone else's meta and going for what works for them. But Silas is meta, is a great pick for Forge. Carly is good into Silas, which is also a good pick for Forge. And this Swain, as much as it definitely feels more meta for AL than other teams, it is still, you know, a general pick we expect to see. So some fantastic things they've made work so far. Now, do you see with the bot lane, things have started to feel a bit more confident for TT's bot lane, and the initial levels are kind of held at bay. But I think threat starts to come at this sort of point, especially when Kepler has the Gravitum. That can be the main concern for the Callisters. You get like the Alistar combo into the root and just don't really get a chance to function.
Yeah, I feel like both junglers as well have been trying to make things happen. Like we saw Xiaohao go top, we see Beitron hovering topside as well. But mostly, it's been playing around the waves for their laners, right? Making sure that their laners are able to push things in, able to clear things out. Beitron, though, started with that first Drake, now looking towards a Herald as well, as Chocho and Betty will just clear vision for now, not trying to show the fact that they wanted to rotate up, but looks like they will stay in that bottom lane. And in fact, the Herald not started by Beitron in the end.
Wait, I don't think he got spotted at all, though, so this is really smart, because he went over the Herald and, look at the
all
fight.
in on the bottom side. It's red and white for Kepler, and that means it's time to fight, but he's locked up. The Ren comes out, and Betty and Chocho just win the 2v2. Stacking up the Ren on the Alistar. I don't think Betty is long for this world. He'll do what he can, but you know what? They already got themselves the 2v2 kill. They lose 2 for it, though, and now TT, an opportunity to crash in the bottom side.
Yeah, really unfortunate how it's panned out, but it's actually very smart from the side of TT. So Beitron went over to the Herald and then used his E to walk away from it in camo. So I don't think that TT had full information. They thought he might have still been in the pit doing it. And then as a result, they didn't see him path bot. And it would have mean they would have been able to make a 4-man play. And the problem was Kepler ended up dying before they got there. So didn't quite work out how they imagined, but I think the plan, the concept was pretty clever overall. But the end result is you trade up, but you lose the Herald.
That's a little bit of play from Kepler there to deny the turret plate as well. Let's take another look, because this looked so good to start with the red and white, but it didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, I think the problem is the Ignite reduces a lot of the healing. And they didn't need to do that, fundamentally. They could have slow played it, right? They chose to go in super aggressive when they knew they had reinforcements coming. And I think in particular, it's on Kepler. I think Yao Yao engaging is fine. But I think the problem is Kepler felt like too hyped himself, had red white, was like, it's go time. But a Mumu Calista does enough damage just to burst you out, get those Ren stacked, and delete you from the Rift.
Yeah. It felt like Kepler didn't do enough damage during the CC as well, right? Not that he wasn't trying to. I mean, more Aphelios doesn't do that much damage this early on. And, you know, Betty was there, locked up by the Alistar, locked up and ignited, but it just doesn't die. And then he's like, okay, my turn. Got lethal tempo, stacks up the Reds, finishes Kepler off. It's like, you can see the flaw in the plan. But ultimately, TT, it's a positive trade, right? They get themselves the 2 kills. But Herald went the way of AL, and now second Drake onto the map. But TT are going to have to answer this mid lane, because that Herald will buy priority for Forge. 2 plates already taken there. Xiaohao will grab 2 plates of his own. And now AL looking for the engage, but just a tiny little bit too shy.
Looking for it now, though.
Bit of a root coming down onto Yao Yao. He'll use his Unbreakable Will. There's a charm onto Chocho as well. He's surviving. No, taking down the reset. Comes on in, and that'll be a lot of CC for Beitron, but not enough. Xiaohao, sorry, escapes over the wall. In the meantime, the AD carries battling it out. Yao Yao low on HP, but Forge out of mana right now and can't chase for more.
Yeah, and I think that would have gone a lot better if Betty had been there to, you know, grab Chocho, pull him back. I think the thought process for AL was, hey, we'll burn Alistar's ult, get away, and then we have the advantage in the fight. The problem was, like you said in last game with the Amumu, it's like once you're in, you're in. And that's why the Calista Amumu is a strong lane, but the Calista isn't there to drag you out again. You just end up getting stuck into it. And we see the value of Forge on this Swain there, doing that constant damage, not allowing TT to come any further, but still didn't exactly go well.
Oh, actually, flash for flash at the bottom side between the AD carries as well. Betty really wanted that 1v1, but Kepler able to keep just out of range of it. As Betty consistently trying to find that pressure. But now AL using that Callista to buy priority on the bottom side and set themselves up for this second Drake. It'll be their first but second of the game here. And they do have a minor gold lead to work with as well. AL will still have the advantage. Remember, 4 plates have gone down in that mid lane as Hoya has to disengage on the top side from ZDZ, but ZDZ with Hextech Ultimatum available and Hoya about to turn mini. That's dangerous in the top side. Now in the bottom lane as well. Betty gonna be locked up. There's the more to follow with the stuns. Another Gravitum, but it's not enough. Betty survives.
And Kepler actually nearly doesn't in that passage of play there. The Ignite and the ult from Chocho close to being enough to take him down. Now, they do end up getting away, and ultimately, AL don't burn much on the bot lane, just the ultimates, which will be a shorter timer. And here is the trade-off. The second time UCAL has made a move, power won't quite go down, but a lot of plates taken.
Yeah, a lot of damage to Beatron as well. This is the classic mid-split push Swain that we all know about.
Oh, yeah.
He's almost got 5 plates as Swain mid. That is not something that, I mean, happens ever. I'm not sure if that's ever happened before.
Yeah, I mean, the Herald helped for sure, but definitely just means that UCAL either needs to stay mid or you are just going to end up losing that tower. So maybe if they see a window to play to the other side of the map, that could make it worth it. But for now, definitely a struggle. We're seeing the Crown of the Shattered Queen from UCAL. So often we can see things like Leandrius for damage output from Seraphine. Moonstone is like the old favorite, the really common one. But going for quite a defensive option here. The extra damage reduction if you get Dove on, hoping to survive if, we get these big engages from AL.
Hoya being forced back in the top side, and that is a crucial timing for CDZ because, look, no TP available for Hoya. Gets forced out of that top lane. That's going to mean time on the plates in the top side here. And with a Camille, you just
with
shred
Sundra.
these towers.
Yeah, Sundra Camille just means, it's just like, what, 5-10 seconds?
Yeah.
2 plates, yeah. And then we obviously do lose the plates then, but a lot of gold given over. A 20 CS lead for ZDZ as well. Not exactly how you want that top lane match to go. And then just as soon as we see plates go down top, we see the mid tower taken by Forge. So that gold lead opening up pretty quickly.
Yeah, look at this. Xiaohao still sticking around on that top side. Bit of damage onto Hoya from ZDZ, who will look for an opportunity himself, but Hextech Ultimatum keeps him there. And Forge snipes him from the mid lane with the Demon's Eye, and the crows come flying.
That is the best feeling on a Swain, when you just throw the Visions of Empire, you get the stacks, you get the passive stacks from it, and getting the kill as well. And that's the power. You offer that assistance from a distance. Xiaohao not even needed to help out, and a second tower picked up. Now, we do see on the other side of the map, TT are posturing around bot, but this is Callista and Mumu. I don't think you can go for a dive here, even with an Alistair.
This could be really dangerous. Betty needs to be cautious. If he's the target, it's possible, but yeah, no. Looks like Beitron will back away, and I love that. I feel like you've just you've made Swain's motto there: assistance from a distance. I'm loving it. That's a little little service coming out from Forge. Hoya locked up, kind of baited in a little bit here by CDC.
I was actually surprised how much damage it did, but yeah, it really chunks out. Obviously has the mandate application as well. And Hoya, that's the thing, you're trapped by the Hextech Ultimatum, not really much space to navigate. Probably would have certainly gone down if Xiaohao was to get in range, if that didn't kill him, but regardless, good passage of play from AL. And once again, it's been the story of all 3 games. They have found themselves at a lead at that 50-minute point, just under 3,000 ahead. And now, second Herald appears to play, but I want you to take note of the items in Forge's inventory. Mandate realize this is the spike, right? This is what you're playing for. And with the stopwatch in inventory, it's kind of like you have 3 items already. It's kind of like having a Zhonya's early as a result just for that one fight. So Forge exceptionally strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Forge is a monster. And just look at the difference between the mid laners, right? It's such a, partly it's just the fact that the Mandate is a cheaper item than the Crown, but also the fact that, he got all those plates earlier on, so able to have a big lead for himself. And it means the Herald will be taken here by AL. In the meantime, Hoya TPs down to this bottom side, sees his opportunity, and will grab that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and now we'll see what AL look to do with this Herald. They already have the mid tier 1, which is normally the sort of hallmark of the second Herald is to take that. They're going to look for this tier 2. And Hoya, the fact he's TP bot means he's miles away from mid, so no help coming from him.
This is going to be the tier 2 taken. It's whether or not they can get more as Kepler's locked up, pulled back in. Flashes to safety. Oh, Xiao Hao! What a kick from the man in the jungle. Xiao Hao makes it happen. They're in the base and they're slaughtering TT. AL are showing no signs of slowing down in this one. A double for Betty and a masterclass out of the jungler.
They were at the Nexus towers already, diving them that deep. And I mean, Chocho threads the needle with that bandage toss, but Xiao Hao, I want to see a replay of that. That was just fantastic. This is why this Lee Sin in this man's hands is such a threat.
I mean, what? We're 17 minutes in, and I love the AL. They leave the inhib as well, so no super minions for Kepler to sweep up.
And the thing is, Yao Yao is trying to body block. Look at the needle threading around those minions. No cleanse for Kepler. And the thing is, Kepler has Flash and Gale Force, and despite that, Xiao Hao Q ward hop flash to get him back over the wall when he has no mobility left. Man, that was just a treat. What a fantastic fight from AL.
Unbelievable. And then I loved it. Betty's like,
They're
no,
still going.
we can keep going on this. We ain't done anytime soon. Fate's call out, Chocho. And crucially as well, I just want to quickly shout out, Chocho's ult, the timing was immaculate. Yao Yao was literally on his way to headbutt Chocho out of the play. But the ult comes down, stunning Yao Yao, denying the headbutt. Really, really, I mean, across the board, just sick play from AL.
Yeah, honestly, one of the best team fights I've seen so far this split. Just the execution from everyone, it felt like. And the fact they were all on board to look for it. This is why AL have been such an exciting team to watch so far. And now, with a 5,000 gold lead, they've picked up that dragon, so they've got their second. They managed to take the mid inhibitor tower, but not the inhibitor. And they're in just a prime position. They are the team with all those engage tools we were talking about that TT had last time.
Okay.
Oh, but Forge might be in trouble.
Yeah, TT, they know they've got to make some plays to keep themselves in the game here. Forge in the middle of everyone. Uses the stopwatch to buy time. ZDZ comes in. It's the solo laners once more. Can they do it this time around? 1 for 1. And now the rest of AL arrive. Slow onto Yao Yao. And in comes Xiao Hao to finish the job. Hoya just about escapes with his life. Or does he? ZDZ says no.
Makes them pay for the attempt, and Kepler, he doesn't want anything to do with ZDZ. The Swain buying so much time, the stopwatch time to avoid the ult from Beishwan. And not only do they get the 2 kills in return, they'll also look to take that bot tier 1 and probably go for more here.
Yeah, why not? And then there's a stun onto Beishwan as well. The rest of the team not ready to follow up. Or actually, they were. It was further away from the tier 2 than I originally thought. It's another pick for AL, another tower for AL. We're not even at 20 minutes into the game yet, Orcs, and there's not a single tier 2 remaining.
Yeah, they have really set the pace on this one and shown what they can do when they have an advantage. Forge, so I mean, pops the ultimate obviously before the stopwatch, and then the timing is so great because he comes out of CC, ult from Beishwan, which is an execute, doesn't connect. ZZ comes in and Yukal just gets absolutely deleted, and then so much time was bought. It allows everyone else to catch up. And this from ZDZ as well. Watch, he goes for the hook shot, knows the stun comes in, flashes to the side so it doesn't connect. Really excellent mechanics from that Camille.
Beautiful to see. And ZDZ, again, a player that I've been pleasantly surprised by across the course of this split. Camille is one of those signature picks for him. 60% win rate on the pick this split, and he wants to keep extending that. Joshua, that was blind. It just goes for the bandage toss, finds a cheeky little kill onto Beishwan off of it.
And this is kind of the power of the Amumu, is that if you Q and then ult, by the time the ult is over, your Q is basically back up again. Even with Beishwan probably having Thanastian runes, I would assume. But regardless, like, you can just fully layer this EC and pick someone off. So excellent play. You can kind of see the solo lanes doing a lot of the mileage in that last fight. Expected with the fact that Forge was trapped so far. But now, you know, we used to stopwatch in the last fight. He's picked up the Zonyas. He still has that stasis available. And this is where Swain is like really strong. You have your core items, you have the stasis to buy time, and AL, they're in a position where they can keep finding the momentum. They were, it was like 5,000 gold up before, now at 7,000 and posturing around this Baron.
And realistically, I don't think TT can fight this because they're not even at a point where their carries are online. Like the Aphelios, we always talk about 3 items on Aphelios, right? Well, he's got a Gale Force and a Last Whisper. It's not exactly something to be talked about right now. Yukal is not going to be the damage dealer that TT need to win this fight.
This is a nice ward, though. Often around Baron, when you know the enemy team has to control, you have to play some creative wards so they don't get swept. They know it's been started. They have to try and at least threaten a steal from Beishwan to get them to back away.
Last-ditch effort, but there's the curse, the sad mummy, and everyone piles in from AL, but a good disengage here. Oh, TT pulled back in. Forge finds the re-engage, a charm across the team, but Forge has Zhonya's. He's still alive. A kick across everyone onto Yao Yao. Xiaohao denied. Kepler's alive here. Maybe a turnaround available, but the Aphelios has gone too deep. He's by himself. He tries to 1v3, and it's a bit of a disaster for Kepler.
Gonna be honest though, an even trade with how far behind TT are, they'll take that. Jungler down though is the problem. Xiaohao doesn't actually have smite though, so don't know if TT know this.
Yeah, they've got Kalista though, so there's always some level of that smite available. Yao Yao survives with his life, but I think enough of a contest here to deny the Baron. Enough from TT. They've done what was required of them.
Yeah, they stopped it. They got some decent kills from that fight. They unfortunately didn't get the shutdown from the Callisto to the Camille, and they will lose Dragon as well. But ultimately here, I mean, one thing that was nice from Forge, he was very patient with his ultimate, because initially there's that bit of disengage. But you can see how now, if you're not able to get on the back line, the power of Seraphine really is there. The big ult across zones everyone away, and then we have the Mega Gnar coming out from Hoya, which ends up being really significant here, slamming Forge and Chocho against the wall. Bear in mind, with the deficit available, this was still a good fight, but Kepler just oversteps. You know, you want to be sitting on your Seraphine, playing backline, not try to play the carry role.
Yeah, and Kepler punished for that aggression. Has finished his second item now, but so far behind what AL are bringing to the table here is Betty. I think 3 items, and crucially, 3 red items as well. That's aggression right there. That's if there was a bull looking at that scoreboard, he'd be pissed off. I'm telling you. Baron's still on the board though, and once again, the Kalista makes it so easy for AL to take that objective down if they ever get an opportunity.
Yeah, and this Kieran's a lot easier as well. One thing was in the last fight, Forge actually, because he's got some of the spellbook, had gone Smite, help secure. That is actually still available, so they might want to try and use that. I mean, the fact you have 2 Smites and Rend, that's not a 50-50, right? That's not really fair anymore for Beishuan. And he's just going to get completely zoned out here. This time, the vision has very truly been swept. And I just think they might have to give this one up. You can see resets coming in. They may have just called this.
I mean, they can basically burst this from, like, what, 4.5k, something like that. Obviously, Forge's smite is only the 451, not the upgraded smite. TT, though, trying to contest, and maybe will get caught. ZDZ. Oh, he misses the hook shot. It doesn't matter. He's onto Kepler. Headbutted out of his ultimatum, though. Onto Kepler they go. They need to finish this Aphelios, and they will be able to do so. Health bar's low for AL, but not low enough as Beitron chased down Yukal on the top side of the fight, trying to survive, but Xiaohao and Betty chasing him down. Over the wall goes Xiaohao, not letting Yukal escape as Beitron finds a Hexgate out to safety.
That should be enough just to turn onto the Baron. Still have the 2 Smites, still have the Callisto up and available to go for it. And actually, you know, if you go for the Smite, there's like a mechanic of Spellbook. If you've switched between Smites, it actually does 900 damage. Like if you've used, if you use Spellbook, I think twice, then Smite becomes 900 damage. They can really execute this from like a really high amount of health. Obviously, you don't really need it here. Doesn't really come into it. AL once again finding a fantastic fight, and it's just the fact that everyone can really pull the trigger. The fact that there's so much engaged, so much setup. This is where AL thrives when it comes to team fights. If they have multiple people who can decide, I am going to start the fight.
And also when they have a 9k gold lead, that definitely
helps. That helps.
Being able to just walk forward and go, you know what, even if we mess this up, we're still just so much stronger than you are that there's nothing you can do about it. And Kepler, you know, the whole of TT desperately trying to protect him. I don't know. The hook shot went over the turret? I don't know. Knocked out of the ultimatum, but Xiaohao still gets it.
Bit of a dodgy hitbox, but, you know, the ultimatum's still enough, and then the rest of the team will be getting. And this is the problem with the Swain, is that once you found the engage, once you start to connect on a target, the perma-slow just makes it so hard to get away again. That is why, right, when they find an engage, AL with this pick and just continue the momentum. And now, they have 3 dragons in pocket. Talking about those constant slows being a problem, well, Hextech Soul will make that worse, but for now, they can use that Baron to try and push in, apply some pressure, and maybe get some more towers from TT. They've already cracked the base in the mid lane, looking to try and use that wave bot.
And I just want to go back and point out how crucial it was for AL to be as safe as they have been this game, right? They've been pretty aggressive, but choosing not to take the inhib, choosing not to overforce and not dive too deep on this one. And like, had they taken that inhib, they would not have been able to use that mid pressure any more than they've been able to pressure already. So denying so much gold by making that decision is great to see. Teams like AL that have built a bit of a reputation in the LPL for being crazy, for just going for aggressive plays. It's good to see them, you know, being cognizant and being rewarded for them.
I feel like you can really see this team has developed and become a lot smarter as a whole compared to Spring. Like, I feel like a lot of their Spring wins was just like, hey, we have Jinx, let's try and team fight and win. And yeah, using the waves well to apply that pressure.
Yeah, syncing up the waves, waiting for the top lane wave to crash at the same time, so it's difficult to defend and it buys space for Forge in the mid lane. This is exactly what we're talking about. Smart play from AL. This is a team that have leveled up massively across the course of this year, and it's just so refreshing to see.
The problem is, look at the map right now. There's 2 wards outside the base of TT. Soul is up in 20 seconds. I don't see an easy way for TT to get there and to get set up on the vision in time, or even to leave their base realistically. As soon as they all want, they can just say, cool, we're done pushing, we're heading to the dragon, we're getting Soul.
Yeah, but I don't think they're done just yet. Couple of minions here. They want a bottom inhib tower, and maybe they want Yao Yao as well. Going to use his ultimate, going to use his flash. 2 huge cooldowns out from the Alistair, and 2 inhibs taken as well. The top lane inhib will be abandoned by ZDZ, but he has teleport. I don't know if AL are backing away just yet.
Yeah, they want to. Seems like they want to keep using the minions, but Aaron's timing out a few. I think they should just back off and go for the Soul here, play it safe. We'll see if they feel the same way.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're on the same page here. They do have a 10,000 gold lead. I can see why they're feeling confident on this one, is they all group up topside now and start to try and muscle in onto this 3rd inhibitor. AL, they knew that they were strong. They knew that TT don't really want to fight them, and they're going to take every single inch of advantage that they can.
And I think that was probably the window for TT. When they're still in your base, right, when you have, you know, the defense of your Nexus towers to help you out before the 3rd inhibitor goes down. Because now, you know, I said there were 2 wards outside the base of TT. They just cleared one. So there's 1 ward, and it's on the wrong side of the map. Soul is gone. And at this point, it's not just the gold lead. The fact that your base is in shambles, there's going to be super minions stacking in. They're going to get that Soul, which is that extra damage, the extra slow as well, which is so painful to deal with. And I think now AL can just let the minions stack up, push them in, and take the end.
And just look at the items, right? Kepler will be finishing that red buff off, took the chickens. That's because he's not even got his IE yet. We're 30 minutes into this game. And I think on this reset, he'll finally finish that 3rd item. Goes back to base.
No, he still doesn't have it.
Can't afford IE. That is disastrous.
He's close, he's close, he's close, he's close. Oh, he's got it now. He's got it now. I'm gonna be real though. I don't think it's enough, right?
No, I don't think it'll matter. But look, man, I'm just kind of trying to exemplify the fact that like they are so far behind that now Kepler only just finishes his IE at the 13-minute mark, almost on the dot actually. But here we go. AL in the base. They've got the chain lightning going. Shout out Static Shiv. You are missed as they start to push in this base. I'm not sure there's much of a defense available here.
They're gonna try.
CDZ the target, bit of damage, but AL not really committing to the fight. They know they don't have to. They know they can just play with the minions here. Forge on the front line, fairly low on mana. Hoya gets a knockback onto Chocho, but he just sets up for the Curse of the Sad Mummy on his entire team instead. AL just mincing TT alive here. Double kill comes through for Betty as the base is in shambles. The Nexus to be focused as they jump onto Kepler one more time for old time's sake here. TT eradicated and AL 2-1 up.
And honestly, I feel like this was more reminiscent of this game 1. We came in expecting AL, you know, to be the team to lean into the later stages. TT, a team who had strong early games, they got demolished all 3 early games. All 3 early games, they were so far behind. And it was only that game 2 they found the team fight comeback. But AL just clearly, despite the fact the scores aren't too far away from each other, establishing they are clearly the better team.
Yeah, and the early games have been the biggest criticism for AL, right? So really positive to see them winning that early game against a team that statistically has one of the better early games in our entire league as well. So a very positive win for AL. And I like that we saw more aggression locked in for game number 3 and still a tempered mid and late game. right, from AL in that third one. Not wanting to go too crazy. After losing game number 2 with a big lead, they say, okay, game number 3, we're playing this as safe as we can. We're playing this correctly, and we're getting this win on the board.
Yeah, and not overstepping. They understood that obviously mistakes were made in that game too. And there was times, they got the 3 inhibs, they didn't overstep, they got soul, they let the minions do the work. Despite the aggression they had earlier, they know how to close the game. And I think the fact that early game has gotten better is the main thing. Because I feel like, we had Spring, whereas like, okay, if the team can find a way to fight back on the team fights with like Jinx, it works. But it was so inconsistent. And now they're a team who have a decent early game. The team fights are absolutely stellar. And despite the fact they lost their 100% win rate with lead at 15, still very good at closing the game out. And with that win, they're tied in game score with EDG, so they share the 4th place spot right now, which is just crazy to think about. The fact that, I think they were 13th in Spring, and now, I know the split's obviously not over, but tied for 4th. What a sort of glow up from them.
It's not bad, is it? Tied with EDG in that 4th place position. And, the crazy thing is, them and EDG, exactly the same scores. Both 6 and 3, both 13 and 9. The only difference is that AL currently on a 3-win streak now. And you can see from the goal graph how immaculate of a win that was. Feels so good to see. And, I'm glad we got a Swain game from Forge as well. I thought we were going to go the entire series without getting to see that signature AL pick.
But I think what's great is that we're seeing them work without it, Game 1 and 2. I know game 2 obviously didn't work, but the Akali was still doing fantastic. The Silas, clearly a pick you can bring out. That was one of the question marks, because that's kind of how I felt in Spring, was like, right, if Betty doesn't have Jinx, how good is this team? And the answer in summer is AL without Swain are still good, still a strong team. Xiao in particular, I just think back to that kick he managed to get on a Kepler was so fantastic. And that's what makes me so excited about this team. It feels like everyone has stepped up. They've kept the same lineup from Spring, and they really know how to deliver as a unit.
Yeah, feels like the glow up, as it were, has been immaculate. ZDC having a great game on the Camille. We kind of expected that, though. We said it coming in. This is one of his absolute signature picks. It's been a pick that he's relied on this split and got it as a counter pick basically for free there. 11 KDA, 4-0 and 7. A fantastic game from ZDZ on the top side.
Yeah, and I think it's not just the fact that, like, obviously Camille, you can be good in the lane, you can be good in the side lane. Team fight approach angles has always been really solid. And if I like Kepler, I felt kind of bad for him this game, if I'm going to be honest. They really had it out for this AD carry. They really had it out for the Cephalios, and he just didn't get room to function. We were talking about the Infinity Edge coming in so late. I feel like they just never let him play the game.
No. I mean, like, even outside of just items and stuff, his entire team fight was trying to survive. There's a Camille jumping on you. There's a Lee Sin jumping. I mean, the kick that we saw from Xiao Hao partway through the game, where they literally, it was like 17 minutes, right, where they're diving into the base. We saw the flash kick come out. But then later on, we saw ZDZ consistently jumping on as well with Forge there, slowing. Felt like an impossible game from Kepler.
Yeah. So fortunate for TT, but they're still not, out of the running for playoffs or anything. They still have, as I said, matched wins in Spring, but still work to be done if they want to try and secure one of those top 10 spots and finish there. But yeah, kind of a close series as we expected in some ways in terms of the scoreline. But I think AL, I feel like more and more time and time again, they're proving this isn't just a fluke. I think a lot of people see them high in the standings and think of it that way, but I think they are really solidifying themselves as, a real dark horse.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, this is no longer a team that, people were like, okay, yeah, AL, they're going to make playoffs. They're going to make top 10. We're getting to a point where I'm starting to think AL might even make top 6, right? Might even, I don't know if I'll go as far as top 4, but certainly very positive things to be talking about.
AL are going to win World, Joe.
AL, best team in the world. But yeah, no, there are big positives. And I think this could be a team that maybe skips the first round of playoffs. This could be a team that we're looking at in the later stage best of fives. Maybe if they play well during playoffs, maybe could even make it to that top 4. We'll have to wait and see. Certainly need to see more development though, right? Because that Akali game from Forge felt like they were forced out of their comfort zone by TT a little bit.
What I will say is that next week they will play against WE. They should win that handily. FPX could be a challenge. OMG after, again, those are close. The final 2 weeks for AL are a test, right? This is who they play the final 2 weeks, Joe. RNG, JDG, EDG, Top Esports. that will really be where we define AL.
It's like,
so
it's like, oh, you think you're a top 4 team? Well, here are the top 4 teams. You can prove it.
beat all of them.
Yeah.
So
hey, it's an opportunity. We'll call it an opportunity for AL.
It is an opportunity
to prove themselves.
I think that's why it's important they've managed to gather a bunch of these wins, because I think they will lose some ground in the last 2 weeks. But, they took a game of V5. Not many teams, only one of the teams has taken a game of V5. I would be really hyped to see if they can actually challenge and take down some of those big names.
Well, we've had a very team fight focused series. Game number 2, it was the Amumu to take the MVP. Game number 3, it's going to be that Amumu once more, just in different hands. It's Chocho grabbing MVP for game number 3. Great engages, consistently finding massive kills to Sad Mummies. And again, that one just outside of the base, denying the headbutt while catching 3 people, including Kepler. Just perfect play from Chocho.
And on his favorite champion as well. I feel like the fact that as much as Chocho is shown on things like the Renata, on these more like Enchanter picks, that he can actually function, something we didn't see before. To me, Chocho is always that player I expect to see on these heavy engage with just no regard for his own life. He's like, I will find the engage. That is all that matters. That is important. You can see there, he was left behind over the wall, and he flashes over so Betty can yanking him. He's like, I am going in. That is what is happening. And what's actually cool as well from this play is he went the Anathema's chains and used it on Beishuan to reduce his tenacity. So trying to use that extra tool to lock down the enemy jungle and find those picks.
Yeah, really, really fantastic game from him on the Amumu. So many great ultimates, and the rest of the team, like you say, clearly on board. Like, that's the biggest thing. We saw it in the interview with Chocho earlier on. He was saying how we've changed the way that we draft and we've changed the cohesion. They are on the same page. This is a team that move in as a unit. If someone's going aggressive, the rest of the team is going aggressive with them, and they're drafting for comfort. I'm loving every single second of AL this split. And I hope we get to see them continue rocking and rolling the way that they have been. That's going to be our first series done, though, Orcs, which means it's time for a quick break, and then we'll be jumping into V5 versus IG. It's Rookie against his old squad once more, and IG changing up mid laners to go up against Rookie as well. We'll talk more about that after the break.
Cold is caught out. He has to flash over the wall. Look at Flandre. Look at Viper. Dragon's Descent. You can't touch him. Aki's going for it. He doesn't find Flandre on the backline. Cream is getting handled here, but he's going right back in. And Shanji can't be touched. Shanji is a literal dragon, and you do not step to the dragon of OMG. Mako gets chased down, and it is inevitable. It's looking like Thanos. That are with their backs against the wall in this kind of situation, and they're the ones that are going to have to force a fight if it comes down to it. Chocho goes in, he goes to the flash first with Sad Mummy. Look, the exit is blocked by the cannon barrage, and it's Ultra Prime heading for the hills. Again, the Heartbreaker used in defense, and anyone's legend is wiping the floor with Ultra Prime. That's a double kill. Finally set a play right, Dagda.
Let's see what ZDZ can do here, though. The Shy gonna hook the wall.
Against the wall, he's trying. Boomerang, throw the flash. Oh, the Shy. Loading as well. Hostile takeover at the ready as JJ Mako walk on in. B5 deny with a great steadfast presence. Cast is taking everything, but it's a Poppy. As the Seismic Shot goes into the wall, this is just beautiful. Takeover as well. Scout finally has the package, but Rich is going to rejoin the fight. B5 getting low, but EDG need to take down Rookie, and they need to take down the other man as well. Voting over the wall, gets himself a triple. Victory 5 continues styling on the world champions all over our screen with a quadra kill. And Dagda, gear it up. Voting against EDG. I'm fighting for the pentakill. You better believe it. Get around the corner here, but trying to get back into the pit. And Barrett, this is a flip. package comes through. Viper is the target. Cream gets Viper. That's huge. JJ's now caught out, and OMG have done it. A double kill for Cream, making a triple. And Flandre Mako, they're the only ones left of the world champions. The Dragon's coming to town, and the Dragon is hungry.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
玩塔姆的话，就打团的时候就需要不要冲太前面，然后慢慢的保护队友，然后打团慢慢打，然后靠 Q 来减速拉扯。IG 下路组的话，就 Wink 感觉转辅助也打得蛮好的嘛，然后我们就会就跟他们打好对线吧，然后慢慢打。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs as we head towards our second series here. It's V5 versus IG, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be an exciting little series here because we've got a lot of storylines going into this one. Both mid laners up against their old teams, but we'll get into that in a moment. First, I want to talk about V5 as a team here. I want to kick off by looking at some statistics here, Orcs, because this is, I think, unarguably the best team in the LPL right now. In terms of like cleanliness, in terms of how solidly they play consistently, I don't think there's much of an argument to be made that you can't say right now they're not the best.
They've dropped 2 games. I think that's the crazy thing. It's not even just the fact they've swept up all their series so far. They've only dropped 2 games. Like even top esports who are in second place have dropped 6, right? Just crazy how little this team actually loses. And you look at the stats as well. Second first half, first for goal difference 15, first for Herald, second for Baron and Dragon. They just win, I think, is essentially what we're trying to hit on here. They are the most winningest team, and they really do it in style.
Yeah, they are the greatest team in the history of the universe. Well, okay, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but yeah, insane statistics when it comes to that objective control, right? You can see all 3 neutral objectives. They dominate, and it's because they consistently have these massive leads. And when we look at their series versus EDG, actually a much closer series than I think a lot of people expected, but the team fighting just immaculate from V5.
Yeah, I mean, EDG put up a good fight, and Viper and Scout in particular challenged in that one, and it felt like V5 really had to pull out all the stops to find the win despite the 2-0 game stall. But that's the thing, is that they can. I mean, the chops on these players is something else. And I think the fact that they've done so well even when Rookie wasn't here, and with Rookie coming back in, they just feel revitalized. But that, I mean, even revitalized makes it seem like they ever win vitalized. They're so vitalized, Joe.
They're consistently vital. I think is the definitely not the correct phrase to say it, but that's how I'm going to say it anyway. Yeah, V5 just firing on a different level right now. The synergy on this team is absurd. Like, the way that they play together. I think Photic and PP God have had an unbelievable year, becoming one of the best bot lanes in the entire league. Like, Rich having a redemption story coming over from the LCK after, you know, a fairly disappointing performance there, but now coming in and showing that he is a dominant top laner. Just feels like an absolutely insane power squad at the top of our table. But I do want to talk a little bit about narrative here. I am a play-by-play. I feel it is my right. And we've got Rookie versus IG coming up. This is the second time that we get to see this matchup. Now, the first time these two faced off, it was last split, and it was actually a 2-1. Rookie did manage to win out. He got the better of IG, but it was a lot closer than I think most people expected back in spring. IG showing up. This is the roster that fairly similar to the current roster with a few different changes, but IG certainly in the early game of game number 1 just dominate.
Yeah, and I think this was the thing with V5 in spring. They were the team who had the highest score in regular season still, but there are definitely games if they fell behind early, they did struggle, and I think IG were a team who were great at finding aggressive leads. You know, this is the Renekton made Nidalee for Shun, something that they found huge leads on. If you couldn't stop them, you couldn't get back into the game, they would just end up taking over. And, you know, as much as V5 went on to finish out and run out the series, it was, you know, a lineup who managed to challenge them.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know, Shun being an absolutely crucial factor. At the end of the day, though, it was V5 taking the series. When the games went longer, when they were a little slower and a little more controlled, felt like V5 won it every time. Karsa, one of the best kicks of the split, honestly, of spring right there. That was absolutely gorgeous. And then game number 3 as well. A similar story, and this is when we were still discovering the kind of Karsa Rookie duo. And I remember that clip being one of my favorites of Karsa team fighting on that Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they've been switching between Karsa and XLB, both have looked really good, but it is Karsa today. And I feel like Karsa Rookie is such a strong mid-jungle. And the fact they have another strong mid-jungle, another strong mid, it just shows that, like, the whole team is functioning at, like, a high level. It's not just about the individuals, but the individuals are something else.
Yeah, they really are. And let's talk about IG quickly, because I feel like this story has been told, but it's an important story to tell again. Shun is the shining light for this team. Shun, the jungler here, on a roster that are in 16th place right now in the league. Look at these statistics. First in damage for junglers, third in damage per minute, second for gold. Like, the statistics here are just off the chart, and he often looks towards that bottom lane. So trying to set up for his 2v2.
And as well, it's not just the fact that, like, obviously statistically and in game he's such a massive factor. He also will frequently draw 2 bans from the opponent. It's bare minimum the Nidalee. Like, you saw the Nidalee was the game they won against V5. Nidalee has been banned against them every single game so far, I believe, or at least a massive percentage of them. And normally we also see the Kindred as well. And the fact with a meta like this, where there's so many power picks, you're drawing these bans, it's such a massive factor. We do go into Champion Select and we do see the Kindred, but not the Nidalee ban by V5.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly say, before the names come up on the screen, we do have a change in the mid lane for IG. It was our last segment that we've unfortunately run out of time between the games here. Mole stepping onto IG's roster for the mid laner here, which means not only is Rookie against his old team, Mole up against his old team as well. It's an exciting one in terms of the narratives. It's the Wukong, first pick here for Castle.
But this is a strange set of bans because a lot of these feel more targeted and a lot of things are left open. The Wukong available, the Renata, which you've seen quite consistently banned away in recent series, is going to be there. No AD carry bans apart from the Zeri, which to be honest is kind of mandatory here, but we could see Renata plus Clister, Renata, Felios. They could just take the Renata and leave the other till later. It does look like they might just lean towards that Kalista and lock that in now.
Certainly could be an option for them. It's a strong 2v2 in that bottom side. Now, as we said, Shun does like to look towards that bottom lane, so a nice lane for him to try and set up in that early game final advantage for IG. It's just going to be hovered for now, then unsure whether they want to commit to the pick. But over to the side of V5 here.
I feel like it might have been planned as well, because if I think of two champions which really shut down Calista, they banned Poppy and Talia. Both of them just make it so you can't hop. So kind of interesting that they banned those and then got the Calista, but this does mean V5 will take the Centaur. And this is significant because even last in spring, when Centaur wasn't really as meta, Photic and PP God were playing it, and they are the best Centaur in the world. I will say with no hesitation, so fantastic on it. They've been dominating lanes. It's not just like, okay, sit back and scale. They will dominate lane if given the window. Now, this isn't exactly the easiest matchup, but I feel so confident in them on this. And now IG toying with the idea, and they will lock in Shun's Nidalee, something we've seen consistently banned, and it gets left open, he will lock it in.
Yeah, just for context there, 95% of the games IG have played so far, this split, it has been banned against Shun. It finally makes its way through. He's played it once so far this split. Unfortunately, has a 0% win rate on the Nidalee this split. But we won't talk about that. We won't talk about that. Gangplank been banned away here by IG as they want to try and set up for a strong top lane matchup here for Zuka. Remember that Gwen's still available right now.
You can see V5 kind of continue this. The Renekton ban, the set as well. Targeting these solo laners who have a lot of setup, who can sort of allow Nidalee to easily land the spears. That's what we kind of want. You want an AD solo laner, ideally, and you want people who have like CC to set up the spears. So V5 targeting those. Still, though, a lot of things open that we saw in the previous series banned away. Silas is still open. Gnar is still open and available. These picks we saw so heavily prioritized before, not really getting looked over as of yet.
For now, I just feel like V5 are confident, though, into this Nidalee, as you say. Here's it. Take it away from Rookie, removing some scaling. That Fiora taken off of the board. Does mean Gwen is available. So Rich may be feeling confident to go up against this Gwen. But we'll see whether IG are going to opt into that Gwen pickup, whether that's something they want on their comp.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that essentially you typically want just something that pairs well with the Nidalee, but I feel like a lot of those options are restricted. This is one of the reasons we don't see teams generally play Nidalee. At the moment, the meta is super favorable, and IG will go for that Gnar in the end. So if you have the Mega, it does work fantastically well, but otherwise just kind of a safe line, and it does mean Mole will get counter pick. We'll see what V5 offer from return. Silas is available, and honestly, Silas would be pretty good here. Some good ults to steal away. I think that might just be the play.
Yeah, I mean, Silas feels pretty good in every draft at the minute, honestly. Like, Silas just feels like an incredibly strong mid laner,
yeah,
and for Rookie as well.
He's
like,
either good or he's great. And that feels like how it is.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, you know, Rookie and mid laner that is more than confident in bringing that Silas to the forefront. That would be an exciting lock-in for Rich in the top side as well. Does well into the Gnar. And it means, look at the carries here for the side of V5. Look how aggressive this composition can be.
Yeah, so much dive potential. And then it's kind of similar to the comp we saw earlier today, where they have all these dive threats. Ascetic can ult on top. Tom Kench can go in as well. A lot of strong melees. And looking at what IG can do in response, I think the Galio honestly could work here. You need to get that early momentum. The CC setup as well does mean that you can land those easy spears. So Mole might just be trying to play the map on the back of this one, and they will lock it in. I feel like, yeah, IG really need that early momentum. It's a given if you have a Nidalee, but like Kalista, Nidalee, Galio, and the fact that it's this volatile match up top, if IG don't get the ball rolling early, I think it's just going to be a rough one.
Yeah, this could end up being brutal. We'll have to wait and see. But that said, that goes two ways, right? If Mole can find these roams, if Shun can find a lead, if Arn can get ahead, maybe there's an opportunity for IG to just snowball out of control. They are up against the best team in the LPL right now, though. It's going to be a mountain for them to climb, but they have literally locked a mountain in that mid lane. And I love that Mole consistently throughout his career, he's an exceptional Zoe, he's an exceptional Syndra, he's an exceptional laner in that mid lane. Even things like the Nico to try and bully that lane. But consistently, what we've seen from him when he was on V5, when he was on WE, and now on IG, we see him playing for the team on things like this Galio. So it's exciting to see how this team is going to change with him on this roster, as opposed to Yukai, how that's going to change things up.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting aspect. I know one caster in particular is obviously incredibly hyped about Mole. You should have heard how many times that Lyric has talked about him. Lyric even has an EU account that we play TFT together on, and it's called IG Mole. So, I know he's going to enjoy this series because V5 is one of his favorite teams, and Mole is his favorite player, and we get to see them showdown against each other.
Yeah. And also, he has a bunch of plushies that sit behind him when he's casting. They are all named after Mole. They just have different nicknames that Mole has. So, yeah. He's not just a fan. I would go as far as a minor obsession.
Obsessive, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. But if you're just joining us, we've got an exciting one ahead of you right now. It's V5 right at the top of the table against IG in 16th. But forget about the standings, right? Because we've got Rookie versus his old team. We've got Mole versus his old team. And Rookie's record against IG, 2-1. Positive, but only just won out that series. Mole, however, 2-0 so far, up over V5 since he left that organization when he was on WE. So all I'm saying is, maybe Mole's the favorite.
Maybe. And what I do like is he's gone for the Ignite here, which I feel like gives a lot of power in the 2v2. One of the big things with the Sylas is the healing and those extended skirmishes. Sylas, Wukong, very hard to kill either of them because Wukong's so slippery and Sylas has the healing. So IG trying to solidify that. But we see V5 going for that early invade. Definitely a way to set the Nidalee behind by stealing away some of these camps, and no real information to tell us from here. Maybe they see them coming back from that side of the lane. Yeah, I think because they're late to lane and they have a ward down on the red, they might just assume that some shenanigans have gone on.
Yeah, the red's still available there. You could see it on the red ward from the side of IG. So they should have a reasonable amount of information to deduce that V5 went for the early invade, tried to split the map. You see Sean going for the Krugs. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him start to move over towards Caster's blue buff. We've seen creative pathing from Caster before. Whether or not that actually turns into just an even trade, I don't know. I'm not sure Sean realizes he's going for his chickens as well.
I think the bot lane wouldn't be playing this aggressive if they thought that maybe there could be a Wukong right behind them. I don't think they have the information. We'll see. We'll see what Shun does from here. Ultimately, I do like the invade regardless. I like the invade for V5 because you essentially stop the Nidalee from invading yourself if you're just splitting the map, if you're keeping away. And I think now is going to be the point where Shun might find out, might get that information. And this is kind of a response, right? Shun looking for the invade is kind of the standard on the Nidalee. Still unclear as to how much information he's working with, but he is going to try and contest his red.
Yeah, he's going to give it a go. Caster's here, though. Level 3 for both. Mole moving over. He wants to make sure his jungler can be as aggressive as he wants to. Blast cone from Caster. He moves around the red, circumventing the
going for dive.
IG. Are they going to actually dive this? This would be dangerous. 3 minions still there, though. They can make the play. Photic low on HP, hit by Spear. Shun goes in underneath the tower. There's one kill. IG looking for a second. Looking to start in style, but denied. 1-for-1 now as Rookie tries to answer.
Yeah, so 1-for-1, and importantly enough, the Senna dies, but the Senna isn't the one farming. Normally, when you see an AD carry get dove and they die, it's so painful if they miss a big wave. But essentially, Rookie's going to be able to pick it up there. Not too much of pain. And now, Shun finally gets the news. Even throws the spear, but the blue isn't there. And suddenly he realizes, yep, Caster stole away my blue and my Grump. And I think at this point, with Caster now moving over to that side of the map, he knows there isn't really much he can do in response.
Yeah, Caster will be able to go for that top scuttle and then path downwards. That red buff that Shun tried to invade earlier on, still currently there, is IG stacking up in Tribrush, and Shun is moving over. They want to get a little creative. Oh, Photic, you're playing with fire here, mate. Don't walk towards that Tribrush.
Yeah, I think they might just go for the red invade. Bear in mind, they just saw Caster and he still didn't have the red, so they can assume that it wasn't done. And Shun needs this, by the way. They need to either make a play happen or steal away a camp, because none of his camps were up and available at the time, which is like the worst position to be in a jungle if there's nothing you can do on the map. But here, picks up the red, can move over to the Raptors. And as much as it probably didn't pan out quite like you'd want, you're still kind of okay in this situation. But Caster, avoiding the early threat of the Nidalee for the most part, can be happy with how his plan went.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that he's like even in CS, not died or anything like that. He's okay with this one. Shun did grab that kill though in the bottom side, right? He got the kill onto Photic, so it will be Shun slightly ahead in the jungle. And I feel like that's a great position for Shun to be in. We talk about how he's the carry often for IG from that jungle role. He's the star player. Well, he's set up for success with that early kill. He's going to be able to hopefully find some threat, and I'm going to be keeping my eyes on where he goes next, whether he can find more.
We've had so many shenanigans on the bot side. We haven't really had a chance to talk about this top lane matchup, and this can be a super volatile one because, you know, typically the Aurelia's picked into the Gnar because when he's in mini, you can get on top of him, burst him down, dash, you know, multiple times to the minions. With the durability changes, that's why Gnar's been so high prior. It is harder to punish the mini Gnar, but really if either lane is set like heavily in one direction, it can become painful, but neither jungler really putting too much attention up there. Now Karsa has snuck into this bot lane. Not sure if they'll look for anything though.
Kind of interesting to see how much Photic has been CSing this game. I know it's something that maybe only Ascendant mains care about, but 13 CS in the first 5 minutes is extremely high for a fast Ascendant. Usually you don't see any CS in the first few minutes of the game, so Photic really not too worried about the soul drop rate, I suppose, for the time being. Karsa going to sneak into... Oh, the double knockup from PP. God, in comes Karsa as well. On, slowed down, ignited, burning through. One more auto, but he survives. He walks away, and Karsa's time is wasted. Whereas Rich is in all kinds of trouble. He's dashing around the top side, getting the resets on his Q, but there's only so much he can do.
That looked flashy, but it didn't really change the fate. One thing to say, though, he cleared a lot of minions on the back of that, whereas On is missing a bunch here, and so we'll be a bit more punishing in that regard. But we said the top lane matchup can really be volatile. Rookie wasn't able to make it there in time, wasn't able to steal away the Galio ult either, but he will try and play a little bit aggressive here to force Shun away from the Skull Crab. But there's two people there.
Rich
I think you just have to give that one up.
Rich is pushing that top side, but I think, yeah, they back away in the end. And I just want to quickly mention, Orcs, IG almost 1,000 gold up in this early game. They are having a phenomenal time of it against the best team in the league. They're 1-7 in the standings right now, but Shun gets Nidalee, and everything's looking pretty dandy off the back of it.
And I said they needed momentum. They do need to continue that, though. You know, the goal lead is nice, but the further this game goes on, the less relevant it will be. So hopefully looking at Shun to find more angles. Now, Rich could be in trouble here. Oh, this is not good.
He's in big trouble. Mega Gnar hit. That's going to be a flash, but slammed into the wall. Sets up for the Nidalee. Shun with his hat trick, and everything is looking good for IG.
Oh, and look at the wave as well. This is so painful. This is just going to push into Zuka, making him miss so many CS. The Nidalee is not a good spot. Karsa's looking.
Knock up onto our no summoners in this bottom side. Okay, a trade here. Positive for V5. A much needed positive after how this jungle matchup is going.
Yeah, it kind of feels like IG just making a point of bullying out Rich, putting him behind, getting Shun ahead, but Arn has lost a lot on the bot side in return. Karsa managing to find that pick. Gold, only about 500 apart. We'll get the replay. And yeah, the fact it's Mega Gnar being hit, the fact that Nidalee is like behind you, and Rich tries to go in a bit too aggressively here. Clearly doesn't have the information. And with the wave state, he wants to try and clear out the wave and get it to push in. But as soon as Mega is hit, there's not really much you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even flashing there perhaps was overzealous. Perhaps maybe you need to go towards the opposite side of the play, trying to escape out that side in the lane. I don't know.
I think he was maybe hoping that he was far enough that like he wouldn't get slammed in the wall, but like it was just enough to get him into it. So a little bit unfortunate. And something you were talking about before was the CSing on the Senna. One thing to note is that not too long ago, you know, I'm gonna hold that thought. We have a Herald going on. This can come later.
Yeah, let's talk about Set of Souls once the game quiets down, because right now V5 stacked up, and Zika just hit Mini Gnar, slammed against the wall by Rookie and forced out of the play. Mole is here though, happy to frontline. As Shun goes in, the smite taken by, I think it was Rich actually that got the kill in the end. Karsa backing away. Rookie on the front line, but should be able to dash over the wall. And IG will find nothing, but hey, blue buff spawning. At least there's a consolation prize.
Yeah, I think Shun tried to get the execute and didn't quite get it. I think Karsa just smited away and then Rich grabbed it. But the other side, PP God on the Tom Kench. Obviously, you know, he's the one farming, so he's the one who stays bot. But he just takes the plates for himself. And this is going to be a big frog. I'll say that much. But Mole in trouble, maybe?
Photic moving up to help Rookie in the mid lane. Mole low on HP. Shun is here though, and Shun is big. Rookie flashes root onto Shun. There's not much damage out from Photic just yet. This is too early in the game. Shun definitely has damage. My God.
I don't think Photic was ready for that. I'm going to be real. I wasn't ready for that either. Yeah, the burst damage from the Nidalee, 4-0. I said, like, this is a pick that more than anything, Nidalee needs momentum, and Shun absolutely has it now. He's going to be able to turn it onto that dragon and secure that one. A little bit late for the first dragon of the game, but definitely something you'll take, and it's important. If you're playing a comp like IG's, you want to be stacking dragons up towards the soul and putting that pressure on a V5.
It's unbelievable. I mean, Shun, he is one of the best Nidalees in the world. It's as simple as that. It's one of his most played, 65% win rate. Let me just hit you with a stat real quick. His average KDA on Nidalee over 17 professional games is 6.14. That is insane, and he's showing us why today.
Yeah, and I think as well, the fact that, being real, IG, since Shun's been on, hasn't been necessarily the best performing team, but when he's on Nidalee, he's just a different beast. And I love that the team knows that when he picks Nidalee, you need lanes that can set up. They went into those now. Herald's going to be thrown down top and try and get some gold for Rich, but Rich is actually just getting run down.
Yeah, he is not having a fun time in this matchup, and here comes the entire gang once again. And Shun literally last hit that with an auto attack to grab his 5th kill of the game. 500 gold bounty on Shun at 11 minutes. That is mind-melting right here. 5 versus 2 in the kill score. IG only just ahead in gold in the grand scheme of things, but Shun individually, he's, I don't know, he's on otherworldly levels of gold lead.
Yeah, buff Night Harvester as well with the extra ability haste, but just the fact that you have that so early, the proc damage is going to be a real pain. And the ability to burst, honestly, anyone who's out of position and gets set up on. So IG in a really good spot so far. Definitely still potential for V5 in this one. And it's just kind of this movement coming in. We see Wink, Shun, and Mole working together. And this has been something that's been really nice. You know, Mole hasn't been playing for the roster for the majority of the split. He comes in, and him and Shun really look like they're working well together.
Mole trying to set up for a play here as Zika moves in as well. Rookie, though, steals the Nara ultimate. Karsa trying to survive flashes. Shun chases. Smite comes out to keep Karsa alive. Dawning Shadow for the shield. Shun can't quite finish the kill, but he turns back into Cougar form and takes a bite out of the monkey. It's going to be more advantages for IG. They're against the best team in the league. It's 12 minutes in. They've got themselves a gold lead. They've got themselves 6 kills on an Italy. And they've got themselves an unbelievable way to start a series.
I feel like Karsa's going to have nightmares about that moment. Just being chased down by Shun, unable to get away. And now Rookie, he can't walk up here.
No, Rookie, no chance of defending this tower. Maybe can clear the wave after the fact, but Mole wants to set up for a kill. Rookie dodges the taunt. Here comes Karsa. This is not a 2v2 that Rookie and Karsa can win, though. Oh my days, that was close.
I'm just nervous about the second that one of these spears connects. Just the ability to burst in. Unfortunately, Mole doesn't connect the taunt, but Karsa, that's not your jungle anymore.
Yeah, Karsa does not get to play at all this game, and you can see there are some statistics. It's very impressive. I don't really know what it means, Orcs. I can't read it, but it looks like Shun's doing well on the Nidalee. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and considering, you know, Karsa came in with a creative strategy for the level 1 to avoid being invaded on, and it just feels like it just didn't do enough. And now Karsa, he can't be in his own jungle. Oh, Rookie's dead here for sure.
Mole so proactive as Shun. 7-0. This is a monster performance from IG and from IG's superstar jungler Shun. And what a way to do it. They see Rookie on the other side of the scoreboard, and they're like, you're going to regret leaving this organization, my friend. It's 2-1 in favor of Rookie in the Rookie versus IG matchup. And IG really want to make that 2-2.
And I feel like we get some of this. We had some in spring. We're having some in summer. Just games where teams opt to leave the Nidalee Open and are like quickly reminded why. It's like, just take the ban. Just take the L. 1 ban, but don't have to deal with this. That being said, you know, it's definitely not over yet. The goal difference is pretty low. Like 1,600, considering there's a 7-0 Nidalee, isn't the highest. And you can kind of see, you know, that tower going down bot. The fact there's lots of plates taken top is definitely a contributing factor.
Yeah, and, you know, it's one of those things. Oh, hang on. Rich dodges the handshake. No, pulled back in, but maybe can go for the 2v1 because he is Aurelia at the end of the day. Oh, the hostile takeover at the last possible second. Arn still had that heal. He held that. And that was very brave, but they just about get the kill.
Yeah, close to the wire, I'm going to be real, but Rich, unfortunately, put very heavily behind 0-4 and 0 now. Not having the best game. We talked about this top lane matchup being very momentum-based. If the Aurelia can't really dive on the Gnar, you can just kind of run it down. Rich is not having a good time so far. He's got the plates. He's got a decent CS score, so it's not like he's suffering completely. But yeah, V5 in a deficit. And at 15 minutes, often we see them, you know, first in the league for leads at 15. But here sitting just under 3,000 behind, but will claim some back with that second tower.
Get themselves a much-needed tower there. Rich doing surprisingly well for gold, considering the fact he's 0-4. Relatively even in CS, 10 CS down currently. Has that cult almost finished off, but crucially got a bunch of plates. So that will help him sort of exist in this matchup. Is down in XP though, is Zika does a good job to just back away, escape over the wall here. Is over. Shun is a monster! And Photic flashes over to BB God to keep himself alive. Can they find the shutdown? They need that gold, but Zika says no. Shun trying to escape. Ignited, slowed. Can they finish him? Slammed into the wall. Shun in the bailout, but he doesn't have the damage, and Photic gets the shutdown. It's a massive moment for V5 as they go on the chase. Slows across the team. Zika will be rooted, and Karsa is there chasing on through. 2 for Photic now as Karsa arrives in the fray. Knockups galore. Mole trying to protect his team, but Arn is stuck over the wall, and Photic gets his third of the fight. There's one for Rookie, and there's a second as well. V5, it all looked doomed, but they're down and never out.
Huge team fight coming on then. Initially, it just looked like they're like, right, we'll get the shutdown on the Nidalee, and that'll be enough, but they take so much more. Team fighting excellent. Rookie juggling in and out again, not letting himself be focused, and then PP God with a fantastic eat, and Karsa coming in on the end, and just like that, the goal swings so heavy. You know, Shun comes in, and this spear is honestly fantastic. He waits till the minion wave is nearly there, so Rich thinks maybe the minion will block it. Super well, super good precision on that one. Well aimed. But the problem is, now Shun is in this position where it's like, okay, how do I get out? Good spear on a Photic, but can't take him out, and now IG of 4, so like this is 1,000 gold bounty. This is our fed jungler. We have to try and save him, but unfortunately Shun uses the stopwatch as Zika ult. The timing really unfortunate. And then as soon as he goes down, V5 are like, right, we can just keep chasing here. We have the slows from the center.
And then we see the reinforcements from Mole, but Karsa's doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. You get the kill onto Zika before Mole can arrive. And then with the CC coming out across Karsa. Like, in a small choke like that, Wukong with his clone is so valuable. It's so easy to get a 5-man knockup there, and the rest is history. An ace for V5, and just when everything was looking so good for IG, you know, Shun still got 8 kills. He's still 8-1. He's still an absolute monster. But at the end of the day, what looked like basically a 1 game for IG is now a terrifying prospect.
I just find it mind-blowing how much damage Shun did when, like, he threw 2 spears and then was basically out the fight, and he still did as much damage as Photic, who was just like autoing the whole time.
I mean, he did 5k damage, right? His Q, the spear that landed onto Rich did over 500 damage, and then the ferocious bite that also finished Rich off did about 500 damage. So that's a fifth of it for the fight right at the very start before the fight really even began. But yeah, mental damage. And 2 Night Harvests actually picked up. IG Mole going for the Night Harvester Galio here.
An interesting one, honestly. Typically we see, you know, Everfrosters be good to lay SCC, even like Protobolt was the old school, but Night Harvester did get buffed, that extra ability haste, but still a bit of an interesting one coming out. Regardless though, V5 have found momentum. They use the Herald in the mid lane to get that tower. They feel a lot more confident in how their team fights will go. You can see Photic, thanks to extra gold, you know, he has managed to finish 2 full items, plus got a crit cloak on top of it. So really pushing the pace of the game on quite a bit. And now we have Dragon in a minute. I feel like V5 want to get their hands on it, because if there's something you don't want to be facing, it's those Nidalee spears with Infernal Soul tacked on the end.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. But I'm not sure that IG still have the same level of control they had before, right? They got the first 2 Drakes with really no hiccups. But now V5 have themselves a gold lead. They're 2,000 gold. That is such a ridiculous gold swing, by the way. The gold graph at the end of this game is going to be mind-bending because V5, I think they were 3k down before. They're now 2k up. That's a 5,000 gold swing at about, I would guess, the 17-minute mark there. But they now have the ability to push in and get control of this Drake area. 20 seconds until that comes up. I'm not sure IG will be able to contest.
Yeah, it's really hard. You ideally want to land some poke down. But with V5, they have the sustain of the center. Like, poke on a Tom Kent, you can just block it. And then he has his own sustain from the Grey Health. So it's very difficult to approach. They do have Mega for the Gnar. But I don't think it's going to be an easy one. Ideally, Shun starts to connect some spears. And they manage to get a pick. But look at Carson and Rookie fishing for an opportunity.
Yeah, they want to find Zika on the top side of the fight. There goes Mole's ultimate. That's such a huge cooldown. And Rookie walks away scot-free. Has the Gnar ultimate available as well as a root comes out onto Zika. That's a lot of healing from Photic. Loses half his health, gets it all back on, uses the Fate's Call. That's 2 massive teamfight ultimates out from IG now, and V5 haven't even committed just yet. They still have that sustain. Rookie, no hijack available though.
Yeah, but they did wait out the Mega Gnar, so now is a good time to make things happen. You can see the confidence growing. They got to be cautious about those spears. And they are taking it slow, but look at Rookie. He might have found something.
Oh, Rookie's damage onto Zika. That's a huge ult from Rich as well, but he can't quite go in. Dawning Shadow is there. Rich has the stack saved by PP God. They're trying to buy space to go for the Drake instead. In they go. The Drake resets, but it's taken by Photic. A little bit of healing. Denied the smite from Carson, but it's enough. And now Mole goes for a taunt, but denied. Taken out immediately. Rookie with a hostile takeover of his own. And Shun will fall once more. V5, they are indomitable. They are inevitable. It felt like they were behind in this one, but not for very long, because Rookie, he's got that Silas. He's got a triple kill. He got a double earlier, and he'd love to make it more as well. But I don't think Zika should go down for now.
Yeah, but they can just head straight over to the Baron. Not only to deny the Dragon and get the team fight win, but the big purple worm will be theirs as well. And I just feel like V5 pilot their fight exactly as they want it to go. They like go back and forth. They force these cooldowns, going in and out as a unit. And then as soon as they're like, right, this is the time for us to actually fight, they just completely roll over IG.
Brutalized. Absolutely brutalized. And look at the gold difference now as the Baron goes down. That will jump in favor of V5. It's now 5,000. We talked about the 5,000 gold lead for IG just, what, 10 minutes ago. And now it's completely flipped on its head. A brutal state of the game for IG and a heartbreaking way to fall behind.
Absolutely. I feel like so much good work was done, but like you make one flub as an Italy, so much catch-up is made, the big gold bounties, and we see the replay here. So much was burned before this, and then Rookie goes in with a hostile takeover. Starts channeling the ult, and then unfortunately for Mole, he gets caught in it immediately, bursted out. We also see just the rest of the team caught. Wink isn't able to get away, and V5 just charged forward. Zika had actually gone for a reset and TP'd back in, and when he wasn't there, that was the window IG ended up getting collapsed on.
When V5 can just play as, 5, ironically, they're just...
Whoa.
They're unbelievable. It's kind of mind-blowing to watch this team fight. And now they've given up on Souls. Photic just CSing at this point. He's up to 65 now. I feel like Photic, definitely a lot less respect for the fasting center than a lot of other teams have. I feel like he's got to the mid-game point and he's like, you know what? I could get Souls from fighting at this point. I want gold.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is that they did, this was what I was trying to mention earlier, not too long ago, up the farming center soul rate. And there we get a fight.
Knock up onto Photic here. There's a taunt down from Mole as well. PP God saves him. Karsa might have to be sacrificed, but he gets over the wall and keeps himself alive. Shun, low on HP, trying to escape. Rich, knocked up, tanking on the front line. Dawning Shadow for the shield, but he's taken down anyway. In the meantime, Rookie has found Zika on the top side of the play. IG's health bars are low, and Photic is firing on all cylinders. In goes Karsa to chase them down. On, burning away with the red buff. PP God gets a slow. Onto Wink. On will fall. Wink will fall. And V5 find yet another fight for themselves. The recall out from PP God, from Mole. I think he will get away with this one, actually.
Will do.
Mole escapes, but at the end of the day, it's just a consolation prize. It's
Still another huge team fight from V5, and it feels like, Joe, as soon as I start mentioning Senna Souls, a fight starts. Like, the
Yeah.
second...
Tell me about Souls, man. Tell me about Souls.
No, there we go. There we get the replay. So we don't get it again. I mean, essentially, this was a good attempt from IG. They have to look for an opportunity like this. They get the CC layering, but sadly, PP God eats the center away, and you can see that massive shield, hard to follow up on. And Rich gets this big ult, goes in super aggressive, does end up paying for it, but like, look at Rookie at the top of your screen, steals the Gnar ultimate, and just like nukes the Gnar. Look at that damage. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, Rookie just absolutely mauling Zika this game on the Silas. So good on the pick. And then, you know, the health bars are so low. The rest of it is just a chase down. This could be our small opportunity, Orcs. Tell me about the set of souls. I'm desperate to know.
They recently buffed the souls you get from farming Senna quite significantly, and we didn't really see the return of farming Senna, but I think it means, like, in these situations, you actually get a decent amount more value for farming than you did before. So that might make sense as to why Photic is picking up a bit more CS, getting that gold later on. Yeah, that was all I wanted to say for the entire game, but we finally got there.
I'll be honest, a little anticlimactic. I thought it was more exciting than that. But you know what? It's good. It's cool. We're seeing the evolution of Fasting Center, I suppose. 20 seconds until Drake comes up. V5 saying, you know what? We're not that bothered about Drake right now. We want to find ourselves a prehistoric Yordle instead. Knock up onto Zika. There's the route as well from Final Embrace. And, well, that's that. Oh, hang on. Karsa and Rookie in the no man's territory right here. As Karsa pushed away, that's going to be a hostile takeover once again. Knockups across the team. Dawning Shadow. Everything flying in from the side of V5. Rookie survives as well. Karsa cannot die as Mole turns golden is taken down by Photic.
Look at PP God go.
PP God just wanders underneath the tower. He knows he's invincible. Wink realizes that it is all over. Photic with a triple kill as Rookie pushes the wave in mid. And Karsa can go sweep up the Drake. Oh, Shun, bit of revenge. Nah, it's not happening. That's his old buddy. He can't take them.
He was looking for it, but I think he knows if he dives in, there's actually a chance it gets turned around. That's how scary the Silas is if he catches the stun. And then we see V5 just starting to hammer away at the base of IG. For a game that started so rough, they have very quickly turned this one on its head.
I feel like we saw Shun and Rookie looking at each other there in the mid lane, and it was like Obi-Wan and Anakin. You know, Rookie's his master. He trained him. He was the guy. And Rookie has the high ground. He may look like he's low on HP, but he has the high ground. He's like, don't try it. And Shun, he keeps his limbs for today.
For now. Yeah, we'll see just a replay of Zuka getting caught out here. I feel like PP God, you know, we talk a lot about the center Tom and how V5's bot lane best in the world at it. PP God always so creative at finding opportunities to get the W off. Because I feel like if anyone sees it coming, quite often you can dodge it away, but he fishes for opportunities where, you know, people won't be expecting it. And then we see the replay here. Kind of funny. The ultimate coming out from the Renata, not that impactful. And then Rookie having stole it makes a much bigger difference connecting onto On.
The routes following up, and I mean, the rest is just chased down. In the meantime, on the live map, IG get a moment's reprieve to clear some waves to try and buy some space because Baron is about to spawn. And I don't know if IG will be able to survive another back. Honestly, this game is breaking my brain, Orcs, because I'm so used to V5 being a losing team, right? My brain says IG versus V5, this should be IG winning, but I feel like the rosters have completely swapped around.
Yeah, I mean, literally when you look at the mid laners, but yeah, definitely. Oh, Rookie's looking.
Mole caught out here, but will survive for now. Rookie has to back away from that. Big damage out from the Ren. The spear goes wide though from Shun and Zika. Low on HP. They'll survive for now. As V5, they can just do this all day. That's the thing. It's Silas that's low. He has that Kingslayer. He's also got Photic on the center for healing. Rich tries to find the engage, but the flashes keep Wink safe. Zika goes in. Here comes the Galio as well, but Photic is just chilling on the side of the fight. Not a care in the world. Rich in the middle of everyone, flailing around with his blades. That's going to be the end of IG on this one, I fear, as V5, they've already broken the base in the top side, on dancing around, but Cast has got a little staff with his name on it. Shun as well, tries to escape, but PP God will not let him get away. There's a nice little knock-up. and one final kill for Rich to make sure that he has a positive KDA at the end of things. 24 kills in 29 minutes. Domination from V5 after a disastrous early game.
Yeah, Rich definitely hit the KDA's hitting a bit after that one, but they came in the team fights and ultimately Shun, despite the early momentum, despite the Nidalee pick, it just doesn't carry forward. And this is kind of the reason why we've seen this pick fall off a bit, because you need to get such an advantage, and then any slip-ups, one mistake, one failed team fight could often be enough for a team to turn it around. And V5, it's expected result, but at least IG managed to challenge them for a bit.
Yeah, IG, I mean, they did more than challenge them for a bit. They destroyed them in the early game. Shun was on a tear. The thing is, I was kind of in my head, you know, we talked about it a little bit in the game. I was using this game as a case study of like, here's why you have to ban Nidalee from Shun. Whereas I feel like V5 have come out of this one like, even when Shun is giga-fed, we can beat his Nidalee. I feel like that is a terrifying prospect for IG moving into Game 2 and potentially Game 3 of this series, because V5, I don't think they're afraid of that Nidalee anymore.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that they left it open and won, it's difficult because now what you do is IG, do you pick it again if it's left open, or do you like move in a different area? I think it's cool that they actually targeted the Kindred, because one thing to think about is if Kindred gets that fed, I think things become a lot harder, right? Kindred is a carry who scales exceptionally well. Kindred is also a pick that does very well in the team fights with the power of the ultimate. So maybe that was the thought process. Doesn't matter how fed an Italy gets, we're confident we could deal with it. And maybe they maintain that Kindred ban. But yeah, I mean, maybe they leave the Kindred open next game. They just want to give their full scope, test everything. Can we beat all of Shun's picks? But regardless, V5 can have that 1-0. And still a challenge, though. You got to bear in mind, this team has only dropped 2 individual games this whole season. So even when they get challenged, it is a bit of a rarity. There's just a tendency for them to roll whoever they face.
Yeah. And I have to say, it's kind of sad to see how this game turned out, because, you know, we saw Mole coming in. We saw the big old roster change there for IG in the mid lane up against V5, his old squad. And we saw the Galio. It was a different style. It was like, okay, IG changing things up. They get the Nidalee for Shun. It all felt perfect. Shun gets massively ahead. Mole is just a roaming machine. And then it all falls apart. And it's like, okay, now game number 2, we need to see IG maintain that momentum. We need to see them still come into this next one, you know, heads held high and force that early game again, because that was a super positive early game. That was a really good look for IG, especially for a team that's currently so low down in the standings. Having that good of an early game against V5 is actually incredible.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of credit to be given them onto, from that one. Hopefully, you know, if they go on the other side, they'll be able to deny away some picks. I think, obviously, the Senatom, I honestly feel like you can't let PP God and Photic get Senatom. Like, I feel like they're definitely a really good bot lane, but I feel like, as I said before, they're best in the world with Senatom. I feel like if you take them off that, they're still strong, but it's definitely a bit lower down. Yeah, they're mortal. So I feel like going in the next game, that kind of feels like something you have to take away from them. Rookie was obviously fantastic on the Silas, but I think the bot lane was a big problem. I mean, the damage Photic did, like, damage per gold is always going to be crazy on fasting Senna, but even so, like, the numbers are just a little bit disgusting.
I'm kind of impressed by the damage to gold from Art in this game. Like, 230% is kind of insane. Especially when...
well, see, that's because Arn was really far behind, so he didn't have much gold.
Well, true. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, it was an impressive game coming out from Photic and PP God, as you say. The fact that Photic has 95.8% kill participation as well. In fact, both bot laners did. PP God with a 23 KDA on the top Kedge. Kind of a mental game from V5. You know, they did fall behind early, but more than making up for that later on.
Yeah, so, I mean, that would be my lesson for IGs in the next game. Start targeting away some of those picks, getting rid of the bot lane, and then hopefully they'll be able to find, if they do have a strong early game, like they've shown they can, if they can kind of maintain that momentum, maybe they can challenge for a game.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out if these mid laners against their old organizations are going to go to 3, or whether Rookie is going to have the best of the rivalry.
Called Shield is caught out. He has to flash over the wall. Look at Flandre. Look at Viper. Dragon's Descent. You can't touch him. Aki's going for it. He doesn't find Flandre on the backline. Cream is getting handled here, but he's going right back in. And Shanji can't be touched. Shanji is a literal dragon, and you do not step to the dragon of OMG. Mako gets chased down, and it is inevitable. It's looking like Thanos. That are with their backs against the wall in this kind of situation, and they're the ones that are going to have to force a fight if it comes down to it. Yocho goes in, he goes to the flash versus the Sad Mummy. Look, the exit is blocked by the cannon barrage, and it's Ultra Prime heading for the hills. Again, the Heartbreaker used in defense, and anyone's legend is wiping the floor with Ultra Prime. That's a double kill.
Finally set a play right, Dagda.
Let's see what ZDZ can do here, though. The Shy gonna hook the wall.
Against the wall, he's trying. Boomerang throws the flash. Oh, the Shy. Loading as well. Hostile takeover at the ready as JJ Mako walk on in. B5 deny with a great steadfast presence. Cast is taking everything, but it's a Poppy as the seismic shot goes into the wall. This is just beautiful. Takeover as well. Scout finally has the package, but Rich is going to rejoin the fight. B5 getting low, but EDG need to take down Rookie, and they need to take down the other man as well. Voting over the wall, gets himself a triple. Victory 5 continues styling on the world champions all over our screen with a quadra kill. And Dagda, gear it up. Voting against EDG. On fight for the pentakill. You better believe it.
Get around the corner here, but trying to get back into the pit. And Barrett, this is a flip. Package comes through. Viper is the target. Cream gets Viper. That's huge. JJ is now caught out, and OMG have done it. A double kill for Cream. Make it a triple. And Flandre Mako, they're the only ones left of the world champions. The Dragon's coming to town, and the Dragon is hungry.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Elo, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction.
对战 vivo 来说的话，他们很多人表现都挺好的，也玩的也很强，然后他们个人实力啊，然后运营啊这些都做的特别好。面对 Rookie 的话，我看我有没有机会2级来恶心他一下，然后多抓抓他，让他玩的没那么舒服，就会好打很多。
Shun looking to go for level 2 ganks against his old mid laner. That's not what we saw in game number 1. And speaking of Rookie, he's going to grab himself yet another MVP, as if this guy doesn't need more. He's not even been playing long this split, and he's already climbing the MVP rankings. He's just firing on all cylinders. Does he ever have a bad game? Has he ever had a bad game?
I don't know, man. I feel like he must have at some point, but I can't think of the top of my head. And I feel like he's in the position where he's got catching up to do on the MVP count, so he's making it work. I just feel like this game, you know, his use of the Gnar ultimate, consistently finding angles to get the big slams, and it kind of felt like his approach to fights was so good, like going in and out, not allowing himself to get focused down, but using his health bar as a resource, especially in some of the later fights. But on top of that, there was that one where he like just soloed out Zook on the side. But yeah, just fantastic play throughout.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out from Rookie, and I feel like we consistently end up seeing this with Silas's, especially against things like Gnar. It's so much easier to get big value out of the Gnar rule when you don't have to play around Mega Gnar, right? You don't have to play around your changing kit. You can just use it. But also the hostile takeovers, consistently massive out from Rookie, setting up fights beautifully, and feels like Rookie is just this player that is impossible to play against. No matter what he brings out, he'll find a way to make it valuable.
Yeah, oh my, that stun of the end he caught was just fantastic. I don't know. I mean, I feel like Silas is really strong. Rookie's really strong. Put them together. What do you get? A loss for IG. So maybe they approach this next one a bit differently. But that's the problem. It just feels like V5. There's a lot of picks, which are obviously fantastic for them. But there's also just a lot of power picks in the meta. So I feel like it's one of these situations where being on blue side should help IG a lot. The fact that they can hopefully deny some of these picks, but also a bit more freedom to ban. Like, you don't have to ban Zeri, for example, because you know you're on blue side.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see once the teams swap around, right? Because V5 likely to go on the red side here for game number 2. We'll have to see how the draft is going to pan out, whether or not we see the Nidalee banned away from Shun as well. Shun did have a great game individually for himself. And, you know, kind of backing up that statistic I was talking about before, where, yes, he has a 65% win rate on the Nidalee, but crucially, he has a 6.14 KDA on that Nidalee over, 18 games now. And I think that's gone even slightly higher off the back of that loss, hilariously. So kind of backing up that he's an absolute monster on the Nidalee, but struggling to get the win on the board there in game number 1. Remember, this is still a top team versus a bottom team when it comes to the standings. So a commendable performance in game number 1 from IG. But V5 are not a team that have happy games. This is a team that wants every single win and will force it. There's the ban onto the Nidalee, the respect that Shun demands.
Yeah, even with the win, V5 still understanding that didn't go quite how you'd want the game to. The Kindred are going to remain as a ban. And obviously, IG on blue side now, they are banning the Senna, denying the Senna Tom for Photic PP God. Complete the right call. They go for the Poppy in the Talia again. But here, I feel like V5, you kind of just have to ban Zeri. It's the mandatory ban on red side. So now, IG, there's so many things available. There's Wukong, there's Renata, Kalista. The Jackson Reaction you don't expect as an early pick, but they are no longer banned away. So they will take the Wukong this time. And this is just the same draft from different sides as game one.
Yeah, both teams agreeing that this was a good way
Correct.
to do it last
Yeah.
time around. And we're going to swap sides. We'll see what IG are going to go for on the bottom side. Felios being hovered certainly can work into that Kalista because Kalista wants to be aggressive towards you. Felios loves enemy champions that want to play towards him. The Renata, not as easy to deal with.
Yeah, and it kind of depends on the support as well. But in an interesting position here because, you know, things like Gnar, Silas, things that we've seen such high prio here. If IG wants to pick them, it's now or never because they'll probably either get picked away by V5 or denied. In fact, they would probably have to ban them because V5 would have to be first coming out the next rotation. So we could see them leave the support for now and go to a different direction. I mean, speaking of different direction, they could end up leaning towards this Jax. It was banned in the first 3 away from Zucker, so they will just pick that up.
Yeah, so Jax taken by Zika up at that top side. We'll see where Rich wants to go. He gets the counter pick this time around. The Gragas locked in immediately. There is a small sliver of chance that that's Carcer taking the Gragas in the jungle. That would be a throwback, but I assume that's for Rich in the top lane.
Yeah, and I think it works well into... I mean, we could... In theory, we could see it flexed. I doubt it because it could go mid as well. I think don't be playing it mid. But I feel like it's just a good pick here into the likes of the Jax, the Wukong, being able to disengage, belly bop them. The ult as well, very effective against the Felios, so it's shorter range. And then going to the next set of bans, we see Silas banned away by V5. Obviously, a lot of powerful ults to steal away. Ari going to be targeted by IG. There's still like the Gnar opening available. There's still things like Gwen. Top lane is already picked. There's still junglers available if IG want to target like Viego or Lee away from V5.
Yeah, plenty of power picks available here. I love that Poppy was banned as well. Kind of respect ban from Castle. We've seen it a couple of times. But mostly trying to set up for some of these picks. The Galio taken away from Mole. Do we see Mole's signature Nico? That's the big question on everyone's lips. It would certainly work with a Jackson and Wukong to set up the big Pop Blossom. I would love to see it, but I feel like that's a distant dream.
Yeah, I mean, the mid pool really getting pinched here, especially since we've already seen Talia gone earlier. There's still Swain as an option that's open and available. Orianna's going to come as a ban out. Bit of respect. I remember Orianna was huge in spring for rookie, so the meta a bit different then. There's still, we don't really see, like, haven't seen too much Corki priority in this series, but like Corki is here, yeah, Swain, you know, there is options. But you could just take your top lane. I mean, so you're top lane. You could just take your jungler here. But it looks like they want to potentially toy with the option of securing the Swain.
Will be the jungle in the end, going for one of those priority picks in Viego for Carcer. And now we need to see IG round this comp out. We need to see a support. We need to see a mid laner. We'll see what their priorities lie. Because Tahm Kench could be available if they want to protect the Aphelios, things like the Thresh as well, things like the Braum that we sometimes see down in their bottom side.
I think Norless is probably usually the option to go for. The fact that you have the point and click ultimate for the Kalista. You have lockdown for the Viego. If he oversteps, you can burst him out. And just generally a decent lane. So makes sense for Wink to secure that one. And now the mid lane pick for Mole. See what direction they opt to go for. Like I said, tons of picks open available. But they do need like a decent amount of AP damage since the comp is heavy AD. And they're going to lock in the Seraphine, interestingly enough. So maybe not necessarily the highest damage output champion, but you have like, you know, a pretty aggressive front line that can dive forwards and you can support them. I feel like Rookie, though, can kind of just pick what he wants into this.
Yeah, I mean, second time today we're seeing a mid Seraphine as well. Maybe a pick that's going to start to sneak into the LPL a little bit more. But Rookie hovering a lot of different stuff, but the Swain has been the most meta available pick for him. Something like an Azir could work as well, but I feel like he wants to be more proactive early on with this Kalista, with this Gragas on the top side.
I think the thing with this, right, is you're playing into a short range AD carry, melee support, melee top and jungle who want to dive into. This is such a powerful anti-dive backline from V5. Like Gragas, Swain, Callista, Renata, very hard to get on top of, like incredibly hard. So I feel like team fights are going to be a struggle for IG, like a real problem. We talked about them having the early momentum in that game one. I feel like they need that again in this one, despite the fact that like Seraphine and Aphelios are scaling picks. I just think with how I expect the team fights to play out, IG will struggle if they're behind, or even if they're even.
Yeah, which is not ideal. Not ideal when you're against the best team in the league. So we'll see what IG have up their sleeves. They're going to need to get themselves ahead early, but V5 have massive early game power. V5 have a lot of tools in their kit to find an early lead. But the positive thing about all of those conclusions is that we're probably going to see some early game scraps, right? If IG needs to be ahead and V5 have a lot of early game tools, the natural conclusion is that they scrap early on. So fingers crossed, first Drake, first Herald, we'll see some 5v5s and just pure banger to round out the day.
That's the hope. And the thing is, I feel like early Dragons will make a big difference. You know, obviously Herald securing that gold. Like, you know, in spring, we felt like a bit more of a lean towards prioritizing like the first Herald. But it feels like there's been more of an even spread, and Dragon has picked up in priority just with the durability changes. And yeah, Shun had a fantastic game one, at least for the early section of it. I mean, let's just see if there's a repeat. Also, something to note was that, you know, Carso went for that early invade. You do have Callista Renata is a very powerful level 1 if you wanted to repeat something like that.
Shenanigans could be afoot, but will be.
Oh, did you just say shenanigans?
Shenanigans. I actually didn't even intend that, but you know what? Well, in hindsight, pretend that I did, but I already said that I didn't, so sort of tripped over myself a little bit there. Yeah, I'll throw out a cheeky trademark. That'll be the name of my company. Yeah, V5 could go for something. Castle awarded his chickens. I don't think we're going to see it, though. I think it's going to be a standard start here. With Shun now being spotted on that ward as he steps in, we are seeing something here. Shun just going to go for a ward by the looks.
Yeah, just got some information. We'll see if V5 go for... I think they could just go for the late invade. Wink should just be able to walk away from this one. But let's see if they actually commit to the buff or if they're just going for vision.
I mean, based on game number 1, I'm going to assume that they're going to take part of the jungle here and try and mess with Shun. That seems to be the game plan. And, you know, it's rookie against his old jungler. When Shun came into the league, he was a rookie player, and his mid laner was rookie. And I remember that split. It was all about him and Rookie, like, working as a pair. It was constantly Rookie going to support Shun in the jungle. So I feel like being up against Rookie now is Shun. Rookie knows everything about how you like to play League of Legends. And I feel like a lot of these strategies are going to be Rookie knowing exactly what Shun likes to do in the early game, and the team building counter strategies for that.
I'm going to be real, Joe. I feel like it isn't Shun specific to not like being invaded. I think you'll find a lot of junglers kind of feel similarly about that one. I just imagine Rookie be like, okay, so Karsa, Shun hates when his camps are stolen from him. Karsa's like, oh, yeah. How unique.
Yeah, Rookie, bit of a genius in the mid lane there. Mole losing out of the trades early on, but not the end of the world. Shun now spots the fact that his camps are gone, and he's like, no! My Achilles heel. How did they know? Invading me would do this.
Kiss you, Rookie.
My enchanted shin. Karsa can return to his own jungle, though. Still has those camps available. Shun is trying to move into this mid lane. He did talk in that interview about level 2 ganks to the mid lane. We didn't see it in game number 1. He is level 3, so it won't happen here, but yeah, it looks like he will just go up towards the top side instead.
Yeah, and the question is, will Karsa try and fight him on this? They don't have top priority, but they're looking for something.
We're just going to have a scrap instead. Rookie low on HP, flashes away. And Karsa will be able to survive as well. But good little play coming out from the side of IG, forcing out a Summoner spell.
Yeah, I mean, solid, because, I mean, one of the concerns was that if they went for a deep invade, we could see top laners come over, but Zika's quite low. Now they've burned Rookie's flash and his health is down. Shun should be able to secure this red. Karsa will steal away the Raptors. I mean, secure his own Raptors.
Steal his own Raptors, yeah. Will he, though, is the question. Shun goes in. I didn't quite catch who smited that one.
It was Karsa, yeah.
Okay, so Shun will be able to grab this red buff for himself. Just making sure that the Demon Eye doesn't grab it. Instead, Shun grabs the red buff. Should be able to get Krugs as well, but might just return to his own side, go for that Scuttle Crab instead, as Karsa returns to that bottom side.
Yeah, so good moves from Shun to kind of mitigate the early invade and like gain some back in return. Ends up panning out not too badly for him. My question is, what we get to see from Karsa is he can go for the Scuttle here, and then he can actually go straight for Shun's Raptors once again, because they've actually respawned, and then he can return back to his blue. That'd be a really smart move, because that basically means Shun just misses out so much, because he's not even going to be there for his camps respawning as a result. And you can see Rookie has the wave, is playing aggressive, trying to force it away, and yeah, it looks like Karsa's going for that plan, so he's just going to nab the second spawn of the Raptors. Will he be punished though?
Wink is here. Can they find an opportunity to punish Karsa? Obviously, Karsa knows Wink is there. Even though Wink's in the brush, he did just prop the Blossom there. Karsa ignited, flashes the hook, though. And PP God is here to protect his jungler. So, invade works out. It costs them a flash, but I think, honestly, Karsa will take that trade.
Yeah, I mean, you steal away the camp. I don't think he got too many of the mini ones, so not the full value. But I like the fact that Wink is moving, trying to combat this invade that Karsa's been going for, not letting him just chain them together. Shun will clear up the rest of them, and now you can see on his side of the map, you know, he has his other minor camps spawning up again, so things navigated pretty well overall.
Yeah, relatively even. It's a 1 camp difference between the two junglers right here as Shun tries to finish his Krugs off. Let's kind of recap the rest of the map, though, because it's fairly even across the board here, but I feel like as is often the case in League of Legends, at level 6, I don't know if anyone at home knows this, every champion in the game, aside from shape-shifting champions, gets an ultimate ability.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, so at level 6, quite often things will happen, and I'm hoping that'll be the case in this game as well. We talked early neutrals, though, Orcs. The Drake is onto the map. Herald coming up in just over 2 minutes as well. Feel like we could see some action towards those.
Yeah, I feel like V5's bot lane, the fact they have the Kalista and the Renata, pretty good at taking down neutrals, so we could see a move towards that, but currently resetting. And as of now, you know, we've had so much focus on these junglers going back and forth. The laners have kind of just been doing their thing. Votic and PP God are up in the bot lane. It's kind of expected if you're not finding the all-in windows on the Nautilus, you are playing against double ranged, and this is a pretty harass-heavy double ranged.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the second you overstep as well, Kalista is going to just rail you. Like, Nautilus, not that tanky, doesn't have the aftershock. If those Rends, if the spears stack up, the Rend will finish you off. Big damage onto Zika here. As Rich, definitely finding some favor in the matchup in terms of the short trades, but relatively even in CS, all things considered.
Yeah, interesting enough, hasn't gone for the tier. Normally you see the early tier, so you can go like Night Harvester into Seraphs. That's been the standard build recently. But we have seen, like, before Night Harvester got updated, there was definitely like Everfrost into tankier builds and all sorts of other things. There'll be interesting to see what option he goes for in this one. Did talk about the big value of the Gragas in this game. For now, IG making a 4-man move towards the Scuttle, and what seems like they'll go for the Dragon. B5 may want to contest this one, but currently Karsa is on the right side of the map, but not really in position.
Yeah, Karsa on his Wolves currently. It doesn't feel like they're going to go for this one, right? With Shun on the Drake already. IG return to the bottom lane, just trying to crash this wave if they can. As Mole moves over as well. Karsa on the blue buff. But Mole will just be there to support Shun and take the first Drake of the game. So, nice objective play here coming out from IG. B5 just respecting it for the time being. So, I feel like I've kind of missold the audience here, Rox, because I talked about neutral objectives, I talked about the Kalista being aggressive. We have not had any scraps just yet here in game number 2. What's the game plan for V5? At what point do they start killing IG, is my question.
Well, I feel like now they should be comfortable. You know, the 6 from Swain is big, the resets from Karsa are massive. They find a window to fight, maybe around the first Herald, that will be it. For now, though, still just playing aggressive in the jungle.
Yeah, for Karsa, it's the chickens. The chickens is the time to fight.
That's the big objective.
Away. Yeah. Rich actually using his ultimate there, but didn't knock Zika too far away. This could be an opportunity. Zika trying to force the kill, but we'll just get the flash out in the end.
Yeah, Rich waiting for cooldowns a bit too long, and with the make treads as well, Zuka able to run down the slows, not lasting quite as long. And a good play coming out from Zuka. Ends up burning his TP to get in the lane with the hype advantage and ult as well, but he'll take that. And that might just be enough pressure for them to look towards the Herald. That being said, Rich has healed up, as Gragas does, with his passive. But you can see the IG have made the first move. Wink is closer. Carster can try and steal this, but it might go a bit rough.
Yeah, I don't think this one's happening. It's already taken by Zika here. And IG will just move away. Really nice play from IG here. They even moved their bottom lane up as well. In the meantime, Foti could be able to get himself a Scuttle Crab, but ultimately, IG in control of the early game. It's only a 100 gold lead, but they've got themselves the Herald, which will turn into more gold. And they also got that first Drake of the game. So IG with really good control. I'm a little nervous, though, because, you know, game number 1, IG were in control. In fact, they were far more in control than they have been in this game. And that one didn't work out. So I'm just kind of biding my time. I'm waiting with bated breath for what the first play V5 does, because I feel like that is going to be a crucial moment in the game.
I mean, to be fair, I don't have a Nidalee this time. And as much as I like how V5 comp functions into IGs, you know, Jax, Seraphine, Aphelios, very strong in the later stages. So if they get them fed, can really go favorably. I think one of the things that was so good about that play is that Photic and people got hard walked up, so they are now back in the bot lane and will get some time on the tower, but obviously delayed quite substantially in terms of getting the plates. This could have been a situation where they'd taken the whole tower if they just stayed bot. So a bit of a misplay there from V5, and now you see Sean on the top side. They might be looking to try and get this full tower down with the Herald, but Carster's in the wings trying to help his top laner defend.
Rookie no TP right now. He's got that heal from the Summoner Spellbook. We're going to have a bit of a race. I'm not sure that this is a race V5 can win. The Herald going to come down in the top side. Photic trying to get damage down. Zika actually flanking his tower here to try and find an opportunity. The tower will go down here. And a bonus little pick onto Rich as well. Arndt gifted that kill over. 4 men strong on the top side from the side of IG. They want to keep this party going. They want to take some more towers for themselves. And they want a big old influx of gold. But Carcer is going to say, no way, no how. And it's traded in the bottom side by V5.
Yeah, so still an advantage for IG. The fact they got that kill and they got the first tower. But a lot of this gold from these plates is going to go over to specifically to Photic, whereas a lot more was shared on the other side. So this Calista should be strong. See a 500 gold lead for IG coming out on this one, and Rich has actually gone for the Everfrost build, so we saw this kind of fall off in priority because Everfrost got nerfed. The root got taken from a 2.5 to a 2nd, but I guess just wants to CC layering. Like if you get a cask into a body slam, you then get that extra 1 second root to allow your cooldowns to come up or for your team to follow up.
Yeah, it can also set up for the ultimate itself, right? If you go for the body slam into Everfrost, guarantee that ultimate available for yourself. So definitely can see the value there from Rich, and so far still fairly even game state, honestly. The Herald used, but because of the trade in terms of towers on the bottom side for Photic, the gold still relatively even. Rich the only one to go down this game, and I'm kind of surprised at how quiet this one has been. But with Drake coming up very shortly, perhaps we will see a fight after all. V5 not a team that historically are willing to give up neutral objectives.
Yeah, and I think especially with the fact that IG have that first Drake, the second one, there's a higher priority for V5 to really force their way in. You see the grouping now, trying to fish for something on Sean. Both top lane. No, only Rich has TP actually. The potential for him to come in, but Zuka needs a little bit longer to walk down.
Caster just smited the crab, and that's a big old cooldown on his smite. I don't know about that one, Chief. It's I guess deciding
establishing dominance.
Yeah, I guess deciding nobody's going to take the Drake for a little old while here, as V5 fight for control in the mid lane. Once again, Shun moving away from that bottom side, decided to group with the team. And I love how IG are playing as a team this game. Not just in terms of like ganking the early game, they're moving as like a 4-man unit to make plays.
Which I think you need to do with this composition. Like Seraphine gets more value the more people she's shielding, healing, and the nodes stack up the more allies are nearby. So playing as a group death ball unit is how you kind of want to function. But unfortunately, they are forced away. You know, they try and lean to the top side. We won't really get anything, and V5 do secure that dragon. It's going to be Infernal Soul, which, you know, just always is pretty good. I won't lie. But still, both teams quite far away, and gold pretty much dead even once again.
Zika looking for an opportunity onto Rich there. The Everfrost goes slightly wide, so Rich won't get the trade that he was looking for. Zika's basically out of mana here, which is not ideal for him. You know, it's not ideal for anyone. Nobody wants to be out of mana. Shun moves in, but walk past the ward. So Rich knows what's going on here. Will have the opportunity to back away. Will keep himself safe as Rookie. Trying to get into the mid lane here as Arn takes a tower plate for himself. But Photic will arrive to clear these minions up and reset to status quo.
Yeah, second Herald, though, could be a big one, especially when games are slower like this. Second Herald can make a big difference in taking down that mid-tier 1, opening the map up more, applying pressure, and starting to really get a lead. So expect both teams to posture for this one and set up for it. You can see right now, Maul's on the wrong side of the map and has Ignite due to summon a spellbook. So needs to, if you want to make it in time for this Herald to help your team set up, you need to be there quick, because obviously with V5 seeing you on the bot side, they know they can just walk in and you don't have your full team available.
Yeah, the reset now coming on out, but it's up in 30 seconds. Needs to get a wiggle on if he wants to make it. Rich resetting, but has that teleport. You see Zika down in the bottom side as well, but again, has the teleport available. So top laners will be available to join the play if we do have a fight here. V5 are the ones to move in this time. Every other objective, it's felt like IG were there first and then V5 have had to fight for it. Whereas this one, it is going to be V5 in control. And by the looks of things, IG, not a hope, not a sniff of making their way towards this Herald. Looking for a bot tier 1 instead. And maybe some priority towards this mid lane. 4-man group comes in once again. The handshake will zone people away enough that Photic can walk away from the side. There is going to be damage onto this tower, though. Perhaps they can finish something off, but looks like they won't make the play.
And this is like the second time. We saw this on the previous Dragon as well, where IG are forced away from the objective, lean to the other side, but don't really get too much from it. They won't get this tower here thanks to the wave clear from the Gragas. Mid is still going to be defended, and V5 secured the Herald. So without a real fight coming in, V5 just get what they want.
I'm a little scared for IG on this one as well, because like I feel like V5 are generally going to win the macro game. I feel like you need to go for scraps here. Rich actually TPs to this mid lane tower just to keep it alive. I think without that TP, the tower would have gone down. As Rookie, in the meantime, takes the top lane tower alongside the Herald from Karsa. And V5, I think, want to keep this one going. Zika here, trying to defend as Rookie just crashes the wave on in. And will offer the Herald an opportunity to charge. Will get half the tier 2 down. And now potentially a flank on the mid lane. Aren't down to half HP. PP God walking forward. Big damage, but Fate's Call will keep the support player safe on V5's side. Mole now moving forwards, but Karsa wants to find a stun of his own. Bit of damage to follow it up. The charm lands onto 2. Cleanse, splash. And V5 will be fine. No kills come down in the end of all of that.
You see so much back and forth, though, from these teams, fishing for opportunities, but neither really connecting in the way they want. It's just cooldowns burn. Gotta say, though, V5, they're the ones who burn those summoners that are going to be the longer cooldown. Flash on PP God isn't as much of an issue when you have the Kalista ult to keep you safe, but Cleanse from Photic, definitely something that can be punished.
Definitely can be. And certainly the range issue, right, for Photic. When you don't have the Cleanse available, you're against Nephelios, if he's got Calibrum available at the time, when you're against Seraphine, it can be very difficult to operate in that kind of situation without the Cleanse available. We'll have to wait and see how that continues to develop throughout the game. Bit of a CS lead in that mid lane for Rookie as he heads towards that Rhyalized as his second item here. He's not quite there just yet, though. Has the stopwatch for the next big fight that could occur very soon, because Drake is up in 40 seconds, Orcs. I feel like V5 are trying to get it. The denial of the reset for Shun here is crucial.
And Rookie actually using the Spellbook Ghost, which would have been a nice summoner for the fight. Doesn't quite find Shun. Obviously, harder to get the slows when you don't have that Rhylize completed yet, but it's still V5 have control of the area set for Dragon. This could just be a repeat. This might be the third objective in a row where IG just like forced away and don't even end up contesting. The fact that Shun's only resetting now definitely suggests that this is just another pickup for V5.
Yeah, feels like they are just going to be taking yet another objective with IG. Really kind of lackluster this game, honestly. I feel like they could be defending some of these, but again, with the Aphelios, perhaps now is not the moment. We don't want to see another Kepler moment like we saw earlier with the Aphelios just finishing the IE at the 30-minute mark, playing it slow and not going for too much for the answer. Shun moves in onto Vision, just about dodges the never move. That would have been a disaster if he got caught.
Yeah, I mean, this is a power Wukong. I feel like the fact that you can just use that W to dash away and play with fire a bit in terms of your position. Now, Wing could be challenged here. Manages to somehow dodge everything blind, which is kind of impressive.
Oh, stun comes out from Zika. There's a knock-up onto Karsa. He has to ult defensively here. The charm odds 2, but Rookie basically still full HP here as they start to charge off forwards, but You know, everyone blasts out their ult, nothing happens. Okay, re-engage. That's going to be hostile takeover. Health bar's getting fairly low for V5 as Casa falls. There's the second one. IG starting to get onto the board. This Seraphine sustain, paying dividends in these long fights.
And just really well played from IG. They wait out the ultimate from Rookie. Let him make use of it, disengage, it times out, and then they jump back in when the Swain has so little value. Really well played from them. A lot of patience. And Zuka, the one being to set up this play. So we'll see the replay. And yeah, so like initially they go in, focus on Takasa, but you can't really kill him because it's a Viego, and he just ends up being able to buffer the CC with his ult. But then watch here, as soon as Rookie goes in with his ult, they're just like, nah, we ain't interested, see you later. And then once it times out, instantly the signal comes in to re-engage.
Really smart play. Zika goes in with counter-strike once again, tries to find that stun. Rookie does turn gold and keep himself safe, but Casa then rooted on the backside. Really nice play here from Mol.
Not the best fight from Rich though. Did kind of miss the body slam on Azuka and then ult hit no one and then queued ground and then yeah. Some whiffs definitely from the side of V5 on that fight. Not the best performance. So this has given IG a window to pull ahead again. And, you know, as much as I said, like, I like how V5's composition functions here. You know, if we hit late, Zuka, Mol, and On will be monstrous, will be very hard to deal with. Seraphine scaling exceptionally well into the later stages.
Yeah, bit of a gold lead for IG. It's a good start for things as we broach the 20-minute mark. V5, remember, undefeated this split. They've only lost 2 games. This is not a team that, you know, when you think about top teams of the LPL, often you think about happy games, right? You think about these teams that will win game 1 of this series and take game 2 off. Take game 2 to just mess about. V5 is not one of those teams. V5 is a team that have played exceptionally cleanly throughout the split. This is IG winning of their own volition. Not there are no excuses for V5 like there are for the other teams, you know. So feels exciting for IG to have this lead, to have a bit of control. 2 minutes until Drake, but Baron is on the map. And that's always deadly.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, there's a lot of DPS for it. You definitely need a few kills to make it happen. Now, they're actually looking for something here.
Trying to find Casa. Rich going to use the Everfrost. Oh, just about gets himself away from that anchor. Could have been devastating if Rich gets caught there, but IG don't quite find their opportunity to engage.
A lot of posturing, though. It feels like a lot of back and forth from teams fishing to try and find any advantage, banning cooldowns, banning summoners. It is Dragon in a minute 40. That's when you expect a heavy commit for the fight, but for the time being, it is just this back and forth, seeing what they can find.
Yeah, feels like a weird game, honestly. Like, we've had so much posturing, we've had so much grouping up from both teams, but so little actual fighting, and it feels like whoever gets the advantage with these two compositions, like, if you fall behind, you don't really get to come back into these team fights. With that said, though, the Aphelios obviously can always be effective in the later stages of the game, but aren't doing a good job of farming up here. 2 items already. Headed towards that one, that third one, which should likely be the Infinity Edge. And we'll see, because, you know, things don't get any easier for this Kalista. Photic, he's playing very short range, and there's a lot of CC that he has to worry about on the side of IG.
Yeah, and I really want V5 to sort of play this one as like a grouped unit where they just kite backwards together. That's where it's hardest for IG, when you're walking into Gragas barrels and body slams into the Swain, Kalista's kiting. Problem is, it's kind of like, it feels like IG are the ones setting the pace of the engages. They're the ones who dictate, and that's why they were able to go for that, you know, engage, disengage, re-engage sort of strategy. But now, though, you can see very clearly illustrated a severe lack of vision for V5, and they're going to have to probably push into this area to try and have a contest here.
And crucially, it's great to see that IG are acknowledging what V5's win conditions are and playing around those. It's really good to see a team that has struggled this split as much as IG have. You know, having good, clean gameplay like this. Shun over the wall, spotted by the sweeper, though. They're aware of the situation. In he goes. 4-man knock-up charm across the team. V5 in trouble as IG find the engage they've been looking for. Zika onto the back line as well. Photic trying to kite him and will survive. Caster's got a kill. Rookie's still surviving. How have they done it? V5 living on in the fight as Wink chased down now by Rookie and Mole chased down by Rich. I cannot believe my eyes. The engage looked perfect, but V5 just don't die.
And this is the problem. You go for this dive, you don't wait out things like the Swain cooldowns. The Renata Kalista is so good at disengaging, And that is exactly how V5 want the fights to go, kiting backwards, and they able to dispatch IG 5-0.
That was brutal. And regrettably, that might be the last big opportunity that IG gets this game, because with a Baron in pocket, we know how devastating V5 are when they can play the map effectively. And with a Baron, they'll certainly be able to do that. Photic to finish it off. And now they've got 3 lanes to play through with this Baron buff. And IG are going to have a rough few minutes ahead of them.
So just in a way, I said that first fight was fantastic for IG, and that they baited out a lot of the tools from V5 and then re-engaged. This fight was completely different. This fight was commit everything and hope it works, but this is where V5 flourished. So it looks like Shun's getting a fantastic engage, but there's 2 sides to the fight. One side of the fight is here in the backline, and we see Photic and PP God doing a great job as a 2-man. You see Photic grabs PP God to knock up Shun and create some space, while on the other side, Rich and Rookie are occupying everyone else. They can't approach, they can't walk through the Swain and the Gragas. So while this backline fight is going and the peeling is working, it's the solo laners of V5 who are obstructing this backline. And in this chaos, IG are really not favored.
Yeah, it's kind of 2 different 3v2s basically across the course of the fight, but V5 winning out both of them. It's a tough situation for IG to find themselves in, and now we need to see what V5 have up their sleeves. Wink is feeling antsy. He wants to fight at this point. The hook comes out, but goes slightly wide on the next target, but he'll be fine as the waves start to crash. I'm surprised to see V5 just grouping as 5 here in the mid lane, trying to siege down a mid tower. Surprised they're not playing on multiple lanes.
I think they are really just trying to get some progress here. Oh, big engage!
Oh, what a cast from Rich! After everything, after this series has been so tough for him, after the deaths on Aurelia, he just immediately redeems himself with a beautiful pick onto On, and now that will blow this game wide open.
And with that, they know they got the pick, they got the mid tier 1, and they move Rich to the boss side of the map so he can pressure that tower. They take 2 towers in quick succession mid. And IG, all they can try and do is wave clear, but it looks like V5 are fishing for more.
Wow. 0 to 100 this game. It was so even for so long. V5 win 1 big fight. They get Dragon, they get Baron, and now, off of a pick, they get a mid inhib, they get the bot tier 2 as well. They suddenly have everything going their way. An attempted engage from Shun there, but it looks like he will just be trying to clear the waves. At least Zika will grab himself a tier 2 on the top side. That is a bounty as well. So gold not that far different, really. 4,000 at 26 minutes. It's still a lead for V5, but not indomitable. Not the end of the world for IG. It's still winnable.
Oh, TP coming in for Rookie. They are looking to make progress here. And they will just take this bot, inhibitor tower, and looking potentially for the inhibitor as well. They still have 15 seconds on the Baron.
Yeah, they feigned a reset. They feigned trying to defend against Zika, but they just stick around. There's knockups galore. Rookie in the middle of everyone, though. And the damage is just insane. Look at this. Zika can't do anything to Photic as Rookie just keeps everybody away. Arn pulled back in. And V5, it was a quiet game until it really was not. And we just see 10 kills in a row over the space of, 5 minutes at most? And they just end the game. This is who V5 are. They are brutal. They are unstoppable. They are calculated. But when they find their moment, they pounce and they destroy. IG 2-0'd and in clean fashion from V5.
It feels like V5 team fighting is on another level. Even when IG found that one good team fight, even when, in both games, they put up decent contestations in the early game, it just feels like it gets to a point where V5 managed to outplay you, outmanage you in the fights, and then as soon as you lose one fight, the game is over. You don't get a second chance.
Yeah, I love how quickly V5 were up and out of their chairs as well. Rookie, game's over. He's just gone. He's already basically out of the room by the time the camera cuts to the players. Feels good to see V5 in such great form. And again, calculated, not messing about, clearly wanting to win every single game and maintaining their flawless streak, maintaining their position at the top of the table, and maintaining that, I think, until proven wrong, they are just the best team of the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, even when they're challenged in individual games, they were challenged in the games today a little bit, especially that game 1. And yeah, they were challenged when they played EDG. They still secure the wins. They still end up winning them 2-0. It's just mind-blowing at this point. They are 9-0 in the league. So they've played over half the matches and they dropped 2 games. It's just insane. The fact that it's not just the fact they're winning series, the fact that they're so clean, so hard to get a sort of a push up on them. And the fact that in spring, we saw them have a very strong regular season performance, but I think they just look better than spring, you know, and that says something.
Yeah. They look insane. They look absolutely unbelievable. I just want to mention as well, you know, we've said a lot how V5 are pretty unarguably the best team in the league right now. I think the only other argument maybe is Top Esports. I think a few people would say JDG. The thing is, Top Esports and V5, they don't play until week 10. We could well have that decider as one of the final games of the entire split between Top Esports and V5. If Top Esports can win every other series, that could end up being the decider between who gets first seed as well. But Top Esports would have to clean things up because they've got a few more game losses on the board, and that is the first tiebreaker. So we'll have to wait and see. That'll be later on in the split, but V5 right now looking real good. NIG, regrettably, our first team in the league to make it to 8 losses, which means they're not quite out of the playoffs run, but it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, not looking good, which I feel like, you know, not to slam WE, but WE I'm not like overly surprised, but I feel like IG, they have moments. They have moments I'm really like, yeah, like Sean, I have so much faith in the spring.
Today.
Yeah, even today. And then it just feels like, this is going to sound like the most whatever statement. Feels like they're just not that good at winning. You know, they're good at some of the other stuff, but winning games, story nexuses, feels like it's just not in their forte. I mean, to be fair, one thing to be said, IG, despite only having 1 series win, do have 7 game wins. So even though they aren't unfortunately winning these series, they at least put up challenges in a lot of them, as we saw today. But V5 are just on another level.
Yeah, I mean, IG have the same amount of game wins as Rare Atom. They have more than Ultra Prime, both of whom are above them in the standings. But at the end of the day, individual game wins don't really matter that much. It's much more about whether or not you can close a series out in IG. Not been able to do that so far this split. 1-8 now. It's a tough one. That's their 7th loss in a row. And again, they have showed good stuff, but they haven't been able to put it together. I thought Mole coming in maybe would change things up today, and it certainly changes the style a little bit. I felt like both games they showed good stuff, but unfortunately, they were against V5. Like, I feel like this is one of the losses that even if IG was like 4th place in the league, I would still expect these games to go the way that they did today.
It's a hard one. It's a hard one, but I think you take positives from what you've shown. You take lessons from playing against a team of this caliber, and you hope to improve. That, you know, I think my best moments, game 1, I mean, it was just the whole Sean Italy, really fantastic, still showing why it's respect band. Game 2 is that team fight. The fact they went in for the engaged, then disengaged, showed great understanding of how to approach it. It definitely felt like after that, though, V5 really sharpened up and said, look, this is how we need to play our fights, and the approach got a bit better. But, you know, I give them a lot of credit for trying and making it an interesting series, because this could have easily, you know, when you have a team currently 16th in the league playing against the #1 team, it could just feel like there's no hope. But IG definitely made us, at least until that point where V5 just completely dominated, it felt like they were in with a chance.
Yeah, definitely felt like they were in with a chance, you know. Again, it's kind of sad to see that it was Mole against his old team. It was Rookie against his old team. I was kind of hoping it would go to 3. I was kind of hoping we'd have really messy games and a lot of chaos. We did not. We had a one-sided smashing from V5. And Rookie kind of showing that he's found greener pastures, as has everyone that joined V5. Because, you know, Carsa and Photic moving over from Top Esports. PP God kind of staying on V5. He did a little stint on BLG, right? But sticking around. And then Rich moving over from the LCK. It feels like kind of a mishmash of almost misfits here, but it has worked together so beautifully for every single player. And, you know, I think Rich, the only player today that there was a few questions for, had a good performance on the Gragas in the end. Great cast onto Arn, which kind of really blew open the game when they had that Baron, found the pick in the mid lane. But in the laning phase, a couple of issues, especially on that Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's rough. I think Rich definitely, he's not quite on the level of some of his teammates, but that's not like too heavy of a criticism. I think V5 are fantastic. It's just there have been a couple of weaknesses that you'd hope they'd shore up going towards playoffs. And I feel like, you know, if you're on a team with Rookie, it's hard to like outshine that, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the Shy has tried many times, and he has many times, but he's also gone the other direction as well. So maybe that's what's happening with Rich. He's trying too hard to outshine Rookie. Speaking of Rookie, he is going to be our MVP, as you can all imagine. Rookie, he has this. He's like an MVP magnet, honestly. Like he just gets it so much. It's unbelievable. 3-0-6, amazing performance here on the swing.
Yeah, and what's crazy is with this, he's in the top 10 of MVPs, and he's barely been playing. Like, he missed a month at the split, and he's already gained so much ground. But yeah, fantastic performance here on the Swain. You can see this moment, him and Rich just completely occupying this backline. Aphelios, Seraphine, and Nautilus sounds like a scary trio, but Rookie just is unmatched.
Yeah, now 4 MVPs in the LPL, tied 8th place for MVPs. Kind of mental, kind of insane, but you know what? We'll see if he can catch up, because number 1, it's Knight right now. So that's exciting if we have a battle for MVPs between Knight and Rookie. Only time will tell. But again, this game fairly one-sided. Once it began for V5, I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? It was the space of, what, 4 minutes? They went from fight at Infernal, take Baron, get a pick mid, end the game. It was like, there are so few teams in the entire world that can end a game that quickly, that find one small advantage and just blow the game open like that.
I think what's clearly evident for V5, this was kind of true in spring as well, and why they lost playoffs against top esports, because I think they've improved since then, but their weakness was when they were behind, it could be a little tenuous. And top esports had a fantastic early game, and so V5 fell behind and they struggled. But it was true then, it's true now. When V5 have a lead, they are so good at closing out. They are so effective at turning whatever lead they have grabbed into a win.
They are unstoppable when they get ahead. It is terrifying to witness. With that, though, that's already the end of our day. It's only 2:15 where I live. This is quite an early finish, but let's take a look at our results as we finish things out. Because the first series of the day, pretty damn good. AL versus TT, and TT given a good run of it, but AL showing that they were the better team at the end of the day. And 6-3 on the scoreboard for AL. I did not think I would see that this split, but an amazing performance to start, or to round out their year here. 2-0 though to V5 versus IG to round our day out.
Yeah, expected result, I think, for both. I'd even see the series score wasn't too much of a surprise, but here's the big thing. Mudge, take a look at that standings. Look at AL tied for 4th there on a 3-win streak. That's what I love to see, man. Absolute legends right up there.
The Panda Warriors climbing that ladder, tied with EDG. And technically, should be above EDG, because it should be in alphabetical order. But that literally doesn't matter. They are precisely tied. They are both 4th place. It's an intense set of standings
and
right
you know
now.
what?
A lot of room for movement.
You know what? 4th place. You know how many seeds the LPL's to have for Worlds, Joe? All I'm saying.
That's true. That's true.
All I'm saying.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's games as well. WE versus JDG to kick us off. The boys in red versus the boys in red. And then we have the boys in gold versus the boys in blue. RNG versus LNG. Xiaohu versus Duan-B. Always going to be worth a watch.
Yeah, for sure. And I think LNG has been struggling recently, despite having a strong scoreline. So RNG hopefully trying to push themselves up, gain some ground on, fantastic teams like Anyone's Legend, who are higher than them in the standings. But yeah, so sure to tune in tomorrow for some more exciting LPL. And I feel like today was a good day. I feel like we got, what we'd hope for. And I just feel like I want to see more V5. Every series from them is just a treat.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's something to witness, that is for sure. That's all of the witnessing we'll be doing today, though, Orcs. That'll round out our show. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching, and thank you, production, as always. But that's it from us. We'll see you guys in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you, chaps.